Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. $10 and up will be displayed. $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. If your chat or TTS is too toxic, guys, we do reserve the right to skip it. So, a little roasting's okay, but, please see the description for all triggers and full details. Guys, we got mute a microphone. If I'm pissing you off, someone else is pissing you off. Champagne pop, kick. I'll shave my beard, triple chin action. And somebody, if you want, you can buy Kiki back there. She's, hidden at the moment, but for a Bitcoin. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now, guys. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, easy way to support the show every single month. By the way, guys, I think it's bugged. It's been like a minute since we last got a Prime. So usually those are just flowing. Somebody can helps out, test it out, Also, Madison's done 2 or 3 test streams, or not test streams, Maddie solo chill streams. We're also going to be doing some IRL type stuff, so be sure to check us out on Twitch. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. I'm wearing our whatever hoodie. If you like it, get yourself one. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. I barely post on there. I'm not going to clog up your feed with bullshit food photos. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. And Lizzie here has joined the board of directors. She's a big fan of my movement, huge fan. Anyways, if you can't catch the full shows, guys, we got Clips channels. Link for all those are in the description. We have a private Patreon. I got to cut this shit shorter next time. This takes forever. Okay. We got a private Patreon members only Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link for that's in the description. We're posting BTS and stuff on there. I'm backlogged, so I have at least 20 things I'm going to upload. But we got 2 up so far. Nick got beat up a couple weeks ago, so that's up by a girl. Hey. So that's on there. Last thing, some haters review bombed us on Spotify. That's Apple Music there. No, it's fine, Nick. Okay. So that's our Apple Podcast reviews, and they just review bombed us. What do they call that? We got brigaded. So the link is in the description if you guys want to give us a 5-star review, and you can also type up something nice. And then also, hold on, what's the other thing? Wait, Maddie, you're pressing on the... Yeah, you're going to get burned. We have Spotify too, if you can tab over to that one. We also got review bombed on Spotify. 3 stars. That's ridiculous. Review bombed. If you guys can give us 5 stars on Spotify too. Links are at the very bottom of the description, and mods if you can spam it in the chat. All right, without further ado, or actually, hold on, disclaimer first. The views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves, so please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
I'm Brooklyn, 25, from the IE. Brooklyn, 25, from the IE.
Inland Empire?
Yes, yeah. And I work in cannabis production.
Okay, 25, and cannabis production. And you guys got a podcast too, though.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna react to some of your clips. They're very entertaining. 25. You're born and raised Inland Empire, or? Yes. Okay.
Can't get too specific. I'm too wild on the internet.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Kelsey. I'm 29. I'm from the Bay Area, and I do structural design.
Structural design. And born and raised in the Bay?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Lena. I'm 25, and I'm also from the Inland Empire.
What do you do for work?
Cannabis production.
Okay, cannabis. Okay. And then you also do your podcast here.
Yeah, we do our podcast together.
You guys are not related, right?
We are.
Are you?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
cousins or?
We're twins. Fraternal.
Wait, really?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh. Is that true though? Is it actually related or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That the fraternal, that's when you don't look alike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fraternal, but you were born at the same time, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Came out the
I'm 2
womb.
minutes older.
She rocket
at the
launched off
same-
me.
She's
2
she's
minutes
the
older.
older sibling. Well, I hope you don't mind the little pushback here so early on. You said you're 25 years old.
Mhm.
Well, there's a post on your Instagram that would indicate, I think you're 31.
31?
Well, if I have this correctly,
Oh my God.
not to call you out here, but we do
No.
prefer. I believe there was a post on your Instagram that indicated,
That I was 31?
not that you were 31, but back in 2022, I believe there was a post that said it was your 29th birthday. So I'm a little confused there.
Oh. No. Definitely not.
Am I?
Wrong page.
Well, you sure?
Yeah, you
So
want.
so did you make a mistake on your Instagram or
I think I put 20 fine. I don't think I put 29.
you didn't put 20? So I'm wrong here then, is what you're
20
saying.
I put 20 fine.
20 fine.
Like,
Oh, did I get this wrong? Hold on. One sec here. I'm going to have to, you know what? I'm going to continue on with introductions, but we got to get to the bottom of this because I could have made a mistake and I would feel terrible if I was calling you out erroneously. Go ahead.
My name is Destiny Suzanne. I'm from Dallas, Texas, and I'm an artist. I do music, hip hop, and R&B, and I also do OnlyFans on the side.
Age?
I'm 22. I'm gonna be 23 this year.
Okay, 22. And you said you're an artist, so like you're a singer?
Yeah, I sing. I do club music, and I also dance.
You do club music and are you a rapper?
Poquito.
Wait, are those prescription lenses or?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your
No,
correction
they're
level?
not. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
I'm playing.
Okay. Wait, so you rap?
Yeah.
Can we hear a freestyle?
I don't know. Could somebody drop a beat?
What you got for us, Brooklyn? I know you
No.
got some. What you got, Brooklyn? Drop us a beat.
I think you might be better at a beat. I don't know where to.
Boom.
Maybe not on the
Boom,
table.
Oh,
boom,
sorry.
It's okay.
boom, boom, boom.
All right, go ahead.
Acapella.
Yeah. Might need a table assistance.
Oh, so you really want me to?
Yeah, go for it.
It's giving obsessed cause I'm pretty. Yeah, I know he fucking with me. Ayy, say he want a slim thick bad bitch ice fish. Yeah, he need him a little desi. I'm never for real, I'm just flirting, but still got him dropping a bed for that Berkey. He calling me bae when I riding that shit. Oh, on a dick I be twerking.
Oh.
Do you have a music video out that we could?
Yeah, there is actually. Yeah, there's a music video out for that one.
There's a music video out for that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we find it on you've got like a YouTube channel or something?
This is on like my record labels. It's C4S TV. It's called NM Shorts. That's a featured song though, so it's gonna have like other rappers on there.
Okay. I see. Brooklyn, you said 20 fine.
I said
You
20
did say
fine.
20 fine. I was wrong. I don't know how to read. I'm actually illiterate. I thought it said not 29. She wrote 20 fine. I'm in one of the rare few times I'm ever wrong on something. So, okay, all right, there you go. All right. Holy shit. Did you guys see that? That fucking mouse came out of nowhere. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Lizzie. I'm 35. I'm from the Bay as well, Santa Clara to be specific, and I am a receptionist.
Sorry, you said 25?
No, 35.
Oh, 35. Okay. All right. I'm just getting all the
wish.
ages all fucked up today. And yeah. I want to blame our totally anonymous, nameless researcher that we definitely have for the mix-up. It definitely
That's
wasn't
okay.
my fault.
There's
Definitely
nothing
wasn't.
wrong with
But
being
I
in your 30s.
apologize. I apologize for the mix-up. Okay, go ahead. What about you?
I'm Lily. I'm 22. I live in Santa Barbara right now,
Okay.
and my full-time occupation is I'm a full-time student at UCSB right now.
All right. What are you studying?
I'm studying environmental studies and dance. I'm a double major.
Double major. Okay. Are you specializing in any kind of dance or like ballet or
No, I kind of did like all styles.
like jazz or?
Yeah. Tap.
But you did
Hip-hop.
ballet.
Yes, I did everything.
Can we see a pirouette?
Like, you want me to do it right
or
now?
I think maybe plie is a bit more.
Like right now.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, I can do it.
Oh, she's gonna do it. Okay. all right.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Well,
Just like a-
pirouette's a bit much for
I'm
the
a-
space.
yeah, I might
think a
just do, like, a
plie is a bit
plie.
more appropriate.
Plie's just-
All right, we're gonna rate her plie out of 10. Rate it out of 10. That's it.
Yes. 10 out of 10.
I thought you go. Typically, isn't there a bit more? I don't know.
No, that's not for plie. This is releve.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm obviously a ballet expert. All right. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. That was good. So, okay, environmental studies and dance. All right. And you're going into your senior year?
I actually already graduated.
Oh, you're done.
Yeah, I'm just doing summer school right now.
Okay. Are you going to go to grad school or?
TBD. I
Okay.
don't have any.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What about you?
I'm Sadie. I'm 21, and I'm an SNP for a school district, special needs per educator.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing right now, yeah.
Do you do like any consulting on that? Like sometimes Nick needs a little help.
Yeah, I can work on him for sure. I do
Like
one-on-one
special needs?
sometimes. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay. Just check. Nick,
I could do that, yeah.
get her contact info. All right. What about you?
Hi, I'm Alicia. I am 36 years old. I live in LA. I'm a stay-at-home mom. And I think that's it.
All right, cool. Really quick, just going around the table, who have you graduated from university?
Yeah, I graduated from Cal State Fullerton,
Gotcha. What did you get your degree in?
sociology.
Soc. Okay. You?
UC Davis, and I went for civil engineering.
Sorry, what? Repeat it.
UC Davis, and I went to for civil engineering.
Civil engineering. Okay.
I didn't go to university. I did some community college.
You went to the School of Hard Knocks.
Yeah. We went to our university, Bimbosity University.
The boss.
The
Bimbosity.
Bimbosity University.
Bimbosity.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay. All right.
Bimbosity.
Des,
I
what
did
about
2 years. I just haven't finished.
you? Okay.
Yeah, I did some community college, but I don't have a degree.
Gotcha. Did you? Anything for you?
Yeah, I have a bachelor's in political science.
Okay, very cool, very cool. Nick, do we have Andrew yet? All right, try to give him a call. Guys, we do have Andrew Wilson, my Caucasian, joining us in just a moment. Why don't we just get started in... You got him? Okay. Hang tight there, guys, for just a second. We have the great... He is a gentleman. He is a scholar.
He's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Andrew Wilson. Andrew, can you hear us?
I can hear you. How is everybody this evening?
Good.
Amazing.
Doing good, doing good. Andrew, would you be able to, I don't know if the lighting's just weird on our end. Are you able to boost your camera light or is it going to burn your eyeballs?
Well, I just turned the backlighting off. That's why it's a little dimmer. You said you
Okay.
you didn't like the backlighting.
Yeah, not the backlighting, but the lighting on you? Or, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't do much about that tonight.
Oh, okay. All good, all good. So, Andrew, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's, to my knowledge, the fastest growing debate channel anywhere online. I'm a political analyst, a political satirist, and I like to engage in debates from time to time.
Well, there you go. In fact, I caught some of your debate yesterday with Based Oracle, and I just want you to know, Andrew, next time I see you, I demand a tuna sandwich with mayonnaise and a bar of chocolate.
Then a bar of chocolate.
I need a bar. Did he specify was it dark chocolate or?
He did not specify
Okay.
what type of chocolate he required, but just that he required some chocolate. But he definitely wasn't trolling.
Okay, well,
Just
next
so
time
you
I
know.
see you, I'm expecting, Okay. Anyways,
Yeah. I'll make sure. When, I'll be down there in a week or something like this. I'll make sure that
yes.
that I bring the chocolate.
Yes, guys, we do have Andrew Wilson back in studio for the fifth time, I think? Fifth or sixth
Yeah,
or something.
I think it's the fifth time. Yeah.
Nice. So we're going to go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, relationship, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, harem, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I'm single. I have been single for 3 years, and my longest relationship was 8 years.
All right. So your longest relationship, 8 years. Were you guys married or no?
No.
No kids?
No.
From what age to what age was the I'm assuming it's the one that ended 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're from 23 to like 15 to 23 basically, or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So you guys met in high school?
Yes.
High school sweethearts. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with him.
Why is that?
I think just getting together super young doesn't give you the greatest chance of staying together.
All right. So any other relationships besides that one?
Not that I count, because I mean, I had one boyfriend before that, but I was like 12.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't count that.
Any rebounds after the 8-year relationship?
I talked to one guy, and then since I've been single, I've just been abstaining from sex.
So you've been celibate for 3 years? Or mostly?
Over 2 years.
Celibate for 2 years. Okay, got it. But have you been dating at all?
No.
No, okay. So single for 3 years, celibate for 2, longest relationship 8 years. Okay. What about you?
I'm in a relationship and have been for 4.5 years.
All right. Longest relationship?
Yeah, it's my longest.
This is your longest?
Yeah.
Okay. How did you guys meet?
We went to high school together, and then we reconnected through Tinder.
Reconnected through Tinder.
Yeah.
Okay. Did it start out casual and then became more serious, or?
No, it was serious right away.
Okay.
He was one of the only people I've met
Sure.
off of Tinder.
What about you?
I'm single. My longest relationship was 5 years. And what was the other question?
How long have you been single for?
I've been single for like 3 years. Or no, 5.
5 years.
Yeah. 5 years.
So your relationship was that?
That was my high school sweetheart. My only relationship.
So you dated from 15 to 20.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you've been
Like
single for
14 to
14 to
Yeah.
19, 20.
15.
Okay. You've been single for 5 years.
Yes.
Also celibate as like your friend here? Or?
Not as long as my sister, but I was longest celibate for 10 months. I recently broke it, but we don't talk anymore.
Wait, you recently broke your celibacy?
Well, like a few months ago. Mhm.
Okay. But you were celibate for 10 months.
10 months was my longest.
Okay, I see.
Mhm.
And then you broke it a couple months ago. How long were you dating that guy?
Just a few months.
A few months. Okay.
Yeah.
Who broke up with who there?
I left him.
You left him?
Yeah.
Why is that?
He ended up having a girlfriend the whole time.
Darn.
Mhm.
Hate when that happens. Okay, what about you?
I'm single for like a week now.
Oh, shit. Okay.
But
1 week?
my longest relationship was like 7 years.
7 years. Damn, lots of long ass relationships tonight. Okay. Single as of a week ago.
Yeah.
How long were you dating that guy?
We was kind of like on and off, but this past time it was like a year, a little over a year.
So to get like total a year, but it was on and off for that year.
Yeah.
Okay. How many times was it off and on?
A few. It was
More than 10?
yeah, maybe around there.
Some people be breaking up every day.
forth.
You know,
Yeah,
it's like
you know what I'm saying?
100
Like, it was
times
like,
they're
you know,
off and on.
if you count those, then yeah.
Okay, so then more often than not, who was initiating the off? Like who would end it? Even if it lasted like 3 days.
I'm not gonna lie, like it would kind of be like both of us, but
Okay, split.
yeah, now it's just kind of like, yeah, I feel like it was a mutual thing
Okay.
each time, like, you know what I'm saying?
And who would be the one like trying to get back?
That's also the same, like I think it was kind of like both of
Split?
us,
Okay.
you know what I'm saying? It's like whoever ended it, somebody would be trying to like, you know, reach out or whatever.
Who most like? So you said it ended a week ago. So I mean, Pretty good chance you guys are going to get back together again? No, or this is the last?
I swear.
Have you said that before, though?
Yes.
Yeah, you said it before?
But
Okay.
I swear.
All right. And so what was the most recent reason for it being off? Cheating?
I really spazzed low key, but like he's one of those dudes that be going like on TikTok live and he'll like kiki with different girls, you know what I'm saying?
He'll what?
A kiki.
Kiki.
Try to keep it, you know.
Do you know what kiki
Flirt
is? I don't know.
and
What is kiki?
Friendly.
Have you guys heard this?
way too friendly.
You guys familiar with the term?
They're kiki.
Yeah.
You guys know this term?
Yeah.
I've never heard the term. Never heard the term. You know the term. What's kiki? Help us out here, Brooke.
I would think it's like just laughing, making conversation. I don't know.
Is that laughing?
Yeah, it is. It's like you being way too friendly with other females. You're kiki. Yeah. It don't gotta be just that though, because it could be like, you know, females over there, oh, they're kiki-keying. You know what I'm saying? So it's for different things. But basically, he was chatting with other females.
Other females.
Yeah, and then he was saying he was gonna go home, and he was trolling, but like some life happened and where he actually did go home, and then I just like spazzed out because I'm like, a week ago you just said you was about to be right where this girl's at. You know what I'm saying? So I spazzed a little bit.
So like you slashed his tires or what happened?
No.
No?
I mean, like, we was already.
That was like the last time you guys broke up?
Yeah. That was the last time we broke up.
How many tires? Just 3? Or you go for all 4?
No, you can only do
You
2
just do
now.
the-
You can't do 3.
They switched it? The insurance
Yeah.
companies changed it up?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So
Good to know.
good times. Good times. Lizzie, what about you?
Clock that tea.
Yes, in a relationship, it'll be 3 years this Thursday, actually. And my longest relationship was a little over 4 years.
Okay. What about you?
I'm in the talking stage right now. My longest relationship was about 2 years.
All
Yeah.
right. Longest relationship, 2 years, you said?
Yeah,
How long has the talking stage been going on?
like a month. But like, it's because he's also in Europe right now.
Does he go to UCSB or did
No,
go?
he went to UCLA.
How did you guys meet? Dating app or in person?
I've actually known him since I was like 5. We went to elementary school, middle school, and high school together.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so are you guys, he's in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
How long is he in Europe for?
A month.
1 month?
Yeah.
You have any concerns that, I don't know if, are you guys exclusive, monogamous?
No.
Ladies,
I kind of said that because
you think he's like, he's
I
in
knew
Europe,
it.
you know? You think he's probably
Don't let me speak
piping down
about
some
it, I don't
Dutch
know.
chicks? What do you guys think?
That
Depends on
depends
what part.
on what he looks like and how much
What
money he
depends
has.
on what part of Europe?
well, he's 6'6".
Oh,
I don't
it's
know if that
over.
plays
It's
anything.
over for her. Wait, he's 6'6"?
Oh, yeah.
Athlete?
No.
Oh, just tall, like lanky guy?
Yeah.
Like Machine Gun Kelly?
A little
Like
bigger than that.
He's a rapper also?
No.
Oh, okay.
Does he have money?
He is a college student, so
Probably
no.
Okay. And so, are you dating other people?
No. Not right
Is he staying
now.
in hostels?
He was.
Uh-oh.
Is that bad? What is that? What's
That means he might.
Hostels are like dormitories,
Yeah.
and you can just like hear people having sex.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
He was with his sister though, so
Oh.
like
yeah, you can hear people having sex.
like they were all staying in like a big one.
I think
like
that's illegal though in like most European
Yeah,
countries.
yeah.
You should let him know that. Though. I don't know. Anyways, what about you?
I have a boyfriend.
Boyfriend. Okay, same one from his last time or
Last
new?
time, yeah.
New guy.
2 years and like 9 months now.
2 years, 9 months. Going well.
It's going well.
I think I did a brief review of your Instagram. I don't think you post him, do you?
I don't.
Why is that? By his request?
No.
You guys.
He does his own social media, and I don't. He doesn't post me. I don't post him. He doesn't post me. My Snapchat's a little different.
Is he a content creator?
He is.
What's he do?
Just
You
stuff
can be
on
vague.
TikTok. advice.
Like he
relationship advice.
dances to K-pop songs or
No.
what?
He does like relationship advice
okay.
kind of thing. Yeah. And so I don't post hymns.
Andrew
He posts
Tate?
me.
That's your boyfriend?
You know.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Does Andrew Tate give relationship advice? I don't know. What about you?
I am married, and this is my longest relationship. We've been together for 16 years.
16 years. All right. Kids?
Yes, we have 2 kids.
2 kids. All right. How long married?
A couple of years. It's last time I was kind of awkward because I'm saying we're legally married, but we still haven't had our marriage or our wedding, so we're still on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. All right. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, I've been in a relationship, been married for over a decade.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Hey, aren't you that based Catholic chick who came on here not that long ago when I was tangling up with Millie Weaver?
Yes, that's me.
Yeah.
That is her.
Yeah, nice to see you again, by the way.
Nice to see you again.
You did really good on that show. I was impressed. I gave you a shout out on Twitter after it was done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes.
I am not going to be the base Catholic lady, though, much longer.
What?
Well, because...
Based Orthodox lady?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
see?
shit.
I knew it. I knew that yes.
Is it because of
exactly
Andrew?
What I want to say.
Well, no. Well, it's a long story, but I just started digging kind of deeper into the schism, and I realized I didn't want to submit to papal authority.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. There you go.
Join the duck site.
All right. Rock and roll. So to start off the show here with something a little on the lighter side, we recently had the presidential debates. Okay. Who watched, just show of hands, who watched the debate between Trump and Biden? Show of hands. Just you two? All right, so really serious dating question here, totally dating related. If you had to choose, Nick, pull up the photos, would you date Joe Biden or President Trump?
Oh my God.
You have to choose one.
God.
In their current state. You can't be like young Trump, you know? So Brooklyn, you got to date one.
Oh my God.
Which one do you pick to date? You don't worry about their politics, or maybe worry about their politics. I don't know.
I'm going to go Joe Biden because he doesn't have the greatest memory, and I think I could use that to my advantage.
Okay. All right. Interesting. And so how would you use it to your advantage?
I would take it day by day and probably come up with something malicious every single day to, get what I want. But I know his memory loss would definitely help our situation.
You just start, siphoning from his bank account.
Exactly.
Just
Put your name in his will.
Siphoning. Okay.
Take steps.
Good to know. All right. The dementia patient. All right. What about you?
It's real tough choice. 2 very solid candidates, but I think I would probably
Very
go
solid. Yeah.
choice. Yeah, great, very high value men. I'd probably go for Donald Trump just because I think he'd be very interesting to see how he is behind closed doors.
Behind closed doors?
He'd never get bored. And not in that.
Wait, can you justify that a little bit?
Like, who is he when he's not putting on a face?
Oh, okay. Are you saying that he's better? Anyways, what about you?
I'll go with Biden. Neither are my type, but I would go with Biden.
Okay.
I feel like Trump.
Like you'd smash Biden instead of Trump. You got smashed too.
I have to smash.
Yeah, it's this is your life partner for the 3 years they're gonna still be alive. That's not a threat.
Well, Biden's
Secret
older,
Service. I'm
right?
just-
I feel like you should pick Trump so we're not fucking the same man.
Oh. But Trump's wife is just.
Well, assume
she doesn't seem like she's getting pleased, so maybe Biden has a few tricks up his sleeve. He's
Trump's
an older
wife.
vet.
Trump's wife isn't getting pleased.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you'd pick Trump?
Biden.
No, Biden.
Oh, Biden. Okay, what about?
Yeah, we'd have to take turns.
Okay, what about you?
I don't even know. Probably Trump. I don't even know. Neither of them are. If you're sitting here making me pick one right now.
You gotta pick.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Trump.
Okay. What about you?
Well, it's a catch-22 because personally, me, Lizzie, would choose Trump, but then my family would disown me. So fine, Biden then, I guess.
Okay. It's a tough one. All right, what about you?
I'd probably choose Biden. The orange and the toupee just don't do it for me.
Does he have a toupee? I thought it was.
I've seen the wind. I've seen evidence. I don't know if it's true.
I thought it's just like a comb over.
But it's, either way, it doesn't do it for me.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm gonna go Trump.
Gonna go Trump?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
gonna go Trump.
All right.
Trump, unfortunately.
Maddie, which one?
Trump, for sure.
Okay, there you go. All right, there you have it, folks. Andrew, Andrew, wait, hold on. I'm trying to think who the Kamala Harris or I don't know, Tulsi Gabbard? I don't know.
That's not fair.
You don't remember? You don't remember Trump's wife's name?
Well, I was thinking like who would run for who would actually run for office. But so I guess Melania. Yeah, but she's not going to run. I don't know. Anyways, whatever. If you want to answer, I guess, Andrew. But
so I mean, if it came down to Tulsi Gabbard or Kamala Harris, then definitely Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
If it came down to Trump's wife Melania or any of these Democrat women, it would definitely be Melania. So I mean, yeah, basically across the board, I would pick the Republican chick. There's no doubt about that.
all right, good to know. Good to know. We're gonna just jump right into some of our pre-show stuff here, really quick. So, I think. Wait, what was the other thing we had to react to, Nick? Yeah, actually, I'm gonna do 2 chats, and then we'll do some clip reactions. So. Can I have you, I don't know if you can see, can I have you read?
Yeah. Question for the table, including the men. What is a bigger step in the relationship? The first kiss or the first purposeful loud fart? One means more kisses, the other means less stomach aches.
Wow, okay. Yeah, what's the bigger step in the relationship? First kiss or first
I'm going to go with the fart because it took me like 6 years and it was an accident.
The fart is a bigger step in a relationship, yeah.
I would think for the man it'd be the kiss, and for the woman it's the fart for sure.
Okay.
Oh. I would say the fart because that's embarrassing, and I mean, I feel like I would be embarrassed. It was an accident when it first happened with me too. I accidentally made my man pancakes and weren't cooked all the way through. I was running to the bathroom and he heard me.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I would definitely say the fart.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say first kiss. It's more romantic. I want fart. No.
But bigger step.
You're like,
Well, then I haven't taken that step, and I'm not going to.
Okay.
So
All
there.
right. What about you?
The fart for sure.
The fart.
The kiss.
Okay. I'd say the fart for sure. I don't know. First kiss is just that's
I
a
feel like-
throwaway first date. But you ain't farting on the first date. I mean, unless it's that, whatever. But, all right.
Some people
Some
are
really just thought-provoking questions coming in. Thank you, John Smith. And I'll just pull this last chat up. Anybody here read French? Okay, I'll have to do it. La révolution culturelle, merci beaucoup. Abonnez-vous à ma chaîne YouTube québécois pour de reviews de... I can't read French very well. D'actualité virale, des exorcismes de princesse Disney et des résumés de livres chaque semaine. La révolution culturelle avec Yann Rochdy. Okay, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Send that shit in English next time, though. We're gonna get into immediately some reacts. You guys had one specific viral clip, but we have actually quite a few clips from your guys' podcast. Very entertaining. A couple things I agree with, a couple things I disagree with, and we'll just get right into it. Nick, pull that first clip. So did you restart it? Yeah. This is a good one. This one went super viral. All right, it should be viral to just play it from here. Make it one bigger, Nick. Like zoom in. Yeah, there we go. Go ahead.
I'm just not going to have a man's baby just to have a man's baby. If a man wants me to have his baby, I have 2 requirements. You're going to get a tattoo of my face on your body because it's a body for a body. My body's going to change forever. Your body's going to change forever. And my push present is either a car or a house, preferably both, but I definitely want a tattoo of my face on the father of my child's body, preferably stomach, because my stomach is going to look different after a baby. So your stomach should look different too. I'm just not going to have a man's baby.
Pause it. All right. So what's a push present?
It's when you push shoulders through your coochie and you risk your life to bring in another life, and you get
a
nice
present
gift. And a lot of people were saying the baby was the present. I don't agree with that. I think the baby is a lifelong responsibility, and it's also a blessing, but it's definitely not a present.
Okay. You think you risk your life pushing out a baby?
Yeah.
I mean, people can do this at home.
I plan to do it at home.
Yeah, it's not life-threatening.
But some people do.
Only for some people it's life-threatening.
Yeah, some people have.
But that's an exception, and it's not life-threatening. People do it all the time. It's not life-threatening.
Back in the days, women would lose their lives more before more
modern medicine.
More modern.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you don't mind if I follow up on this. Wait, you say a push present. A present is usually something that you give to somebody else, right? You don't usually get yourself a present. So who is this present for?
The present is for me from my husband, who I'll have my baby by.
So your husband's giving you the gift of a child?
Well, we're making the child together, but I expect a gift after.
So I don't understand. Who's the present for?
The present's for me.
So you buy
and
yourself
it's a present
presents?
for himself as well, because, you know, happy
Would
wife,
you consider
happy
it
life.
to be a really sad birthday party if you were the only one who showed up to it and you bought your own presents for your birthday party?
That just depends on the financial state I'm at and where I'm at the time, I think. I don't think a
Can
birthday
you
alone
give me like an example, any example you could possibly think of it's your birthday and you're the only one at a party for yourself and you bought the presents for your birthday and then you open your own presents that you bought for yourself. Can you give me an example of any case where that wouldn't be totally sad and pathetic?
Maybe wrapping it would be a little overboard, but I don't think buying yourself gifts for your own birthday is a terrible idea. I do it every year.
Yeah, but that's just buying yourself something. It's not a gift, right? Isn't kind of a gift definitionally a thing for somebody else? A present is usually something you get for somebody. I don't really think that in kind of the common use that when people say the word present, they mean for me. It usually means for you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, who's the present? It's not for the father, right? The present's not for the dad, right? It's for you?
Yes.
So you just use push present because it just sounds clever, maybe?
I didn't make up the term. You know, I wouldn't be the first person requesting or receiving a push present.
Yeah, push presents go back like.
So it's basically what the husband buys the woman something for after birth.
Yeah.
Okay.
The push present, just so we have this, the push present, the present isn't the kid. The present is what the husband gives you as a present because you gave birth.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, I see. So the baby itself is not the gift.
Yeah, the baby's not the gift.
Baby is not a gift.
Okay, so you're getting a gift.
Sorry.
And you consider that you deserve the gift because you had the baby.
Yes.
Okay, so then this means that you are giving the baby to the man.
The idea would be to raise the child together.
Okay, but you just deserve a present?
Well, I sat and I did the pregnancy. I'm the only one that can go through that. So, yeah, I would get the present.
Okay, I get it now. I think I understand.
Do you think
so
it's
you have
less
baby, you get a present because you have a baby.
You said maybe?
Yeah, you have baby, you get present because you have baby.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Is it less meaningful because you're asking for it, though?
No, I think it's a good idea to put your expectations on the table.
So, like, I want this when I give birth, and you're going to be like, yay!
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Exactly.
So what if it doesn't happen?
What are some things that a husband deserves a present for?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about that, but I do love to give. I'm not just someone that receives, but I think presents could be given all the time. I don't think that there needs to be a special occasion necessarily. I think it'd be nice to see something when you're out. If it reminds you of someone, you get it for them.
And you want a house?
Yes.
Or a car, I think, right? Or a car.
Mm-hmm.
Can it be like a pre-owned Toyota Civic? Is that what they're called?
Can it be a tiny home?
Honda Civic. Oh my God. Jeez. Obviously not a car guy.
That wouldn't be my preferred.
Like 100K miles.
I don't think that would be the smartest car to put a baby in.
Okay, a Toyota Range Rover? Is that even a Toyota?
No.
God, what is wrong with me today?
Toyota 4Runner. You're thinking of 4Runner.
4Runner, yeah. Which one's the Range Rover? Is that a Jeep?
Range Rover is... No, the Range Rover is the brand.
It's its own brand?
Yeah.
It's kind of interchangeable.
What's it called? Take back my man card, I guess? I don't know.
I think it was the 100,000 miles that scared me off. Not necessarily the car.
And then the tattoo, you want the man should get a tattoo of your face.
Yeah.
On his belly.
Yeah.
Preferably on the belly.
Yeah.
Like would you accept like arm?
Someone has a tattoo of my face on their arm. I'd want the stomach.
Somebody already has a tattoo of your face on their arm?
Yeah,
Really?
she didn't ask for that.
No.
Is like a fan or something?
No.
Like a guy you dated?
Mm-hmm.
Was it the 8-year guy?
Mm-hmm.
He's got a tattoo on your arm?
He has a tattoo of my face on his arm.
Oh my God, I'm dyslexic today or something. He has a tattoo of your face on his arm.
Yeah.
How far into the relationship did he get that?
We were probably together already 7 years.
Now, did you ask for him to do that, or he just did it on
was a
his own?
surprise.
Okay. Do you have a photo of it on your Instagram anywhere we can find it, or?
I don't.
Or is it private?
I don't think I have it.
Okay, that's fine. I was just curious. So tattoo of your face on the man's stomach.
I mean, this is assuming that the man I would end up with would already have tattoos. This is not like if I got with a guy that had no tattoos, I would think.
Okay.
You know.
Sure. Body for body.
Body for body.
Body for body. Okay. Just question, how many kids do you want to have?
I would like to adopt, but
The
maybe 2 of my own and then
donated
adopt
$200.
Just one sec.
The best present to give is hawk tour. Patrice O'Neill said it best, men want to be alone but we don't want to be by ourselves.
Well put, yes.
Ladies, remember VlRG comes as a base model. You're not special.
Damn, okay, he's going off there. The best present, the Hawk 2?
You seen that video, Hawk 2?
I've seen the video. That's really not...
What?
That doesn't really do it for the boys. I don't know why this like obsession with that. Like, is it that hard to like spit on just to spit? Anybody can spit.
I mean, everyone has their own requirements and their own requests.
Yeah, but it's just like, why is everyone going crazy? I think it's just funny, but it's like anybody can do that shit. Anyways, wait, so okay, you want to
I would like to
have kids, maybe adopt,
but I would like to have 2 of my own.
2 of your own. Okay, I see. If you guys end up having twins or like triplets, would he have to get 3 of your heads? Like
That's 3 push presents.
That's I think with that, if I had twins or triplets, hopefully not, but I'm fine with the one face, I'm probably going to have to get a nicer car, a nicer house.
Gotcha. One question going back, so that is a clip from your podcast. Your podcast is called what?
Something for That Ass podcast.
Can you explain what the title? Something for That Ass.
It's just like, we have something for that ass. We have something for you.
Like you
like
do?
We have something to say, like something for that ass.
For that ass.
Your
like,
ass,
is it
basically.
a specific ass?
No,
Like,
it's anyone's
It's
ass.
my ass.
It's anyone's.
your
It's
ass.
the viewer's ass.
It's the
Yeah.
viewer's ass.
I thought it was like something for that ass. Like, that's $1,000 for that ass.
More like something for anyone's ass that watches it.
Something. And so the content is something, and the ass is the viewer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So
Something
I got
for
a
that
quick
ass.
question for you. I wanted to follow up. I was thinking about this. I hadn't really heard this idea of a body for a body. Can I just get a point of clarification? Is the idea behind this that your body is in some way being destroyed, and therefore you want the other person to make a sacrifice as well with their body because you're making a sacrifice with your own? Is that kind of what the logic is here?
Yes.
Okay, so then if you have an abortion, what should happen to you?
If I have an abortion, what should happen to me?
Yeah, body for a body, right?
I'm a little confused on the
going
question.
for it.
What should happen to me if I were to get an abortion?
Yeah, body for a body.
Well, I wouldn't be going through the pregnancy, so.
Yeah, I know, but there was
So
another.
your body wouldn't be.
There was another person who was involved here, right? And you destroyed that person. So what should happen to you? Body for a body.
So you're saying if I were to get an abortion and they were to already had gotten the tattoo, or you're saying just. The reason I'm saying.
No, I'm saying that if you have an abortion, you're killing a baby. So if you kill a baby, right, and the baby has a body and you've destroyed the body, what should be the punishment for your body?
I don't know. I guess that's up to God. I don't really have an
It's
answer
up to
for that.
God. Well, why can't it be up to man?
I mean, I haven't
I think
really,
it could be up to man too, right?
I haven't really thought about that.
Oh, you haven't thought about it? Well, I'm just saying, following the logic of you destroy body, therefore they must destroy body on your behalf. What if you destroy another body? I think in that case, wouldn't the logic follow that then something bad should happen to your body?
What do you think would be appropriate?
Well, I don't know. The death penalty, maybe?
Death penalty for an abortion? I mean, that's your thoughts and your
Well,
opinion.
no, I'm just saying logically, if it's just.
Well, it's not just.
So the reason you're saying get the tattoo is because that is some kind of sacrifice from your body that's in some way in your mind equalizing the sacrifice that your body makes. But what if the sacrifice is much worse than that? It's like almost a human sacrifice level because you've destroyed the entire body of the other individual. Shouldn't kind of the sacrifice on the other end be equal to that? Isn't that what the logic is here?
I think, now we're getting into abortion talk. I think if you're going to get an abortion, you think that's the right thing to do, then you're doing what you think would be best for the baby, right?
Yeah, what if it's at 9 months? What if they get an abortion at 9 months or 8 months? Then it's clearly a full body, right? Then it's clearly a full body.
Mm-hmm.
So shouldn't it be some kind of restitution, body for body, since you now damaged the body? Isn't it this kind of like eye for an eye is what we're doing here?
I mean, partially, but it's also just like, if I'm going to be the mother of your child, I think you should honor me in some way.
Yeah, but I mean, what if you're a mother who kills your child? What should the honor for you be then?
I really don't know how to answer that question.
Okay. Well, I was just curious because it seems like there's kind of a little embedded entailment there, right? That if you want another person to damage themselves because that in some way is a sacrifice which is equal to your own, then what if they make the ultimate sacrifice? In this case, they die because of your decision. Don't you think that the restitution then should be equal to what it is that you served out, since we're doing an eye for an eye here?
I don't personally think so, but I'm just more so, I believe that the person I'm going to end up with is going to be tatted and he'll do well for himself, so I don't think my requests and requirements are that crazy.
Okay.
I
won't belabor the point. So.
When we have quite a few video reactions to get through, we'll do a few, then we'll come back to some more later. There's definitely quite a few. Actually, kind of maybe one quick follow-up question on that, though. Going around the table, do you think that a man ought to, in some sort of scenario, do you think a man should take a bullet or be willing to take a bullet for his wife or girlfriend even?
Yes.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, but vice versa too, I feel like.
Agree, vice versa, yes.
Yes, vice versa.
Yeah.
So my husband and I actually have had this conversation, and my thought process has changed, especially since I've had kids, because if there was a situation where it was him or I would want him to be alive because he would be much more better equipped to take care of our kids. He's just amazing. But yeah, I would much rather me take the bullet.
All right, got it. Would that be a fair body for body? Like the potential future risk of men having to protect you in some way. Ultimately, the ultimate manifestation of that would be him dying for you. Would that be enough justification for the body for body thing?
You're saying that if I had someone's baby and someone...
So he's willing to die for you. Maybe it never happens. Like you could go your whole life being married. He never has to, intervene in some sort of self-defense situation, but he would be prepared to if the event happens.
Yeah.
Anyways, Nick, can you pull up the next tab? So this is the same one.
Hang on. This is super interesting, though. If you don't mind, I would actually like to follow up on this. Brian's question that he brings up here is fantastic. He's saying, look, if it's a body for a body, if the idea here is you're sacrificing on behalf of me because I'm sacrificing on behalf of you, but the expectation is that he dies for you if the situation comes up, right? Wouldn't that be enough of a sacrifice already?
I mean, yeah, that's great. I just, like I said, I don't know why my requirements gets everyone so upset. I'm not...
Does anybody look upset?
I mean, not you guys. But,
I'm frothing.
But
at the mouth.
But
I think that that's just cope. So I think that what happens a lot is that it's easier for people to look through a prism when people are kind of questioning their worldviews or things that they want to just say, that you're upset or you're angry or something like that.
Guys. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I think that that's just coping, though. We're just curious, right? When somebody makes a statement like that, it piques other people's curiosity, and they want to know. They want to know how you came to it, what your thought process is around it, that kind of thing.
Well, you guys are saying that, we could potentially go through the whole marriage. It could never happen, but it could. Just how if you give birth, you could possibly die. Correct? I know you said it's not very common, but
I would say that
it's
tracks.
A possibility.
Yeah. So I would say that tracks, but I think it's beside the point. So I think what Brian's asking is, if the man is going to lay their life down for the woman and the family first, meaning they're going to be the first one who rushes into danger on behalf of you and the children, isn't that already enough of a sacrifice? Why would you want some type of bodily harm to them if they're willing to make that sacrifice already on your behalf? Could there really be any ultimate sacrifice a man could make?
Well, I'm making a sacrifice as well. So.
And I feel like they wouldn't see it as them harming their body. They are.
If they take a bullet.
Well, if we're talking about the tattoo, if we're talking about the tattoo on the stomach.
Okay, the tattoo.
Because if a man really loves you and he already has tattoos, I understand if he has naked skin, but if he already has tattoos, that could come from a place of wanting and.
Do you want it too? Yeah. Do you also want the tattoo?
Well, my ex had my name tattooed. I have my own personal requirements, but I don't see that her requirements
your ex got your name tattooed on him?
Yeah.
Where?
On his arm.
Did you get his name tattoo on you?
No.
Damn, this is like really one way. Hold on. So, okay, tell me, but like, so with the name, with the name and with the face tattoo, like unless they watch your podcast or whatever, like, is this something you're going to tell a dude? Like, hey, I want your name tattooed on me.
I told him not to do it, actually.
I want your face.
Mine was a surprise.
No, but you said like when you have a kid, he has to.
Oh,
well, I don't
yeah,
know if it's a has to. But
I would.
You would talk to him.
I
about
would definitely lay it down, and that's
You
another
would lay
thing.
Down, like how far along in the pregnancy? Or is it like even before the pregnancy?
No, before the pregnancy.
Like conception, boom, you got to get a tattoo of my face.
Even if we were just talking about getting to that next step.
Pretend you and me are married and I just impregnated you. Let's have the convo right now. Tell me, Brian, be like, Brian, just have the convo with me. I want you to get the tattoo. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Well,
what's up, babe?
The thing is, I would tell you before you married me. I would tell you.
We're married. Hold on. Let me get the ring.
So you're saying you would tell him before y'all even get to the stage of like...
Here, throw this shit on. Just kidding. Okay. We're married.
I would never
You're
trap a
pregnant.
man.
No trapping.
Well, that's what
No
I'm saying.
trapping.
A man would know exactly what he's getting into when he's dealing with me right
Yeah, but
off
you
the
have
bat.
to have the conversation initially, right? Let's say he doesn't want your podcast. Okay, so let's have the conversation. I'm your man. You're 8 weeks pregnant. Let's have the convo.
I would be like, oh, I'm 8 weeks pregnant. Let's start looking at what Instagram photo you like of my face.
Wait, what? Babe, I like all your Instagram photos, but why do you want to look at Instagram photos?
I say maybe this one.
For
And I would,
for what?
for a tattoo.
For
on your-
where?
But you wouldn't be the conversation wouldn't be happening like this because we wouldn't be married and we wouldn't already be pregnant.
Well, what's the initial conversation? Like, give me the pitch.
It's not really a pitch. It's just.
What the man has to know at some point about the tattoo.
I would probably
on
honestly
the
at
stomach
this
thing.
point, since the video is so viral, I probably just
You just
send
show
it to him. Yeah.
Send it to him. So there wouldn't even be a combo.
I mean, or we could sit.
What if you send it to him? What if you send it to him, and he's like, I ain't doing that shit, but he never tells you, and now you're pregnant, and that tattoo ain't ever happening.
I mean.
Divorce?
No, not
Okay,
a
just
divorce.
checking.
But I mean, I wouldn't.
So let's have the convo. Okay, you and me.
So you're saying you're not getting that tattoo?
Am I too pale for you? Just curious. Am I a little too light-skinned?
No, you're perfect.
Oh, okay, all right, there you go. See, all right. We're dating. Go ahead. All right.
So you're not getting that tattoo? Well, I can't force you to do anything.
No. Just I don't know anything about this tattoo thing.
Okay.
We're dating. I don't know how pregnant you are. Maybe you're not even pregnant yet. Whatever point in the relationship you feel it's appropriate to have this conversation, let's have the convo. Go ahead.
I would say if you want to make a baby, I would like you to get a tattoo in my face once the baby is already here.
Wait, that's how you would say it?
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be like, hey, babe, how you doing?
No.
Can you tattoo me on your stomach?
No.
Well, but I
Would it be
mean,
like that?
isn't this kind of perfect though? Because like, if I was in that situation, you said, yeah, after the baby's here, you need to get a tattoo. I'd be like, yeah, sure, baby, I'll get the tattoo. And then you'd have the baby, and I'd be like, I ain't fucking doing that shit. You're out of your mind. So then what happens? Like, what happens then?
Then you
If it's like, if
Then
it's
you're not a man of your
okay,
word.
now the
Yeah.
baby's here, right? And I'm like, well, I know I said that I was going to do that, but I'm not doing that shit.
Well,
What
then
happens then?
I would say you're not a man of your word.
Shit.
and I can't respect the man that's not a man of his word.
Yeah.
So then if it loses all respect because I fibbed about getting a tattoo of your face on me, we already have a child, is it time to go?
These are, I mean, I probably would not end a marriage over someone not wanting to get a tattoo. But if a man was like, yeah, I'm going to get a tattoo, and then he was like, just kidding, I would be kind of probably not wanting to lay down with him and definitely not giving him a second baby.
I got some last thing on this, Andrew, unless you wanted to, you had
No,
a
I
follow-up.
was just curious.
Okay.
I mean, it just seems like it's a really easy thing to kind of thwart the preference, right? You just be like, well, okay, baby, no problem. I'll get that tattoo. And then then the baby comes and you're like, nah, it's just fucking
You know
with
what?
me. I
You
ain't
are
getting a tattoo."
absolutely right, and you just
Changed
changed my requirement to the tattoo has to be before we impregnate me.
First date, he's got to get the tattoo.
Not first date, but before a raw sex.
Do you
Before
think they're
raw-
not
before
bad
raw
luck?
sex?
Like, you don't think they're bad luck? You haven't
No.
heard that?
I
Really?
believe whatever you believe in is what you believe in, and whatever you put emphasis on
Beautiful.
is what's gonna.
I feel like
Poem.
people like when you see matching tattoos, like people are preying on their downfall because that's just like a ridiculous like.
No,
thing
she's not
to
going to
do.
get a tattoo.
Oh, I have no tattoos.
She doesn't
No,
get the tattoo.
no, not even matching
The dude-
tattoos. Like if I got someone, I would hope that somebody would almost like prey on my downfall.
Preying on
like
the
that's like crazy. Like if I did it for you, if I preyed on your downfall.
Wait, you would hope someone would prey on your downfall?
No, I'm saying like if I preyed on your downfall because you had your husband get a tattoo of your face on his stomach, like, don't you think
Wait, why would you?
that
be
wouldn't
preying
work
on
out?
You could return energy back to sender,
But
and
why-
you don't have to.
Would she? Would you? Would you return energy back to me?
I just don't know. I don't even think about people preying on my downfall. I don't really have those thoughts.
How do you not think it's like bad luck to get your face
It's just not
on
something
somebody's
that
body?
consumes my mind. I just think about other things.
That's crazy.
Just see it as beautiful
it's bad
art
luck.
and dedication.
Okay, so final question on this, then we're going to move it off of the tattoo thing or whatever. for the body for body thing, do you want to be like stay-at-home wife? Like you kind of want the man to work, you stay at home?
No, I still want to work, maybe remotely, but I would like to. I think it's important for women to work, just have a sense of their own identity and have other stuff going on.
Well, okay, so what about like when you're pregnant and then the early years of having the kids, first couple years, would you want to be working then?
Remotely. Like if I would work from home for sure.
So like, okay.
But I wouldn't leave.
Well, do you want your husband to preferably be the breadwinner?
I mean, I plan to make a lot of money, but I would like us to both make good money.
Okay, all right.
But would I want him to provide? Yes.
Would you be willing to date a blue-collar worker?
Yeah.
Okay, so like say a roofer, a plumber.
Yes.
Someone who, concreting.
Yes.
Construction worker,
Yes.
Electrician.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you agree that these jobs tend to be very physically laborious and can actually, over the course of someone's career, cause damage to their body?
Yes.
Bad knees, bad back, etc. Would that count towards your body for a body thing? So you said you do like remote work in the house. I'm assuming your house would be nice and air conditioned, but if you were dating a guy who's out there doing backbreaking labor in order to support you and your children, would that be body for body?
I mean, it is, but I would still want
the tattoo?
I still want the tattoo,
okay.
you know? That I don't
All
think
right.
anyone can change my mind on it.
Can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
What exactly do you think happens to your body? Like, that you think it's like ruined?
I don't think it's ruined. I think you can look better after pregnancy. I know women that look even better after pregnancy. I have a friend, she's on her third kid. She looks the best I've ever seen her.
So if he doesn't think it's aesthetically pleasing to have a tattoo on his stomach, and you admit that your body isn't necessarily going to be like ruined, what would be the trade then?
It's not about it being ruined. It's just changed, right? It's like your body, you're a mom, you know, your body has changed. It's not that it's ruined.
No.
But it changed, right?
Yeah, it changed.
So,
but you originally phrased it like you were sacrificing your body and you could potentially die. Like the way you described pregnancy, I was just like, oh my God, like I was not on the verge of almost dying or feeling like I went 9 months, my life was completely normal and nothing happened. Like,
well, that's amazing for you, but that's just not everyone's experience.
But that's, I would say, the way you're describing it, like sacrificing your body and all of that, that seems like more of the outlier. I would say my experience would probably be more sort of the general experience. And I had my kids kind of old. So if I had my kids even younger, my body would have bounced back better and it would have been probably even 10 times easier. So I just think I'm not like necessarily upset at the way you're talking. It's just kind of when I hear you, I'm just like, wow, I wonder what she thinks exactly happens. Like,
well, I think every woman has their own individual experience when it comes to pregnancies. I've heard some great stories, like you saying, you know, you got through your pregnancies fairly well and easy. Not everyone has the same experience, so how do I know I'm not going to have an easy-going experience?
I think I'm maybe hyper-focused on the word like sacrifice. You're sacrificing your body. I didn't see it that way. I felt like I'm lucky enough to actually be bringing life into this world. I wasn't like, oh my God, this is such a sacrifice.
Well, you're giving up your life essentially to...
So that's also a kind of an interesting way that you're phrasing it. How did I give up my life?
Well, your life is now your children's life, no?
Yeah.
So it's not just your life anymore.
No, and so I would actually say my life really began when I became a mom, because I never even experienced all the amazing things that I experienced until I had a kid. And I'm not going to get like all crazy with it, but it's amazing. You'll never know until you have your own kid and you realize in that very moment after you have the most incredible pain, you are followed by the most euphoric feeling of your entire life. And you look at this like little tiny baby and you realize that you would do anything in the world for them. You would give up your life like that. It wouldn't even be a question. Well, and that's your mindset totally changes in that very second.
But again, that's an individual experience. Not every woman feels like...
Andrew, can you hear us? Oh, wait. Okay. I think we're getting... Nick, can you show me the stream or the chat? We lost you guys for a second. Chat, one in the chat if the stream's okay. How long did that last chat? 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds? Nick, just keep an eye on that, please. I just managed to catch it.
It's like maybe 2 seconds.
10 seconds. Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to move things along. We have a lot of clips to get through, so for the sake of time, we are going to try to get through these clips quickly because you guys got a lot of clips. I watched almost all of them.
Oh, it's more ours?
Oh, yeah. There's like 20 of your clips. We'll split it up into segments,
20?
but 20, yeah.
Oh, wow.
There were 20 clips that I found interesting.
Oh,
Nick,
okay.
pull up the next. Oh, well, pull up the, hold on, pull it up.
This was the second one.
Oh, yeah, so this is the one that went viral, like half 500,000 likes. And actually was interesting, like a lot of girls, I don't know if you saw this one in specific, a lot of the comments were co-signing. So brave, perfectly logical, she knows her worth, hundreds of thousands of likes on the comments. Bare minimum for carrying a child, the whole house, car, tattoo thing, bare minimum. This one seems to disagree. The licensing for podcast equipment, I disagree with that because then we would also be subject to the whole licensing thing. She's right though. Why men are crying makes sense. Anyways.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are upset because when women start asking and expecting more out of men before they just decide to bring in life for them.
I have a question, but like maybe, what if there was a counter proposal? What if the man said, listen, I will definitely get the tattoo, but only on my ass cheek and only if you kiss it?
What the?
Honestly, that's pretty kinky, and I'm into that. So
there you go. Boom. Sign her up.
I'm not
All
mad.
right. Nick, next clip, please. All right. Go ahead. Yeah.
Men have virgin fetishes, and there's only 2 reasons why. 1, you suck in bed, and a virgin wouldn't know that you suck in bed because they don't know anything. 2, you're a fucking pedophile. To be hyperfixated on a woman being a virgin is the same thing as a man being hyperfixated on bald coochie. If I ever hear a man say, y'all don't want no coochie if it's hairy, you're fucking weird. You like little girls. Don't be coming up in my comments talking about, oh, if you're not a virgin, then you hold no value. It's creepy. You push and pee, and it's pedophile, baby.
Erroneous!
Holy,
Erroneous.
okay, wow, damn. All right, there's a lot there. So, okay.
What in the name of made up a bunch of bullshit was that? What in the name of just
Split,
made up
Nick.
a bunch of bullshit was that garbage? I got to hear an explanation for this.
Why is it garbage?
Well, before,
Well,
if we can, before we get into that, let's just bring the whole panel in on this. So, going around the table, agree, disagree?
With what?
The clip that just, okay, so if you're a man and you have a preference for women who are virgins, you suck in bed, you're a pedophile, and those were the 2 main points.
I would disagree.
Disagree.
And also, even though we did play it, if you guys could avoid the use of the P word and instead use different language, that'd be great.
Yeah. So instead of that, we'll just say what P word?
Push and pee.
Let's just do P word. Okay.
Yeah, that works.
All right.
I'll agree.
You agree? Okay. What about you? Agree or disagree?
I agree, but I know it's more to that too. So
There's more to it?
Yeah, like I think I agree, but it's definitely more than just those 2 reasons.
Oh, there's other reasons.
I mean, I feel like there is more reasons, but
Okay.
it is kind of weird that I don't know. I guess it's a preference thing, but
Okay.
if you're a grown man and you want somebody to be a
Yeah.
virgin,
What about you?
No, disagree.
Disagree?
Yeah, I also disagree, but I do agree with the fact that if it's, you should not require it to be bald. It should
okay.
be hairy or not. You should like it either way.
Like full on 70s bush?
They should like it however you have it. If they love you, they like it however you have it.
Okay.
I see what Lily means, but I think that preference isn't a P word thing. It's just preference. So.
Okay.
I disagree.
Disagree. Okay. So, really quick on the bald coochie thing, and then we'll come back to the whole virgin thing really quick. So it also P word if he prefers a woman to shave?
I was just trying to give like
an example.
I understand why someone would want it bald. I could understand that, but there's some men that they come off almost as, not to me, but just because you guys have to remember, I'm going based off this clip that was made. We do our podcast in segments, so every 4th episode is a recap and roast, and we go based off the comments that we get. So most comments from that segment we're talking about virgins and all that, and I just think a man being hyperfixated on a virgin or someone being completely bald down there that's a little off to me. It's a little off-putting, because what does that stem from?
Wait, I just want to make sure I get this right. It gives you the ick, right? It gives you the ick.
No, it gives me it's concern. It's alarming to me. It's not an ick. It's alarming.
Oh, why is it alarming?
Can I ask you a question on this? So, do you prefer a man clean-shaven or with a beard?
I prefer a beard.
You prefer a beard?
Yes.
Okay. Would you object if I were to say that women who don't like beards are definitely P words? Because
that's not your private parts.
It's preference. It's all preference. I think that's what Brian's trying to make, is like it is a preference to have it bald. And I do agree with like even what Lily was saying, that it is just whatever kind of like what you want to have. But I don't think a preference is wrong. If you prefer men without beards, why are you a P word? You're not. It's just a preference.
I think for some it's a preference and some it's a demand.
I think that goes for everything.
But I'm just curious though. I would like to kind of get into this if you don't mind. What the hell is wrong with having that demand? Like, so let's say that we have a 35-year-old man and he just demands to have a virgin. He's not going to date unless you're a virgin and unless you're shaved down there. That's what he likes.
Well,
Can you tell me, hang on, let me finish the question. Can you actually tell me one reason why that would be immoral? In any way, shape, or form, why that would actually be immoral? Here's what I'm not looking for. What I'm not looking for is, well, it gives me the ick. I'm actually looking for it's immoral because...
I just think that unless a man is a virgin himself, he shouldn't be requesting for a woman to be a virgin. If he's a virgin
why not?
himself, because what's the obsession with a virgin?
Because he just wants one. What's wrong with that?
Why?
What's the reason? There's always a reason.
Because he does. What's wrong with that? He woke up one morning and I'll give you the whole scenario, right? I won't leave anything to the imagination. He wakes up one morning and he stretches and he goes, oh, I want a virgin. What is the problem with that? I actually want to know.
After already, what if he's, his thing is for virgins, so yeah, he woke up that morning.
He slammed half of L.A. He has banged half of L.A. twice, and he had a good time doing it, and he wakes up on a Thursday, and he stretches, and he yawns, and he says, I just want myself a virgin. I've always wanted one, and that's what I'm going for, because that's my preference. What the hell is wrong? I actually want to know what's wrong with that. What's the problem?
I think as long as he's not bashing
than it's icky, hang on, I'm just looking for anything other than it's icky. Anything other than that.
I just know that's not a man I would surround myself with.
Change the split.
Huh?
You're fine.
Oh. I don't really have anything to say. I just think it's weird that men are hyperfixated. You have to remember I'm going based off my comment section. So when
I think it's weird that you're hyperfixated on men who have that preference. That's really weird. It gives me the ick.
It's weird that they always comment stuff like that.
I know, because it seems like they have the preference that you guys are virgins and you're not, right? That's the point.
Well,
right?
I actually have a bit of a follow-up on this. So you said you've been celibate for 2 years, right?
Over 2 years, yeah.
Over 2 years. And you said your previous relationship was 8 years. 8 years. I mean, I'm imagining you're not a virgin, but I'm imagining it sounds like, given we haven't got into your other videos yet, from what you've disclosed in your other videos, it actually sounds like you, at least what you're putting out there, that you have a low body count. Mm-hmm. So I'm just curious, why would you object to men having a preference that actually leans more towards how you are. That's what confuses me.
Well, I'm not a virgin.
You're not a
my
virgin,
body
but
count is low. I mean, it's fine to, I think it's fine if you want a woman that hasn't slept with a bunch of people. If that's your preference, that's fine. But for a virgin, that's kind of, and the only thing I can say for that, unless you're a virgin yourself, for like religious reasons or whatever, I don't think it's appropriate.
Well, so wouldn't the ultimate manifestation of kind of the way that you choose to move, which is celibacy, it sounds like, and my understanding is, and I think we'll see this in some of your future videos, is you're saying you're waiting until marriage for your next partner. Is that correct? To have sex?
And I said abstaining from sex. I'm not waiting till marriage, but I wouldn't just lay down with anyone.
Okay, but so wouldn't a virgin be the ultimate manifestation of essentially what you're doing, which is celibacy and sexual purity?
I just think that my whole reasoning for the video is that men's argument is that you hold no value unless you're a virgin. That's what all the comments are. You hold no value if you're not a virgin, you don't hold value. So I don't know where that comes from, and I think men tell on themselves in their comments.
Well, it's not clear to me if large swaths, like large populations of men, would refuse to date a woman if she had, for example, a body count of 1 as opposed to being a virgin. It might be more preferable that she's a virgin. It's not clear to me if it would immediately be a deal breaker unless they were like devoutly religious or something. But I think it's a general preference that men do prefer women with lower body counts, and the ultimate manifestation of that would be a woman who's a virgin. But I don't think men are like, oh, she has a body count of 1, I'm refusing to date her, especially if they're not virgins themselves. But you think it's the case that like what percentage of men would you say will exclusively only date virgin women?
I mean,
it has to be, well, sorry, go ahead.
I don't know.
Well, you said a lot of men say.
I said not that they date them. I think that's what they want. Because.
Wouldn't a lot of women want to date a billionaire?
Honestly.
What woman wouldn't want to date a billionaire? If they had access.
Billionaires can be kind of scary. I wouldn't want to date a billionaire.
You really?
I wouldn't.
You mean like literally hundreds of generations of your children would be financially, oh no, that's a lot of generations. Like you would be financially set. You never have to work a day in your life. Everything in your life would be taken care of. Everything. You wouldn't date a billionaire?
A billionaire? I mean, I never say never, but I just think a lot of billionaires are probably not the type of people that I would want to date.
You wouldn't secure your bloodline for like dozens of generations financially?
I'd rather be happy.
Well, what if you could be happy with a billionaire?
I'm guaranteed happiness.
Let's assume the guy who's making $40,000 a year is a good guy, and the billionaire who's making $1 billion a year is also a good guy. Which one do you pick?
So we're saying that I'm totally into this guy. Okay, obviously, if I'm into this guy, that's why I say never. But I mean, yeah, you would prefer for your man to have money and to be able to provide.
So if we're looking at that as a spectrum, like on the extreme end, you have a billionaire, but then like, okay, you have a guy who makes 100K, which is still very good, right? So couldn't you like view it in that lens of perhaps on the extreme end, you have a virgin, but then like still very solid life partner would be a woman who has a sub 5 body count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. So the ultimate preference would be a billionaire or a woman who's a virgin, but most people would be totally fine partnering with somebody who does have a low body count or who makes less than $1 billion.
But that would be if the men were commenting, oh, my preference would be this. These are comments saying you hold no value if you're not a virgin. If you're a virgin, then you don't have a say. Like, that's why this video was made.
It seems a bit of like a straw man, though. I don't hear a lot of men saying, well, I would refuse to date a woman if she had a body count of 1.
Well, people are not commenting that, so I wasn't responding to people that.
So you're saying people are saying what? That they'd prefer to date a virgin?
They weren't saying I prefer to date.
What are they saying? That non-virgins have no value?
No value. That's what I was responding
I don't
to.
hear this frequently, even in like dating spaces. Some
I think
men
a lot
might
of people
hold-
say things on the internet they would never say in real
Sure,
life.
that's fair.
So people feel very bold on the internet.
So let's get back to the two actual original claims, though.
I wonder if I can dive in just briefly, Brian, if that's all right.
Andrew, let me just make one more point, and then I'll have you just come in real quick. So just really quick on your double standards thing. So you said, well, it would be okay for a virgin man to want a virgin woman. Otherwise, if you have a body count as a man, wrong for you to desire a virgin. That's your position on that?
It's not, I mean, if that's your preference, but to shame a woman for not being a virgin when you're far from it is concerning to me.
Well, I don't know if that was your original argument, but it did sound like your position was only men who are virgins either deserve or should prefer virgin women.
Yeah, I feel, yeah.
Okay, so hold on. So let me ask you a question. In order for you to want to be with someone, need you be exactly the same? Like, so in order for you to desire a trait in a partner, need you also possess said trait?
So you're saying based on my low body count?
So you're saying as a guy, if you want to date a virgin, you should be a virgin too. That's essentially what you're saying. So my question is, in order for you to desire a trait in a partner, need you also possess that trait in order for you to desire it?
I mean, this is the thing. If it's a preference, you're just like, oh, I'm just a guy. I'm saying that if it's just a preference, right?
Let's say it's a very strong preference. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still taking my stance on it should be. Maybe if a guy slept with one or two girls, maybe that's more fair, but just...
No, let's say he's got a body count of 100.
And
but he still wants to date a woman who's a virgin because he's made some sort of analysis or assessment, and he's determined, well, I think when it comes to having a girlfriend, life partner, a woman who has a low body count, or in fact, has no body count, would make for the best partner for me. He's just made that assessment.
Then if that's his requirement, that's his requirement. I don't know.
Well, you might acknowledge that he can have it, but you would object to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I just think there's just a lot of weirdos and creeps out there, and that's what the video was made. That's who the video was made for. No, but
you would object to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I guess let me ask you a question. A woman who's not funny, but she desires a guy who's funny and can make her laugh, do you object to that? Because she doesn't possess the trait in which she desires in a partner.
Mm-hmm. No.
You don't object.
Would you object to a woman who had brown eyes who wanted a partner with blue eyes?
No.
So I don't understand here. If I can give you a physical characteristic, which I would say virginity is a physical characteristic, the physical characteristic of you have brown eyes, you only desire people who have blue eyes. Is that then alarming to you?
No.
Well, how come that's not alarming to you, but the idea that a man who's not a virgin would desire a virgin is?
Because one is a physical attribute, the other one is a vulnerable act.
Well, I don't understand. They're both physical attributes.
No, because the color of your hair, the color of your eyes is different than popping your cherry, having sex for the first time. That is way different.
But hang on, both of those would be physical attributes. Virginity would be a physical attribute.
But
right?
you could look at someone and say, oh, you have blue eyes, they're pretty. You can't look at someone and say, oh, you're a virgin or not.
No. But let's assume you will only date men who have blue eyes. That's it. Your preference is, I have brown eyes and I will only date men who have blue eyes. Is that alarming to you?
No.
Okay, but I don't understand why. Why is it that if you have the preference, I'll only date men who have blue eyes, that's not alarming, but I will only date virgins is alarming? Like, maybe you can square this for me and Brian, because that's what he's getting after. He's wondering.
I think it just screams the P word. I can't personally wrap my head around the idea of someone being so hyperfixated on wanting a woman to be a virgin.
So there's why? Well, wait, hang on. I'm sorry. Do you associate desire of virginity with the P word? That's your association?
I think there's some correlation to that, yes.
Yeah, what's the correlate?
the same thing as the example I give, only wanting it to be bald. I just think that, what does that resemble? A little girl.
Whoa, wait.
Does it not? Being a virgin and being completely bald down there.
So then I assume that you would be against 6'8" men dating 4'10" women?
No.
Well, I don't understand. What do they resemble? What does a 4'10" woman resemble to a 6'8" man?
I think you could tell if, even if based on someone's height, I think you could still tell if they're of age.
Oh, so and could you maybe tell that with other parts of their body too?
Well, oh, I got a question.
Hang on, I just want to know, can you tell that with other parts of the body too?
Maybe if the girl you were sleeping with had only had some really, really small peen.
Small what?
Peen.
Pee-pee?
Yeah.
The guy has a small.
Maybe if he
pee-pee?
had a micro peen, then
what the
it would
fuck?
still.
Adults can have small pee-pees.
Yeah, what are you talking about? That's bizarre.
What do you mean? That's
like that doesn't even make any sense. Like, what do you mean? So I'm really curious here. If the association in your mind is you must be the P word or in some way associated with the P word because you prefer virginity, and guess what? Guess what else are virgins out there? Underage people, those are virgins as well. So you make that association, okay? But there's all sorts of things that you can then associate with that, which would just include things like, I prefer youthful looking women who aren't virgins, let's say. Well, that's still associated with the same thing. Or short women, that's associated with the same thing, right? Or women who only eat macaroni and cheese, I guess, or that's their favorite dish. I could associate that with a kind of prepubescent mentality. So why is it that you make only this association? That's really weird. It makes me think that you have a screw loose and that you are making an association that other people would not attribute to children. That's not when you think child, that is not what people attribute to child. Why do you attribute that to child?
I don't think I'm this genius that's like came up with this idea that being bald down there or being a virgin kind of correlates. I'm saying only wanting that.
Wait, really quick, if I can jump in here really quick, Andrew, and I'll pass it right back. On the bald thing, you said, well, how would you know? So let me ask you a question. Let's say it's a 30-year-old woman, and she's told you she's 30. On her dating app, it says 30, but she's bald down there, and she's down there, and right next to on the bed is a driver's license, a photo ID, her birth certificate, and a sworn statement with witnesses under penalty of perjury that she is in fact 30 years old, but she also is shaved. She's bald down there. Is that still P word stuff?
I'm not saying that if you do.
Under
I
penalty
get
of
waxed
perjury.
every month. Like
I'm
saying
you get waxed?
Yes, I'm not saying I'm against. I'm saying for a man to be like hairy coochie is just like I can't. I just kind of feel like, one, you're ungrateful, and two, it's kind of off-putting.
Wait, so you don't have any grooming preferences for men? Like you're fine with full 70s bush?
I prefer hair, but I mean,
like full bush, like never groomed a day in their life, full bush, jungle status.
Yes.
They braid that shit too.
I would help them.
You're fine with the braids. You will braid.
I will.
Okay.
I will
Go ahead, Andrew.
save a pube souvenir.
So to kind of explore the rest of this, and I think Brian makes a good point here. This is actually where I was going to go with it next, because I'm just as curious as he is. Would you associate hair on a man with being a man, right? That is definitely a trait of being an adult male would be hair, right? Mm-hmm. And you would also associate then that a male who has very little hair, you would associate with a boy, right?
I don't see. My thing is, it would be like me.
Here's the thing. Let me just show you where I'm going with this. I'll land the plane, as they say, really quickly. If a woman's preference is to only have men who, have no body hair because they get rid of it by shaving it or whatever, however they do it, are they the P word? Are those women alarming to you? Are they disgusting P words because they want a man who removes all of their body hair and that's what they want?
No.
Well, I don't understand the association then.
Well, I'm sorry you can't understand, and I don't know if you want to hear.
I'm sorry that you can't explain, but try to explain. I'm trying to understand.
This is just my stance on it. I think it's weird when, you know, hundreds and hundreds of comments are all they can think, talk, and speak about is a virgin. I think it's
Is there a preference? That's weird that all that they talk about is their preferences?
I do think it's weird to take time out of your day and type some weird comments like that.
Well, it's really weird to me that you think it's weird that you would put your opinion out there and say, here's my opinion on X thing. Now, don't say anything about it. That's really weird. Isn't the whole point of engaging in a dialogue or putting your opinion out there is because you want feedback from the audience and the people who are watching so that they can express what their opinion is?
And they express theirs, and then I express back.
Right. But if they're all expressing, or a good number of them are expressing that this is a preference, why do you immediately associate that with the P word when we hold you to the same standard? Apparently, that is not P word-like behavior. If a woman wants a hairless man, why, that's just fine. But if a man wants a hairless woman, he's a P word. Can you make that make sense for me?
I don't think I can. I'm sorry.
I don't think you can either, but I appreciate it.
Do you think more women prefer to be groomed versus men who have that preference?
I would say yes, more women do. I mean, just even for myself, I get waxed monthly, and I've been abstaining from sex. It's not for anyone but myself.
Yeah, because I was just thinking, like, I see girls at the beach. There's no way they're trying to go around the beach with like a full-on bush, because they want their bathing suit as small as possible. And then my second point, I was thinking when you were saying some of this is, it's only relatively recently that women would leave high school without their virginity intact. So when men would prefer a virgin, they would still be wanting somebody who is an adult. Like, this is somewhat of a new thing that girls lose their virginity before the age of 18, and historically, right? Wouldn't you agree to that? It's not like women were being highly promiscuous even like 50 years ago. If you just had to guess.
That's
like, when did the sexual revolution happen?
I don't know what women do on, I mean.
If you had to guess, though, do you think the women were more promiscuous or less promiscuous after the sexual revolution?
I think they're more promiscuous now, yes.
Right, so then it's a fairly new thing for men to have, or it's not a new thing that men want virgins, but it's a fairly new thing that men are now encountering a dating market where most women are now not virgins when they graduate high school. So it's probably not necessarily affiliated with being attracted to minors. It's probably just part of their hardwiring that's what they want, right?
Yes.
I got a question. Let's say there's a woman who's 30 who's a virgin, and then there's a woman who's she just turned 18, but she's slept with 100 men. If a man has a preference for dating the 30-year-old virgin over dating the, hold on, wait, let me think here.
Yeah, the 30 prefers.
Yeah, he prefers dating the 30-year-old virgin over the. Now, granted, she is legally an adult, so I wouldn't consider either to be P word. But
yes.
Which one do you think? Like, if a man was inclined to date one or the other, which one would be more P word? The 30-year-old virgin or the 18-year-old with 100
How
bodies?
How old is the man?
40.
I mean, yeah, it's legal to date an 18-year-old, but I still don't think a man that's 40 years old should be dating an 18-year-old.
But
I think
I think
he should go for the 30-year-old virgin then.
But
why not?
Look at all the
what?
But look at all the
Why?
sexual experience that she's had, because you said it comes down,
Sexual.
the virgin would suck in bed. It's giving P word, but she's a 30-year-old virgin, whereas the 18-year-old has had 100 sexual partners.
But your question is what? That who should he?
Which one is more P wordy?
I mean, both.
They're both.
They're both of age, but I do think a 40-year-old man should he be dating an 18-year-old? I mean, to each its own, but I just don't think.
Yeah, they should. What's wrong with it?
I mean, I don't. Would you do you have a daughter or?
Yeah.
Andrew has daughters. Yeah.
You have daughters, so you.
Yeah, 4 daughters. Yeah.
You would be okay with your 18-year-old daughter dating a 40-year-old man?
Well, what would me being okay with it? Let's just assume I'm not okay with my daughter dating anybody because I'm a good dad, right? And that's all good fathers everywhere hate the fact that their daughters date anybody at any time for any reason. But the thing is I've been thinking about this because I hear women say this a lot, right? And I only hear it exclusively from women. That it's gross or in some way icky if a 40-year-old man dates an 18-year-old woman. Are you saying that an 18-year-old woman is too stupid to date a 40-year-old man?
I don't think you are thinking clearly at 18.
Okay, well then why can you vote?
Shit, I don't know.
So do you think that 18-year-old women shouldn't be able to vote?
I think...
Hang on, remember the question. Answer to the actual question. Are you saying 18-year-old women are smart enough to vote but too stupid to handle their personal affairs when it comes to a relationship? I just want to make sure I get this clear.
I think voting, I can't really say the two correlate because getting involved with a 40-year-old man, dating a man that has much more experience and could use that to his advantage in many ways is different.
So that 40-year-old man, if he has a lot more experience and he's way smarter in this type of thing, clearly he should be able to vote. Why should the 18-year-old who's too stupid to date the 40-year-old man be able to vote? That's what I don't understand.
Stupid doesn't equal inexperienced. You could
well,
just
then
be
what's the problem with them having a relationship?
And not stupid. Dealing with
yeah,
a man
okay,
is way
sure.
different.
So if that's true, then what would be the problem with them dating?
Well, I want to go back to the question that I have for you, and I want to go back to the question I have for you. You said you have 4 daughters. Mm-hmm. Do you think it would be a good idea for your 18-year-old daughter to date a 40-year-old man? Yes or no?
I would advise my 18-year-old daughter not to date any man.
No, that can't be I'm saying if your 18-year-old daughter said...
How can it not be? Do you know any would include all 40-year-old men?
I think...
So any would include all 20-year-old men, 30-year-old men, 40-year-old men, 50-year-old men, and include all of them, not just some of them. But in this case, we're talking about a 40-year-old man and an 18-year-old woman, and I'm just curious, if you think an 18-year-old woman is so fucking stupid that she can't handle her personal affairs when it comes to dating, why do we let them vote?
She never called them stupid.
Yeah, I never called them stupid, and
that's you.
I lost audio on this end.
Just how you made a comparison
Nick,
to
did you do something?
I lost audio.
I had to adjust that. I'm gonna recall it back.
Wait, what did you change? We're getting it. We got it, Andrew. Here, I don't know if you can understand sign language. What happened, Nick?
It's just the normal audio thing that happened again.
Okay. That's fine. So going around the table, I'm just going to get everybody's take on this. Do you object to age gap relationships? Let's say the age, let's put it at 30 and 20. Do you object to that age gap?
A 20-year-old and a 30-year-old?
30-year-old man, 20-year-old woman, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're fine with that?
Wait, we were talking about 18 and 40.
Yeah,
so can we stick to 18 and 40?
We could.
I think that would be more fair.
It is bigger.
Yeah, let's.
But I think a 30-20 is a bit more likely to happen.
But let's stick to what we were talking about, because that's
I'm fine with that.
18
okay.
And 40.
18-year-old and 40.
Yeah. Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back to this before the audio cut out. Can you explain why it is, again, that you want 18-year-old girls to be able to vote if they're too dumb to manage their personal affairs when it comes to their relationship?
And like I said, she never called them stupid or dumb. That was your own words.
Well, then what would your objection be to it then?
I think that men that are 40 years old could manipulate you, could do a lot of things. And
well, then this assumes that the 18-year-olds must be stupid then.
No.
I'm sorry, are you usually manipulated by people who are smarter than you?
You're just not going to be as experienced. When you're 18, you're not going to be as experienced as you would be at 40 years old.
Yeah, so if you're inexperienced,
as they get older?
This goes to my point. Hang on, let us finish our exchange here real quick, if you don't mind. This goes back to my argument then. If you're too inexperienced in the world to even manage your own personal affairs when it comes to a relationship, why would you be experienced enough to vote on the issues that would affect me and the nation? Do you want to explain that to me?
I don't talk politics, so
We're not talking politics. We're talking about voting.
Okay, so I just think just how your argument against virginity, preferring a virgin as preferring someone with blue or brown eyes, I just don't think your argument is as strong as you think it is. I don't really see the comparison.
Oh, well, what a fantastic counter argument. I don't think your argument's very good. It's not an argument.
When you're
That's just saying something.
when you're dealing with a man day in and day out, that is a lot different than sending in a vote.
Yeah.
Is that not?
Okay,
And you still
so
won't
I realize that everything on Earth that we could possibly imagine that we make an analogy to are going to be different no matter what, right? So I can say, for instance, oh, this tastes like chicken, but it's not actually a chicken. The reason that we're making the analogy that it tastes like chicken is so that you have some reference in your mind to what the thing tastes like. We're not actually saying it's the thing itself. So knowing that, what I'm asking you here is if a man who is 40 wants to date a woman who's 18, and the woman who's 18 goes to you and says, I love him, I'm going to marry him because I love him, are you saying that that shouldn't be allowed?
I mean, people could do whatever they want. Do I think it's appropriate? No.
Yeah, what's inappropriate about it?
The age gap is
what's inappropriate about it? What's actually problematic about it? She loves him, he loves her.
There's a big power struggle there.
Well, hang on, there's a power struggle in every relationship, regardless
and
of
more
age.
so with a 40 and an 18-year-old than
Prove
someone
it.
that's...
No, that's not true for every relationship, one. There's no way you could ever demonstrate that that's true. You could say maybe the likelihood of it increases, but so what? The likelihood would also increase if he was a 21-year-old millionaire and she was a 21-year-old who worked at Starbucks. There would be a massive power imbalance. Would you say then that they shouldn't date?
Well, you're saying if they were to get married, right, would you... Are you married?
Mm-hmm.
You are? Can you tell me the age you got married?
I'd actually have to calculate it, but...
But around time. Like, were you in your 20s, 30s?
Yeah, I was in my 20s, yeah, late 20s.
Late 20s, okay. So do you think that your relationship or your marriage with your wife would have survived if you got together when you were 18?
Yeah.
Okay, well, good for
I
you.
mean, but let us assume for a second that I'm wrong, and it wouldn't have.
Okay.
So what? What would that have to do with anything?
I just don't think you are gonna make the best relationship decisions at 18 years old. That's my answer.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand, but this is kind of become circular, right? So let's move back for a second. You're saying that the reason for this is because there's a power dynamic problem. She loves him, he loves hers not enough because there's a power issue. Isn't that what your objection is?
I just think that if you had I feel like our conversation, I could get a better, I could give you something better if you could give me what you would really, truly, honestly think about your daughter at 18 dating a 40-year-old.
Why would you need my position to know your position?
Because I think you could
Why do you
understand
need my position to know what you think about an issue?
I think because you would be able to understand where I'm coming from if you were to actually be honest.
So I'll give you my position again.
Okay.
I don't want my daughter to date a man her age or older than her or younger than her.
That's just not going to happen, though.
Yeah, okay, great. But now you know my position. So back to your position here. I'm just curious. Is it the power dynamic issue? Is that what the problem is?
All things
see what
equal,
you're saying,
you have to
Brooklyn.
choose. Sorry.
Totally.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. I can say all things equal, you have to choose between the 20-year-old and the 40-year-old for your daughter. All things equal.
Well, all things couldn't be equal. It's an impossible and illogical hypothetical in a vacuum. So if you were to just say on age alone by itself with no other contributing factors, I would probably choose for the 20-year-old.
Okay.
But so what? What does that have to do with anything?
I think
now let's add in a single variable.
Okay.
the 20-year-old is a broke, destitute idiot, and the 40-year-old is not, then I might choose differently, right? Because it's not in a vacuum. So understanding that that is true, I can still explain to you that I would probably have the preference for this to youth, sure, but so what? That doesn't mean I see any immoral arrangement with a 40-year-old dating an 18-year-old. That's what I don't understand and need demonstrated. That's what I want to hear. The actual problem with it is what?
I think how you see it, Brooklyn, is kind of how I see it, where it's just like, what does an 18 and a 40-year-old have in common at all? You're not in the same walk of life at all.
Well, I can tell you what I think. What I think I can tell you what I think. I can tell you what the distinction is. He really wants to have sex with her a lot, all the time, and she wants his money. That's what it is, right? That's generally speaking what I think this arrangement would be, is that she would go for him because she thinks he's sophisticated and has resources, and he's with her because he really wants to fuck her.
And
that's
if he
what I
doesn't
think
have the
essentially it would
resources?
be.
And if he doesn't have the resources and she's just with a 40-year-old man, then what?
Because she loves him? You think that I'm going to tell my daughter that she can't marry somebody that she loves and who loves her back?
Well, you can't.
That's really weird.
You can't really tell her anything. At the end of the day, she's going to make her own
That's
decision.
right. I really can't tell her anything at the end of the day. So that's why we're just moving into why this is actually in some way some kind of problem.
Well, can you?
Why is this actually a problem?
For me, I think that we're thinking the same in the same way of just, I don't think I have anything involved. My mom's 40. I don't have really anything in common with my mom other than she's my mom, because we're just at different walks of life. And do I think it's the worst thing on a planet? No, because they're both legal. But
wait, hold
would
on.
I do it? No, at all.
On this whole commonality thing, on this commonality thing, though, really quick, for anybody here, do you think like it's high on the totem pole that like the major thing you're looking for when it comes to a partner is things in common?
Yes.
Like if you don't, like I've never seen like a really attractive girl and been like, she doesn't like the same music as me. Guess I'm not going to fuck her.
She's never going to play Dungeons and Dragons with me. Damn it.
I think
but
it's a
you know
whole
what?
bunch of
I don't,
stuff
you know what?
connected.
You're super hot and I thought that you were gorgeous and the woman of my dreams till I found out you don't play D&D. That's a deal breaker.
I think people connect on having things in common.
Exactly.
And I don't know how you necessarily connect at 18 with a 40-year-old. So I do agree with Brooklyn in that sense.
I mean, whoa, hang on. I'm just really curious, right? Why wouldn't there be tons of overlap and connection? So, for instance, name a connection you would have with a 21-year-old that you couldn't have with a 40-year-old. I'd like to know a single one.
Well, most 40-year-olds I would feel like have a wife and kids.
Okay, yeah, but
so
this
I mean
one
that's
doesn't.
not necessarily.
Hang on,
I do know what you're saying.
Hang on. This one doesn't have a wife and kids. So, can you name a single connection you can have with a 21-year-old that you can't have with a 40-year-old? Go ahead. The floor is open. Name one.
A 20-year high school reunion.
A what?
That's about it. Or like a high school reunion. I haven't had one yet. I'm 21.
That's a connection?
I'm just trying to,
But do you think?
I guess so.
You think that would be a basis for disqualifying? Do you think that would be a basis for disqualifying?
Can you give me a single emotional or interest connection that you can have with a 21-year-old man you can't have with a 40-year-old? Honestly,
I have a lot more experience and knowledge than I do at 20 years old right now.
I would say
but you're not
being in the same
question.
age or stage of life.
Exactly. That's what I just said. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then I'll just ask you the same question. Perhaps you'll answer.
Going
it.
out.
Can you
partying.
name a single emotional connection or interest connection that you can have with a 21-year-old man you can't have with a 40-year-old man? I'd actually like to know the answer to the question.
I think you would form an emotional connection by being in the same stage of life. You're experiencing adulthood for the first time.
And you can also form emotional connections to the opposite of that. You can form emotional connections with people who are outside of your experiences. You've heard perhaps opposites attract. You've heard perhaps that people enjoy traits in other people that they themselves don't have. There's all sorts of these types of emotional. Yeah, so I'm just asking specifically then, what is that thing, that emotional connection you're talking about? What specifically there could you have with a 21-year-old you couldn't have with a 40-year-old?
Neither one of your guys' brain is fully developed when you're 18 and 21. When you're 40, you're a full-grown man. Your brain is developed. You've already
No, your brain is fully developed at 18. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not until
Your
25.
I think it's 25.
It's not.
Actually,
25,
what you've done is you've
Your
taken
frontal lobe
one
finishes.
study which is talking about the prefrontal cortex, and you've misread it,
It's
like
not one
most people
study.
do. Oh, really? How many studies is it?
Couldn't tell you. Sorry, I didn't write it down.
Yeah, I know. And can you name the study?
No, I can't name
Wait,
it.
so
No,
wait.
you can't name it. So the thing is like you're talking about the prefrontal cortex, and the thing is the prefrontal cortex begins to degrade after the age 26. People forget that part. It degrades. So if it degrades, then wouldn't that mean if you're a 40-year-old man that you have a degraded prefrontal cortex, whereas a 25-year-old woman would have a prefrontal cortex in her prime? So wouldn't that make you equal?
Don't things start to degrade after they've reached like their prime?
Right. So if it reaches its prime and it begins to degrade, but let's take a look at this attribute, right? So you can have a fully developed prefrontal cortex even before the age of 26. You can have that. It's not even a problem to have, and you can have such minute differences. What if it only works at 0.5% better, or a quarter of 0.5%? That's why you can't extrapolate from studies like this. You can't take this and extrapolate that we can only consider you an adult at 26 because everybody's mind develops differently. So the question becomes this. And by the way, if that's the case, wouldn't only 26-year-old women be able to vote? Wouldn't only 26-year-old women be able to buy cars? Shouldn't only 26-year-old women be able to go out and enter into contracts with other people?
I don't think anyone's saying that it should be illegal to date someone that's 40 years old.
Right. Okay, great. Then let's get back to this then. What emotional connection can you only have with a person in your age bracket you couldn't have in an age bracket of a person who's 20 years older than you?
I think I already stated my answer to that.
Wait, can I ask
Which
you a
was
question?
what?
To this idea of commonality, couldn't you also argue, though, that there might be too much commonality between two 20-year-olds because they're both maybe emotionally immature, but if you had somebody younger girl, they might be a little bit more able to be like, okay, she's acting like this, but he has more emotional maturity because he has that experience that you guys are talking about, so he would be able to be in a way more nurturing or at least more aware of how to deal with her.
I think when you're with somebody that's your age, you're getting to learn and figure it out together.
I have a
You make the
question.
mistakes that you can learn.
So I have a question for you. Do you think that all older women are super mature and always conduct themselves properly in relationships,
No.
and all younger women are just these like chaotic, can't conduct themselves in a relationship? Is that your position?
No.
Because I can tell you from experience, I've had a lot of experience dating women in their 30s and 40s. And they're just as, if not more,
Neurotic.
troublesome than women in their 20s. From my own personal experience, my own anecdotal experience. In fact, women we've had on the show who tend to be in their 30s and 40s, post-show, create more issues for us by fucking trying to do reputation destruction. I'm dealing with it right now. 40-year-old women are the ones that are like trying to do reputation destruction, doing malicious shit, than like some 20-year-old chick or whatever, she got owned in an argument.
I mean, I think, are these single women for the most part?
How's that relevant?
Bitterness.
So okay, so they get more bitter as time goes on, so they would be less good matches for a partnership because they're bitter.
Yeah, I would think so in general, but I
Okay,
think
so
you
then-
could say the
so
same
they're
thing about
bitter.
men, and that's from my experience
Right,
with
but you're
older men that go
arguing-
for younger women. They are also embittered by life, and they're jaded, and they're looking for something that's easier. for
Okay,
them
sure.
to
Let's assume
manage.
that's true. Are they still selecting for what would be best for them?
Yeah, but I think it's kind of selfish to do something for your own self-interest at somebody else's disadvantage.
Well, that's really weird
sense.
because if that's the case, then you've kind of destroyed your own argument. Because
Nick,
if
you
you're
gotta
saying
collect the phones,
that
man.
I feel like it was good.
Yeah, if you're saying you shouldn't do this thing X based out of
Maddie,
your
would you
own
do it?
self-interest, in this particular case, wouldn't you be telling any of these women to operate against their own self-interest?
By telling them not to date an older man?
Yeah, if they wanted to date an older man, and this older man had resources, could take care of them, and they loved him, well, I don't understand how it's not in their best interest to marry him.
I mean, if all those things are true and they're actually like a good, genuine guy, sure, then that would be in their best interest. But I
Then
think
why is it a problem?
because I think you're making up a scenario that's not representative of reality.
Exactly.
What is what's representative of reality?
That a lot of times when older men go for younger women, it is because they're looking for someone easier that they can
And
manipulate.
so why are the younger women going for them?
Because they are naive and they don't have real world experience. They're going through a transitionary stage in their life where they are leaving their home and they don't know how to make sense of the world.
So they have no accountability.
You could argue that.
Okay, so since they have no accountability, why can they vote?
I mean, that's another discussion.
No,
I'm
I think
open
it's
to
a
hearing
relevant
that.
discussion because we're either going to treat 18-year-olds as adults who can make their own decisions or we're not.
No, because an 18-year-old could be very book smart, but that doesn't ensure that she knows how to deal with romantic relationships. Romantic relationships and being book smart is different. That's why they say there's book smart and street smart. You can't just put it all in one box.
But why should we assume that she can manage any relationship in any age bracket?
She could be smart enough in the books, got all straight A's, and knows exactly what she
Yeah,
feels
no,
could
I
be
get
the
it.
best
She
next
understands
candidate.
geography and history, and she's great when it comes to politics. But this would still beg the question of asking this singular question of, if she can't manage a relationship, why should she get in any relationship?
You're bringing up why should she be able to vote if she can't be in a relationship? But I just
what I'm
answered
saying is that if the
because you're
issue
bringing
is
up voting, the
experience-
voting has nothing to do
Yeah.
with dealing with the
If
man
the issue
romantically.
is experience and knowledge, and she can't manage her own affairs because she can't be held accountable because she's too young, then why are we treating her like an adult? That's the question.
I don't think there's an answer there. I do want to get back really quick to the commonality thing. So you guys were saying, well, what does a 20-year-old, 30-year-old, or 20, 40-year-old, whatever it is, they don't have anything in common. Can you just articulate to me what men and women around the same age have in common? Or I'll even grant you, what do men and women have in common?
I think it's all individually.
Yeah, but what is something that you would have in common with somebody that would be, you have something so in common that you're going to choose to be with them on that basis alone?
Maybe the way they view things in life.
Like values?
Yeah, like I feel like.
Okay,
I
so
think-
couldn't an 18-year-old have the same values as a 28-year-old?
They could, but they could have different experiences leading up to that.
Okay.
Graduating college, experiencing like the bars, anything like that. Yeah, I got like your license.
Okay, let me ask you a
as an
question. So
18-year-old 2 years ago.
let's say you're a 30-year-old man, and you don't drink, you don't party, you never did. Maybe you went to a bar once, and you want a partner who doesn't drink, doesn't party, doesn't go out to bars and clubs. Do you have more in common with a 20-year-old who's never gone out to bars and never drank, or with a 30-year-old who goes to raves, goes to music festivals, parties every weekend, and is basically a borderline alcoholic? Who would be a better partner for who? Who has more in common with who?
Are we doing the 18 and 40 now, or 20 and 30?
It doesn't really
I got
matter.
you.
I'm
Okay,
just
I
giving
see.
you, it's still an age gap.
No, I see what you're saying. I do agree. Like I said, I don't think it's wrong. It's obviously not illegal. I just
No, but answer the question though. So
Okay.
which one do you have has more in common?
obviously the two that have the most in common.
Oh, so there is
which
a commonality.
The ones that don't drink, yeah.
But I think the issue is more so how big the age gap is. It's like the older you get, I feel like it's more acceptable than, I mean, an 18-year-old is, even though you're legally an adult, could we all agree that we were kids at 18? Right?
Yeah, I felt like.
Could you say that?
I could feel like I was an adult. Looking back,
Nope,
you're like a kid, basically.
I can't agree to that. No, I can't agree that that I was a kid at 18. No.
Childlike.
A kid would allude to somebody who is not an adult. No, I would say I was an adult at 18, or say all of you were adults at 18. I think you're trying to infantilize women because you want to make men out to be predatory, but you can't make arguments for how they're being predatory.
I think regardless if the woman is 40.
Mature, yeah.
So what this is typified loading of language, and you see this from feminist circles all the time. Wouldn't you consider yourself a kid at 18? No. And no, I wouldn't consider any of you to be kids at 18. I consider you to be adults at 18. I'm not going to infantilize you so that you can say that men who want to date younger women are predatory. I would need an actual argument for why they were predatory. And so far, I haven't heard one.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to get at is, why do men all of a sudden become like more nefarious with age? Like, I've heard girls talk about guys and awful things that guys will do, and they're usually like college-age guys. So to that point, like, wouldn't a man who's more mature, more experienced, wouldn't he actually possibly be less nefarious than a 21-year-old, 20-year-old.
That would be nice if that were the truth, but a lot of the
isn't
times
that,
it's not.
I think that's what it's going to, is like your world, like the worldview that you think age, as a man is older, he becomes like more tactic or like calculating, and he's like, oh, here's this 18-year-old. Maybe he just got a divorce because women initiate most divorces. He's now divorced, and he wants to maybe still have kids, still have a different life, so he's going to have a younger woman, right? Would that be somebody who's like being calculated in a nefarious way? Or someone who's just saying, yeah, I want to still have a family, I want my wife to be younger? That wouldn't be like calculated in a bad way. That would be calculating in a way that's what he wants, right?
You could find a young woman that's still fertile and not go for an 18-year-old. 20 versus 30 is more acceptable. 18 versus 40.
Well, I think we were just using the extreme end of the spectrum, like a 40-year-old and an 18-year-old. But I think the point that they're going to
maybe we can tie it together a different way. So are you guys on from my perspective, the right side of the table in the green? Are you okay with sex work?
Yes.
Okay, so what if a 40-year-old woman has sex with an 18-year-old man who pays her? Is that okay?
I feel the same way.
It's not okay for them to do?
I feel like either way, it could be predatory.
Yeah, but is it okay?
Ben George donated $200. So if the 40-year-old has an 18-year-old daughter and is hip to her age's culture, having been extensively involved in her life and her friends, is he unqualified to date younger based on commonality?
Having been extensively involved in her life and friends.
He's just saying if a 40-year-old man has tons in common with an 18-year-old, why would it? He's just making the same claim. Like, why would that be a problem if they have a bunch of in common and they love each other?
Back to Andrew's thing. He was asking a 40-year-old S worker with 18-year-old male who's paying for it.
Paying for it.
Paying for it.
Oh,
yeah, they're paying for it.
Yeah,
well, that changes things. I thought.
Yeah. Is that okay?
If he's paying for it.
Why? Well, I don't understand. What's the difference? So what would be the difference then if a 40-year-old just wanted to have sex for free?
I would just personally, if I had an 18-year-old son and he was messing with a 4-year-old woman, I don't see that going over.
Unless he was paying for it?
I don't know if this is going to get anywhere. Are we on?
No. I think it's getting somewhere. It's getting to a great place. So what if he's paying for it? Is it okay then? So if he goes, hey, Mom, I just plowed a hooker. She's 40. I gave her some money. That's okay in your worldview? Just not if she does it for free?
Well, dating versus just having a one-night stand basically are two different scenarios.
Oh, so as long as 40-year-old men are just fucking 18-year-old women, it's fine.
I think it's more P word.
Hang on. I just want to make sure. Let me just talk to them for a second. I just want to make sure I get this right. As long as 40-year-old men are just fucking 18-year-old women, it's fine? Just not having a relationship with them?
Well, the 18-year-old woman, she does get to choose what she does with her body. I wouldn't...
Except who to date with it?
I wouldn't recommend that. But if she wants to make her money, because maybe she has rent to pay, whatever the case may be, she got to make means meet. That's different than just dating a man.
Wait. So let me get this right. If the roles are reversed, a 40-year-old man only wants to hump 18-year-old women, why would that be a problem? If you're saying that a woman can hump 18-year-old men as long as the 18-year-old pays her for it.
I feel the same no matter what. Like,
you feel the same way? You just said it was perfectly acceptable.
If the gender's reversed in the same situation, I feel the same way. I feel like women can be predators too.
Yeah. So then you think that sex workers should not be allowed to have sex with 18-year-olds? They can't do scenes with them. They can't do any of those types of things, right? That would be bad, wouldn't it?
I wouldn't personally agree to it, but because they're of age to make their own decisions, then they can choose to do that. But I wouldn't say I would recommend that or that's personally right, but they make their own decisions if they're paying for it, and that's their source of income.
Okay, so what you're saying is that inside the porn industry, you would say it's bad for a 40-year-old to do an adult scene with an 18-year-old? That's like worse than if it was just a 30-year-old doing a scene with a 40-year-old?
Yes, it's worse.
It's worse?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's worse because the 18-year-old can't make these decisions?
No, I just said they're old enough to make their own decisions.
Okay. But by this logic, wouldn't you say then that 18-year-olds shouldn't be involved in sex work at all?
I wouldn't recommend someone so young getting into sex work, but I also can understand that they're of age to make their own decisions. So everyone has different circumstances in life. You know, you could have a full ride scholarship to school. Other women don't get that privilege. Not saying that all sex workers have to do sex work, but I'm in no position to judge young women who are just trying to get by.
So then we can just agree then that there's nothing actually immoral with an 18-year-old dating a 40-year-old, right?
Well, you're bringing up sex work. Dating is different than sex work.
Why would it be okay for them to have a physical relationship with each other as long as there was money involved? That's really weird.
Because that is a job and one is dating.
Yeah, what? Well, I don't understand. Why would you paying somehow change the dynamic of this power dynamic, which is what you're against, right? It's still a massive power dynamic issue, isn't it?
I think we all agree that it's not immoral. It just could be inappropriate, which is an opinion more than it is.
Well, what does inappropriate mean?
I think
what
it's
does
just
that
an
mean?
opinion. I think different things are inappropriate probably than VlRGlN and Lily do.
Like what?
I mean, do you want me to say things I think are inappropriate?
It gives them the ick. It gives them the ick.
Yeah, I just want to know. I just want to hear that it gives you the ick. There's nothing immoral about it. It's just icky. You just think it's icky.
I just think that different things are inappropriate than other things that I'm sure other people find inappropriate. Things I might find inappropriate, other people might not.
Okay.
So I think
just for the sake of time, I do have to move things on a little bit. I didn't really get an answer, though. I'll come back to this quick. We were talking about commonality. I still haven't really heard what men and women have in common.
What?
I'm opening this up to the panel. Well, you were making the. I think you were making, or maybe
well, men and women in general, or men and women as in 18 and 40-year-olds.
What would be something that a man and a woman could have in common that would be sufficient enough for them to want to date simply by virtue of having a commonality?
Maybe their religion. Yeah, religion.
Okay, but what, like, within the context of age? So we have something in common because we're about the same age. So a 70-year-old and a 20-year-old could have religion in common.
Well, I think there's a higher chance of maybe both people not having kids at a younger age or a marriage, and it's some people it'd be very important to them as it is to me. I wouldn't be with a man that has a child because I want it to be our both first experience.
Let's assume this hypothetical 30-year-old doesn't have kids and neither does the 20-year-old.
It really is so situational.
Yeah.
Well,
it really
but
is so situational.
you said, like, okay, if it has to do with age, what do they have? Because you brought up they graduated. Well, they recently graduated at the same time. Has anybody ever dated somebody? Oh, we graduated at the same time. Let's fuck. Has that ever happened?
Probably.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Really? Because that's not because I find her
else.
physically attractive.
I think it's all of it. It's you find
she
someone
graduated.
more attractive the more you have in common with them.
But okay.
Why don't you think life
Really?
stage is a big thing to have in common? Like
You
experiencing
can have it
adulthood
in
for the
common.
first time.
Right, but if
and trying to figure out
that was
yourself
the
outside of your
hold
own
on,
home.
if that was the attraction trigger, then all high school students would be attracted to all high school students, which clearly isn't the case, right? So it's clear to me that commonality on its own is not sufficient enough to create attraction between two people.
But I don't think any one thing is.
I think the stage in life is more sufficient for like securing a bond, but also, do you think that most high schoolers don't date other high schoolers?
That's not what I'm arguing. Of course, high schoolers date other high schoolers.
I think it seems pretty normal that people date within their
Yeah,
own
no,
stage of life.
most people date around their age, I would say. But this idea that you are precluded from finding somebody outside, like if you're precluded from finding somebody who's 10 years your senior, you can't find them attractive because they're not your age.
I don't think anyone's putting like a hard stop on it. I think most people or a lot of women just have the experience with older men where it is a little bit more predatory or uncomfortable.
Exactly.
I don't even
It's
think
only
it's
predatory
more...
one direction. It's only predatory when men do it, right?
No,
she said
No,
when
she
men-
didn't say that. I didn't say that, but
Yeah, you said when men
I said that most women go through that experience.
go through what experience?
Where you
Dealing
have
with
older
predatory
men
men.
That are attracted to you when you're 21?
or younger.
Okay, well, let's talk about adult relationships. So fine, 18 and up.
Sure.
Women have the experience of being adults at 18 with men who are 30 being attracted to them.
And oftentimes they turn out to be predatory.
How is it predatory?
Just a lot of men are. They just are.
If it wasn't illegal, why shouldn't I date a 16-year-old? I'm only 21. Not even
Well, we're
20
talking
years
about
older than
adults
them.
here, so
But like,
you're the one
'cause
who's
they all-
making it about underage
Yeah, you
people.
can
Okay,
make
whoa.
you can make the
Okay,
you can make
whoa.
the same argument the same exact way.
I-
I'd be happy to get into it. So would Brian, but there are restrictions to the stream that we can't do anything about. So keep it above the 18 mark if you don't mind.
Do you think a car salesman is going to have an easier time selling to somebody that's 40 or somebody that's 18? Getting somebody to make a bad
I don't
decision.
know. I'm not an expert in
I
car
think
sales.
that they would have a lot easier time selling to somebody who's 18.
Okay.
A lot.
Why?
Well, because I think that somebody who's 18 probably doesn't have the requisite experience that a 40-year-old would have when selecting a car.
I think that's kind of my point.
Oh, that's your point. So then you're saying that 18-year-olds should not be able to buy cars?
No.
No, wait, hang on. Why not? Why shouldn't 18-year-olds be able to buy cars?
I think they should still be able to buy cars, but I think we can also acknowledge
Wait,
that maybe-
what? I thought, whoa. But the salesman's predatory against 18-year-olds because he can more easily sell them a
Those two things
car.
can still be true.
Wait, what?
Those two things can still be true.
Well, okay, so those two things can still be true. I agree. So he's predatory because he's selling her a car, and she does not have the requisite experience of a 40-year-old to buy that car. So it's going to be easier for him, right?
Yes.
So then why would you let 18-year-olds buy cars?
Just because an
Hang
18-year-old.
on, let her answer.
I think I'm
Why would
just
you-
trying to
why would you
acknowledge
let
that.
eight-
Sorry, I'm just trying to acknowledge that you can take advantage of people that are inexperienced.
Yeah,
And
but
that's
I
what
want you
sometimes
to
people-
acknowledge that if you agree that this is something which is happening, that 18-year-olds are getting taken advantage of in this situation or in any other situation, then why do you let them do that shit?
I'm sorry, but we didn't make the rules.
Yeah, I know, I'm not talking, hang on, I'm talking to her. Why do you let them do this stuff if you think that everybody is being predatory towards them because they're so stupid and inexperienced that they can't make good decisions like 40-year-olds? That's what I don't get.
I guess at some point you have to allow people to make their own decisions, but that
Yeah,
doesn't-
that's right. And
That
what
doesn't
point
make
do
it
we allow
okay
people to
for
make their own
someone to take
decisions? Hang on. What point do we allow people to make their own decisions?
We allow it at 18.
That's right. We allow it at 18. So I guess at 18 they can make their own decision to date a 40-year-old man, right?
And that still doesn't negate the fact that people can be predatory towards them.
And it doesn't negate the fact that they should be allowed in all conditions to date a 40-year-old man if they
No
would
one's
like
saying they
to.
shouldn't be allowed to.
Aren't you, though? Isn't that weird that you think that they should be allowed to, even though you think that it's predatory? That's really strange. Like, I would say, my logical brain does this. It goes, wait, if there's some industry which is super predatory towards a single group, then I would try to get rid of that industry. Wouldn't you try to get rid of doesn't that make more sense?
I mean, in some cases, I'd probably would agree for certain industries, but
Yeah, but just not with used car salesmen. They're allowed to sell cars to 18-year-olds?
yeah.
Appliance salesmen? What about houses? Can 18-year-olds buy houses? Wouldn't a real estate agent be more easily convincing towards an 18-year-old as well?
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I guess though, we just gotta let those 18-year-olds at some point. We just gotta let them spread their wings and fly.
Are you gonna stop advising your children when they turn 18?
No.
Are you gonna stop trying? Are you just gonna stop trying to direct them in the right direction and help them make better decisions?
No.
Okay, that's all we're talking about. We're not saying you shouldn't be able to do something.
What are you talking? What the fuck is this?
I agree with her. That's what that means.
See, and that's something that you wouldn't know because you're a lot older.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Can't date a girl if you don't know what her little you can't date her if you don't know what the
But it could get like
little-
exhausting having to explain lingo and
Yeah,
just
crazy stuff. Okay, so hold on.
Okay, so anyway, but I just want to finish this. I'll wrap it real quick, Brian.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that I get this right. That 18-year-olds are out there being preyed on every day by hyper-predatory industries and people, but you think that they should be in order to gain experience, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And it's not going to stop me from
That means
advising
that
them.
40-year-old men who are out there being predatory, that's good for 18-year-old women because that's how they gain experience. I appreciate that very much.
Nice
Okay.
pen.
I still haven't heard anything on the commonality thing that's particularly convincing. I guess for those of you who brought up I think it was you who brought up the commonality thing.
I have one.
What? Just one thing. So, have you ever known someone who you have a lot in common with, but you're not attracted to them?
Yes.
Okay, so clearly, maybe you've met somebody who you have the most in common with, but you didn't date them, you're not attracted to them. So it's clear to me that commonality is not really an attraction trigger in people. So it's not about having something in common, it's about what you find attractive. So I guess, do you guys think that having things in common is a primary attraction trigger?
I think it should be.
You think it should be?
Yeah.
Is it?
For me,
I think for a lot of people it's not, but I think it'd be
It
good
should
for
be.
people to try to transcend their superficial attractions.
Okay. That would be good, wouldn't it? But
And I think people are capable of doing that.
Let me ask you a question. So my husband, he's really good at like a lot of things with the house, and he's very handy, and he could do. I have none of that experience, and nor do I care to do any of it. So that wouldn't be a commonality, or me trying to transcend so I can have more commonality with him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what would be the point of me trying to like go out there and build the treehouse with for the kids, or go do stuff in his garage, like.
I mean, maybe your
Would our-
commonality is something else. You don't have anything in common with your husband?
I mean, some stuff, but some of the stuff that's now commonality with things like he introduced me to.
And why did you like him in the first place?
I was attracted to him.
And so you just dated him purely on physical attraction?
Physical attraction, he had a lot of charisma, he made me laugh. I mean, those were all attraction triggers. And at our first date, though, I wasn't like, oh, he doesn't like reading books.
So why do you think
done.
he started dating you?
I'm assuming attraction.
So maybe that's your commonality.
Huh?
Maybe that's your commonality.
Yeah,
Is that you
but
just both care about looks.
that's what
superficial
most
things.
people look for, is like they're looking. Your first attraction is going to be a physical attraction, and there can be things that develop that are commonalities. But I think if that's your sole reason to get with somebody because we both like this sport, I mean that's going to be pretty mundane down the road. That all you guys have is like that common trait. Like,
Yeah, if you just have one sport, that's probably going to get pretty boring. But if you
yeah,
have
but
a
I'm
bunch-
saying in
I think
general,
most-
just trying to match against commonalities, I think is like.
here, let me ask a question. So let's say there's some guy out there who has the most in common with you. Like, out of every single person in the world, most in common with you. You also brought up commonality, most in common with you. He's not attractive at all, physically. Just not your physical type at all. Are you going to date him?
If my boyfriend transformed into that person, yes, absolutely.
Let's assume you're single in this scenario. You're not, I don't know what your opposite of your type is. He's not it.
Yeah.
You date him?
Yeah.
You date a guy who you were like physically repulsed by?
Yes.
So long as he likes the same movies and books as you?
It's like sharing a worldview. You don't think you share a worldview with your husband?
I think he's actually really aided in like shifting my worldview. 'Cause
Okay.
I had a really
but I think that's
stupid
an
worldview.
important part of a relationship and how you bond is by adopting a similar worldview.
But I mean, that took I mean, we've been together 16 years. So it's not like he changed my worldview year one. But
here, I do got to move it on. We did shift gears there from the whole men desiring virgins to the age gap conversation. Why don't we spend at least 3 more minutes quickly, because we stuck on the age gap thing for quite a bit. I'm still confused by the men who want virgin women are P words. I'm still confused there. I don't think we really got a good, solid answer.
I mean, my opinion is my opinion. It doesn't have to be anybody else's. I just think it's alarming when a man who is not a virgin himself only wants to date virgins. That's all
But you said it's P word.
I think there's a correlation.
There's a correlation.
So does that mean that because you want a push gift, I should automatically assume you're a gold digger? I don't think you are. But you do want a push gift, which gold diggers would probably also want a push gift.
Mm-hmm.
But that does not logically make you like a gold digger. So a man who wants
might have a little bit of that digger in me. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
I'm not gonna sit up here and say like, and money's not everything to me, but I would like my man to be well off. If I'm going to have a child with him.
Okay, I guess I'll bring it back to the bald coochie thing then. Are women who aren't attracted to balding men, if a woman is not attracted to a man who's balding, is she a P word?
Wait, I'm sorry, say it again.
Is a woman who is not attracted to a man who is balding, is she a P word? Because typically only adult men tend to be balding or bald.
No, but I would think maybe if she's not well, how old is this man? Because I'm going to say I would say it's a little alarming if he's...
How about let me reframe it. She's only attracted to men with a full head of hair. Is she a P word?
Okay. No. But that isn't your private part. Wait. Oh, I don't really know if the top of your head is the same as a man saying, I don't want to have sex with a woman who doesn't clean up down there.
So is your argument that because this certain condition is present when you're a child, basically, that because that condition is present when you're a child, therefore you're a pedophile if you also desire that condition in adulthood?
No, I don't think that I'm talking only strictly about the men that are just so absolutely fixated on the idea of a virgin. It's a difference, like, oh, I prefer a virgin, but I will date other women. But there's some men that are commenting and saying that they would only see value in women that are virgins.
Yeah, but I mean, so what? Like that's the part I don't get is, so what?
I guess it's not for you to get then. That's okay.
Yeah. I really don't understand if a man is only desirous of a virgin and that's all that he desires, who gives a shit?
I mean, not you. That's fine.
It gives the ick. Anyways, I got.
Is that what you guys have been just waiting for us to say? Like, if I want to get out of a conversation, do I just say, ick?
Yeah, I know
Next
people.
Video. I
know when people are
video.
pressed. I know this possibly the first time in your entire life you've been pressed on a position. It's very uncomfortable, but it doesn't have to be. You can just engage in the position that you espouse and then back it up with logic and reason and arguments, things. But we can just do emotions, right? So okay, it doesn't give me the ick and it gives you the ick. Does that make you feel better? We just do that. It gives you the ick, doesn't give me the ick.
Okay. Yeah. Whatever.
Okay.
It is interesting to me, just I guess final thought on this, that a lot of men's preferences, standards, and boundaries tend to end up being framed in this, it always ends up being pathologized in some sort of way. If a man has a preference, standard, or boundary, it's you're insecure, it goes even beyond just that to beyond just shaming to pathologizing, criminalizing, the P word stuff. If he prefers a younger adult woman, or if he prefers bald coochie, prefers a virgin.
But that
even though the
commonality,
virgin.
So do you? You prefer bald coochie. found your commonality.
Yeah, so it is interesting though, like, insecure, what are some of the other shaming language that tends to be used with men's preferences? Insecure, misogynist, blah, 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 whatever. Anyways, let's do 3 more videos.
It's okay anyway, Brian, as long as you pay for it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, and on that note, shout out to my waxer, Self Care by Ash.
Yo, shout out, Ash, what's up? I'm gonna hit you up. Okay, wait, so hold on. I'm sorry, last thing. Is it okay for a woman at 18 to start doing OnlyFans?
That's her business, not mine.
But you don't have any qualms or objections to it?
Nope.
So no objections to an 18-year-old woman doing sex work, but objections to an 18-year-old woman, for example, dating a 35-year-old man who's desirous of a long-term monogamous relationship with her and who's otherwise a healthy individual, would have a healthy relationship with her, and
my stance on OnlyFans, I don't have one myself, but I'm all for it because I think it's an ethical way to get porn.
To get porn?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to linger on
or watch porn.
Okay.
So I think it's an ethical.
I'm not going to linger on the OF stuff for long. Let's just pull up the next 3 clips, then I'll get into other people's notes. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
Normalize making men work for sex.
Yes.
Why are you guys so eager to give up your Gucci? For what? It's up to you to create that boundary of, I'm not going to sleep with this man right away. It's literally all in your hands. You have all the power. You have the portal of life between your legs. Act like it. Stop just giving it up because someone gave you a little bit of attention, a little compliment, and a little liquor. Do better. Want better for yourself. Let's normalize.
So I played this clip right after the previous one, the one where you made criticisms over men wanting virgins. I'm just confused here. So on one hand, you're recommending women withhold sex, wait to have sex, abstain, be celibate. You're celibate yourself, at least by your own admission. It seems a little like, how do you reconcile, on one hand, thinking men are P-words for desiring chaste, sexually pure women, whether that means virgin or low body count, but also, so you're recommending women hold off on having sex with men, but on the same hand, it's wrong for men to desire precisely that in women. Can you reconcile that for me?
Yeah, that's really, really weird.
I just think most men, not all, but I would say most men are usually undeserving of sex.
So we'll just grant that for a second, right? We'll just grant that, yes, you think that most men are undeserving of sex. But what we're asking is, if you're recommending that women stay chaste, that they're not giving up sex to men, then their body count's necessarily going to be lower. So if that is a desire that men have to have these women with lower body counts, why would you then say that they're akin to, PDF files? Because they desire the traits that you're advocating women have.
I'm preaching about women holding out because I think if women do better, then it forces men to do better.
Well, wait, hold on. You're not really addressing the thing. So, okay. Let's say a woman is a virgin.
Okay.
Is your advice steadfast? If she's a virgin, should she also wait?
Should she also wait?
Well, you said that women shouldn't just be giving out the coochie, right? You said women should hold that shit. Like, how long are you gonna wait when the next guy comes along? You said you've been celibate for 2 years, right?
Yeah, I don't have. It's not a certain amount of date rule or anything. I just think when someone shows up for you and you can see they prove themselves through their actions is when that would be a more appropriate time to have sex rather than, oh, hey, I just met you, I know nothing about you.
Yeah, that makes so. This actually makes sense. So just to clarify this, you're saying that women and their chastity, their sexuality, is really valuable, right? That's a valuable thing that they hold, right?
Yes,
So
but it's
then why
not the
wouldn't
only
men?
value they hold.
I'm not saying it is, and I'm not saying you're saying it is. I'm not saying you're saying that that's the only value they hold. I'm just saying you do agree that it's a very valuable thing, right?
Yes.
So then why wouldn't men think the same thing?
I mean, I see why men would think the same thing, but I think I'm telling women to do it for themselves, not for.
Yeah, no, I get
woman.
that your
I mean,
motivation is because you think that it's empowering to women to withhold sex until it's with a partner who's worthy of sex, right?
Correct.
But that necessarily is going to mean that those women have a higher status than other women because they give out sex far less, right?
That women that hold off have higher status than women that don't, is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, yeah, as far as valuable goes, as far as value.
I don't agree with that. I don't look at a
Well,
woman
then
that
why
has-
wouldn't you recommend that women just fuck everybody that they see? I don't get it. There
Because I
must
don't
be
think-
some value here in not doing that.
I think the consistency between not wanting younger women to date older men and not wanting women to sleep
Hang on,
around.
we're way off the age gap here.
I know,
So
but
now
you
we're-
started this
so
by
now we're-
by saying
Go
how
ahead.
the two things seemed like contradictory, and I'm saying I think the consistency is that it's advising women against allowing themselves to be used by men.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm granting that this is true. That basically by doing this, right, you become a more valuable woman.
I don't think that's
You must.
implied
Well, then why wouldn't you recommend that women don't do this?
because I think when you allow people to use you, it is a sign of low self-esteem, and it can lead
Right,
to even
and so
worse
would
low
you
self-esteem.
say that that makes you less valuable or more valuable?
I don't think it has anything to do with value.
It's not. So you don't think the opposite sex sees any value in this? Even though you yourself seem to see value in this. In other words, if a woman is promiscuous, do you think that it's better if she's not promiscuous?
I think it's better if somebody is not promiscuous. Yes,
Then
yes, but
men think the same thing.
that doesn't mean I think somebody is more valuable as a person because they
Yeah,
are
but I mean, the reason I'm
promiscuous.
using the word value, so that you understand, and equating these two things, and we can remove the word if it makes you more comfortable, value, is just because I think that men see a value in less promiscuous women. You also seem to see a value in less promiscuous women, right?
Are you speaking?
No, I don't see like a more value in them.
Okay, well then, I'm sorry, I just want to get this right. Do you think women should be less promiscuous or more
They
promiscuous?
should be less promiscuous.
Okay, so there must be some value in being less promiscuous.
I think the
Hang on, let her answer, please.
I think we're using value in two different ways.
Okay, how would you use it?
I guess one is like materializing something into worth better or worse, like hierarchy, putting something on a hierarchy of who is worth more than another person, and value in terms of like inherent value.
I don't know, that's just restating value. So you're just saying value is value. That's not telling me what value is.
I think
So hang on, let her answer, please. So what is value?
I already said the value, so there's two ways to define it, and the first way would be kind of assigning it like this material value.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying that somebody is worth more or less.
Yeah, okay, so what's the second way to define it?
I don't know. I don't have a good answer right now.
Well, I think we're getting stuck here. So I think you're trying to say, well, we shouldn't view humans as more or less valuable, but we're talking from a dating lens, from a dating context. So in terms of your value as a human being, we're all equal in value.
Yeah.
But when it comes to, for example, I would assume you would value one person over the other when it comes to who you choose to date. Otherwise, you would make no distinction in choosing one person over the other if they were both of equal perceived value in terms of their dating market value. Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah.
So for example, I don't know if you like men who are tall, who have their shit together, who have a job, who are gainfully employed, as compared to a guy who you're not physically attracted to, doesn't have his shit together, lives in his mother's basement. You would probably value that other guy, the guy number one, over guy number two when making a determination as to who you would partner with.
Sure, yeah.
And that one would be of more value. Perhaps you don't like the framing of it.
Yeah, I think it's probably more of that.
What's that?
But it's probably more of that I don't like the framing of it.
Okay.
The implication that one person is
Let me
more
ask you a
valuable than
question. Would
another.
you rather, how tall are you?
5'7".
Does height matter at all to you?
No.
Nothing. Okay. Would you rather date a man who's 6 foot or 5 foot?
I don't care.
You don't care?
I don't care.
Really?
I don't.
You're currently in a relationship, correct?
Yeah.
How tall is your boyfriend?
5'8".
He's 5'8". Okay. So you wouldn't
Would
have.
you rather date a man with a hunchback and a peg leg, or a man who didn't have a hunchback and a peg leg?
This is a fucking pirate? I don't know. She likes pirates. She might like
I mean,
pirates.
honestly,
fan of
would you
pirates.
prefer that if he looked like Quasimodo and he had like kind of Down syndrome and he had a big hump on his back and he had a peg leg, would you prefer to date him, or all things equal, they have the same attributes, him and a guy two, but guy two just looked normal? Which one would you prefer?
Yeah, I concede I would date the other one.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, so, okay, I'm not going to I'm not going to grant this, you'd rather date a 5 foot guy over a 6 foot guy, all else being equal.
Why?
I
That's
won't
something
even,
I don't care
I won't
about.
even, you say that, but, so, let me ask you a question. Do you think, do you want children?
Yeah.
You want kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's advantageous in life to be tall? Does it confer benefits?
Sure.
Does it confer benefits to be physically attractive? Like ideally, wouldn't your children be better situated to maneuver through life if they were really physically attractive?
Sure.
Okay. So just on that basis of alone, let's say you don't give a fuck at all in terms of sexual desire or physical attractiveness. You don't actually care, right? But intellectually in your head, if I partner with somebody who's tall and physically attractive, my offspring, my children, have a better chance of themselves being physically attractive and tall, and that would confer onto them certain benefits throughout the course of their life. I want to set up my children as best as I possibly can. Would you not, assuming all else being equal, if the choice was between a 5 foot guy and a 6 foot guy, you wouldn't pick the 6 foot guy just purely on the basis that you would be more likely to have tall children?
Yeah, I think if I had a son and I chose the 5 foot tall dude, he'd be very upset to find out about my decision. So yeah, I would pick the 6 foot tall person.
Okay, so you would then prefer to date the 6 foot guy? No, now that I've walked you through the scenario.
If I have a choice, if I have to
Yeah,
make
let's
the
assume you
choice,
had the choice. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Not sure how convincing that was to you. Let me read a couple chats, then we got to get back into a couple things. Gabe's World. Can I have you read these?
Sure. Single father of 2 boys, Army veteran of 14 years, 11B. Can you ask the ladies to rate my photo on IG?
So the threshold, I don't even think we have that as an option anymore, I'm pretty sure. Let me just double check. I don't think we don't have Instagram review. The threshold for that would have been 400, but we're not going to do it for...
But Brian, he's an infantryman. But
we gotta,
Brian, he's
we
an
gotta,
infantryman.
We got to do it. We got to do it at the appropriate threshold. Not really something we can offer here, but yeah, I just outright will just say no. We can't do Instagram reviews. Can you read this one?
Sure. Brian, you're in prison. Your prison daddy named Tiny gives you a choice: a tattoo that says "Property of Tiny," or a tramp stamp that says "Lucky You." You will face harassment in the cell block.
What? What's going on?
Definitely property of Tiny, right? Because then at least you're somebody's property, and then Lucky Me's like, shoot your
Both
shot.
bad. I'm asking for a unit change. I'm moving units. I'm gonna just go into protective custody. I don't know. I don't know. Okay.
Going in the hole.
Going in the hole. Yeah. Can you read this one?
They aren't requiring virgins. They're saying the lower the body count a woman has, better suited she is for long-term relationship marriage. Also, man's body count isn't the same as woman's body count. We're not equal.
Hey, Desert Joe, thank you for the Streamlabs donut. Appreciate it, man. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Were there any final thoughts on that video, Andrew, or shall we move things along? Oh, you had something? What you got? What you got for us?
It wasn't about if a woman holds more value. I'm just telling women to protect themselves.
Yeah. I guess I think me and Andrew's confusion here was, on one hand, you're like, okay, dudes who like really want virgin women are P words, but also ladies don't have sex.
Protect yourself.
Yeah, right. We were
that
just
would-
saying an entailment. Sorry, it's just so you. I'll try to like kind of break this down a little better for our position here. Is I understand where Brian's going. He's just saying if you're advising women to, and I understand your position here is this thing that you have called sex is something which, if it's withheld, can be super advantageous to women, right? If women withhold sex, it can be very advantageous to them to do that, correct? Okay, but kind of necessarily, if they're withholding sex, they're probably going to have less sexual partners, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we're saying that men also value that, and you value that.
I understand that, but how I'm saying, men are pushing P and don't sleep with them, both of them fall under the category of protect yourself from men. Because you guys are scary creatures.
Yeah, I think that women are equally scary, just in different ways, right?
I think I got to go into the bear. Okay, I got to do the bear. We won't debate it right now, but I'm going to ask a question. When hold on, what's the precise, I don't want to scuff the framing of this. Okay, would you rather come across a random man or a random bear in the woods? Go ahead.
I've heard of this, but I haven't really, I don't know what the real argument.
Like you're just gut
But I
instinct.
probably the bear, because you could scare the bear off. You're not going to scare a man off if he sees you alone in the woods.
Okay, what about you?
A man.
The man, okay.
A bear.
A bear?
Probably the man.
Even if he was Ted Bundy in his prime, still the man.
Still Ted Bundy. Oh, okay, that's a toss-up there, okay. Go ahead.
Honestly, this is kind of like stuck in my mind because like if you don't like tempt the bear, it's not gonna like attack you. And if you're just there and you like kind of, I think it's like bees. To be fair, I haven't done my research on bears. And then like same thing as Brooklyn said, like a man like could do anything. Like if they see you alone in the woods in the dark, like, and it could be a really nice guy or it could be a guy with really bad intentions. So
Go ahead.
A man? I think.
It's not what I thought you were setting up for.
I honestly don't know what I was setting up for.
Sounds like you were setting up to say bear.
I'm not, you know what? I'm going to change my answer. I'm going to go bear.
Okay, what about you?
I don't assume all men are bad. I would pick a man.
Okay, oh, that's good.
Man. And
Wait.
I've had an experience with a bear.
You've had the bear experience.
Yeah.
Okay. Really quick, we maybe we'll touch on it later just because we have so much to get through. I'm just curious. Those of you said bear, why?
Well, I said you could scare a bear off. You probably not going to scare a man off.
Okay.
I
You
feel
said
the
bear.
same way. And some men actually get more turned on when you are scared.
What the okay.
Oh, I said man.
Oh, you said it was just, and you said bear. Why bear?
I'm still honestly really conflicted in my answer, but I think it's kind of like, I think it's like how sharks work. Like if you don't tempt a shark, and then if you just leave it be, like it's not going to attack you, or if you don't look like a seal, I think. But like, also I might have just watched too many Criminal Minds where I just assume the worst in all men, that when you are alone in dark woods, that they could do something really bad to you.
Okay.
But
Seen the Revenant?
Wait, so I'm just curious. I'm just
Yes.
curious with this like man or bear thing. So just going back to you two, I guess. Like what percentage of men would you say would like, what percentage of men do you think would choose to attack you in this scenario?
That's a 50-50 shot. I
was
don't know.
literally thinking 50.
50% of
I
men
was
would.
thinking 50.
All right. Well,
I mean, you have to understand too, we're talking from our own views of how we see men. The men we encounter, the amount of men we encounter, it's a lot. So ours might be different than.
So because of your experience, half the men in this room are predators. Correct?
I don't know. I can't say that. I don't know these men.
I would say that
Wow.
logically they're not predators.
Well,
I mean, that would be the stats, right? It'd be 1 and 2.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about a larger sample size than what's in this room.
Yeah, but the sample size would be scalable. So it's like if it's 1 in 2, then
But
every
at the end
time
of
you
the
had
day, I
2 men, the chances that one of them was a predator would be extremely high.
And like I said, I don't know anyone in this room. I just met everyone today. So how would I know what you guys do on your free time at the end of the day?
You're a vegan, by the way, right?
I am.
I don't know why that came to mind. I just
Well, a vegan or a
recalled.
vegetarian?
I'm a vegan.
Pescatarian?
No, I'm vegan.
no dairy, no
Nope.
dairy at all?
Nope.
No? No eggs?
Nope.
Okay.
Good times, good times. Okay, so moving off from the bear thing, we'll do 2 more videos, then we'll get to some other people on the panel. Let's do the 2 more videos. Go ahead. Oh shit. Okay, go ahead.
Why do y'all keep comparing women to cars, and why do y'all keep talking about wanting virgins? Like, what are you, 30, 40, 50? And you're commenting about wanting a virgin? You probably want a virgin because the older woman is more experienced and she could tell that dick game is whack and your treatment is bullshit. Why do y'all...
The dick game is whack. Okay. Okay. I think that was you, Leanne, right?
Lena.
Oh, sorry, Lena, my bad. Is that why men want virgins, is because the dick game is whack?
My point with the dick game being whack is that a younger, more inexperienced girl wouldn't be able to tell.
If the dick game is whack.
Good. Yeah, good. Like, why do you... I don't understand. Do you want her to go fuck a bunch of dudes so she has a frame of reference?
No, I don't.
Well, the point seems moot.
Good times. Okay. D-game.
I feel like we already went over this topic, so it would just be like repeating ourselves at this point. It's like
Next clip.
This is another recap.
This is
video,
it's like a different font. Just a different font.
Okay.
I feel people should value being more sexually disciplined, but I personally don't believe that body count is an issue. As long as you value your energy now and you're very choosy with who you share your body with, I think that's what matters. Get health checkups. If you had a little hoe phase, baby, that doesn't mean I'm crossing you off my list. That just means you're more experienced. Just get those test results and come on out and show me what you got. I will.
Wait. So okay. This is where I get confused. Oh, it's not over?
No,
Let it keep going.
Say energy is a real thing, so the people you do sleep with, you really got to be careful who you do share your body with, because you could sleep with someone and those demons are now inside of you, and now you got to cleanse them out of you. And people won't know this information, so they'll just go about their everyday life. They'll be like, oh, why am I more depressed? Oh, why I got to work through this and that more? It's because you slept with the wrong person. So yeah, body count doesn't matter, but who you share your body with does matter. And if you are more sexually disciplined, you'll feel the need to sleep with less and less people, because you'll realize that you don't want to exchange energy with a lot of people. It is good to be choosy, just do better from here on out. Stop fucking everybody. I feel people...
Here's where I'm confused.
Fair enough. So what's your body count?
What's my body count?
Wait, hold on. We'll have you answer.
I gotta know, right? What's the body count?
Wait, we'll have you answer in just a sec. But Lizzie, I want you to answer first.
Can I start with a question for you? I have a question. Okay.
Go ahead.
So you're saying that a woman that has an extremely high body count would still have the same value to you. So if I say that my body count is about between 100 and 120, which it is, are you not judging me in your mind? Because I would think you're crazy if you're not. No offense.
No, I'm not judging you, and I am crazy.
Oh, sweet.
Okay.
She's crazy.
So then what's your body count?
I don't feel comfortable sharing that.
I thought you just said in the video it didn't matter.
It doesn't matter, but I'm talking more like if me and a man are getting to know each other and he wants to know that information, which he could ask me that and I'll be honest with him.
So then it does matter?
If we want to have a conversation about it, then I could tell him.
No, I mean, it either does matter or it doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, why wouldn't you share it? I'm not saying you have to. I'm just testing the logic of understanding if it doesn't matter, then why don't you share what yours is?
It doesn't matter, but I feel like I get to keep personal details to myself, and if my man wants to know, I'll let him know.
But I don't understand. It doesn't matter, though.
I'm saying in a scenario of me and a man deciding to be with one another.
So then outside of those scenarios, it does matter?
No, I do feel like your body count is your personal story. So you get to share that with who you want to.
Yeah, I get that you can share it with who you want to, but why wouldn't you share it with everybody if it doesn't matter?
Because I'm more private on the public.
It sounds like it matters to you.
Would you believe her if she even told you what it was? If she said, my body count is 2, would you believe that?
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
So let us assume for a second I wouldn't. Don't you think that it's rather suspicious if a person says that body count does not matter, but then when asked, they say, I don't feel comfortable sharing it? It sure sounds like they think it matters, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe it doesn't matter so much that they don't care to share it.
Well, then if it didn't matter so much, they didn't care to share it, it would matter so little that they wouldn't care to not share it either, because it doesn't matter. That's what doesn't matter means. If it doesn't matter, then that means it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Right?
Two things could be true at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're just assume both things are true at the same time, but if it doesn't matter, then who cares? I don't get it.
So
That doesn't make any sense. Like if I said, for instance, if my wife came to me and she said, honey, would you like steak or chicken for dinner? And I said, oh, it doesn't matter. And then she brought me the chicken and I said, I really wanted the steak. Well, then obviously it did matter, right? And when I said it doesn't matter, I wasn't being, let's say, honest, right? I wasn't quite in the frame of honesty there because, it did matter, didn't it?
Yeah, in that scenario.
Yeah, so then the thing is that, can you give me a scenario where you say
Killer
something
of Serial
doesn't matter?
donated $200. If the person I share my body with matters, then it should matter how many people the person I share my body with have been with in the past. So my body count would matter just as much, vice versa.
Yeah, wouldn't my wife kind of go, and maybe in that situation I wouldn't even be being dishonest. Maybe I just didn't know, right? Maybe I didn't know that it mattered, right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I wasn't intentionally lying or something like this. I just didn't realize that it did actually matter. But don't you think my wife would be like, well, what the fuck? You just said it didn't matter. Then why does it matter suddenly? I think that she would. Can you give me a scenario where somebody would say, it doesn't matter, but then when you ask them about it, it suddenly does matter?
What I was referring to in the reel is if I'm getting to know a man and he tells me like, babe, I had a whole phase, but I'm more sexually disciplined now, I'm not going to judge him or look at him sideways. And if he finds out my body count and he feels a way about it, then...
Okay, so then let's be kind of being charitable then. You're just saying in this situation of you in a personal relationship, it doesn't matter, but outside of that, it does matter? Or does it just never matter? Like, I'm trying to figure this out.
Just because I don't want to share my body count number doesn't mean...
Well, it must matter. There must be some reason that it matters to you, right?
My privacy matters, so that's the part.
So then it must matter. Like, what? For instance, I have blue eyes. It doesn't matter to me that you know that. I don't care, right? It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter at all that you know that I have blue eyes. So I guess if I was on the phone with somebody, they didn't know that I had blue eyes, I would be fine saying I have blue eyes because it doesn't matter to me.
That is a physical characteristic you could tell.
So is a body count. That's a physical characteristic. It requires bodies.
How could you tell if I have 5 bodies versus 50? How can you tell?
Well, I could at least take you at your word, but you don't even want to give at your word, right?
See it in the eyes.
Because it matters that much.
It's called the 1,000 cock stare. Sometimes you see it in a girl, you look in her eyes, it's like That's.
But I mean,
there's been a
I
lot
can't
of cops.
even.
Okay, so guess.
I can't even disbelieve you because it matters so much to you. You won't even share it.
Glazed over look.
So it's just really weird
Do
to
you
me.
guys-
Like,
do you guys
girls,
wanna take a
ladies,
guess?
ladies, body count doesn't matter. And then you go, okay, what's your body count? And you're like, well, I'm not telling you.
I said baby, not ladies. Baby, your body
Oh.
count don't matter.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, who are you talking to? Are you talking to ladies?
I'm talking to co-ed, but I'm mostly talking to like my future
Wait,
man.
I got the question.
Because I
I
bet.
got the question for you. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you date a guy who slept with men previously? So he's bi.
Yeah.
Like a week ago, he just got his back blown out, son.
That wouldn't be my preferred candidate because I'm not gonna lie, that's
Why?
not.
Is it because he had sex recently, or is it because he had sex recently with a dude?
It's not that he had it more recently. It's the
It's-
fact it would like raise an
'Cause
eyebrow
he-
because
he was
now
in doggy
it's not.
style. Just getting tapped from
She
behind.
doesn't want to think that she's checking out the same, like they're checking out the same man together.
Yeah.
I see. What,
And I have been with a bisexual man. So.
Oh, okay. And Brooke, what about you? Like, if a guy, he's had a history of like sleeping with dudes, would that be an issue?
Yes.
That feeling that you guys feel, that's how we feel about girls who sleep with dudes.
That's
What about
That's
lesbian
same.
sex?
What about do you care if are you in a relationship? Are you in a relationship?
I can't discuss my.
Oh, okay. Well, if you were, say you are.
Say I am, sure.
And she said, hey, before we started dating, I ate some coochie. How do you feel?
I'd prefer to date a woman who's straight, but I think there is a bit of a differential here. But I would prefer to date. Wait, what?
No.
Oh, that's Andrew's answer. Yeah, I'd prefer to date a straight girl, but look, if she, scissored a chick, okay, fine, whatever, whatever. I'll give you a pass. I'll give her a pass. I'm a nice guy. I'll give her a pass. She gets the pass. Scissored, pass.
What about eating coochie?
Still a pass.
What about dildo strap on?
I'll give her the pass.
So
But it's interesting to me. I think men are more willing to date bisexual women than women are willing to date bisexual men. There is a
But-
differential there.
women are dating bisexual men all the time. They just don't know it.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
True.
So.
But I think women.
So you're saying that a bunch of women are dishonest? Is that what you're saying? There's a bunch of women out there who are dating their men and are not disclosing the fact that they're bisexual? Is that what?
No, she's saying that a lot of women date men thinking they're straight, but they don't know that deep down inside they crave some dick. They're bisexual.
Word. I do got to move it along. We're going to have to cap the reactions to all the clips to like 5 minutes tops. So I'm going to be keeping track of the reactions. Last clip, then I'm opening it up to the rest of the panel. We lingered quite a bit on these other topics. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, God.
If someone calls you a hoe, it's honestly not a diss. Because do you know what a hoe is? It's a very beautiful woman that sells her coochie. So you know what that means. She got deeper pockets than a lot of y'all. So if someone's calling you a hoe, they're saying you're a beautiful girl with a lot of money. And it's honestly not that big of a diss. Yeah, you have sexual appeal, and yeah, a lot of men are going to be mad at it, but they're going to find something to be mad at anyways.
Hell is heaven on earth.
And if someone calls you a hoe,
so I will say with this one, this was also recap and roast, and it was like a trolling reel back at all the 304 comments I would get, like, you're just a fucking hoe, you're a hoe. So I was just making a light out of it. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm a hoe, that means I'm beautiful, la la la.
Yeah, you were
like,
reclaiming
I was just
the
making
hoe.
fun of it.
You're reclaiming
Yeah,
hoe.
so you don't actually think that being a hoe is a good thing.
Well, about that.
I mean, you don't actually think it's a good thing, right? Because you were just trolling and funning, right? You was just funning, right?
I feel like being a hoe does come with a lot of negative experiences and
So it's
such.
bad?
So it's not the most positive thing.
Okay. All right.
So it's a bad thing?
Bad thing.
I wouldn't say it's completely bad, but I wouldn't say it's completely good.
Well, I don't know what that means. Like, if a woman said, "Look, I can be a hoe or I can not be a hoe. Which do you advise? Would you be indifferent or would you advise them to not be a hoe?
I feel like it's situational. If they were in a good situation, that they were, let's say, let me just use an example then. They're a hoe, they have one client. They treat them very well, it's a more comfortable situation. Then you have a hoe that has like various clients. They all want to do stuff she's not comfortable with. She's constantly with different men. That's different. So it's situational. Like if a woman feels like a sugar baby could be a type of hoe. I wouldn't say that's completely bad, but someone who's having a lot of sexual experiences that they don't like, that's going to alter their brain and negatively impact them.
Okay, and then the second part of this, because I didn't understand any of that, but I won't press anymore. You said that means that they're calling you a beautiful woman. Are you saying that ugly women can't be hoes?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so ugly women can be hoes.
Yeah, they can.
Oh, okay.
There
so
are
then when
no
you said,
ugly women, Andrew.
Yeah, so
They're
then
all
when you
tens.
said in that clip, that means that they're calling you a beautiful woman. Well, they're not really calling you a beautiful woman necessarily, right?
And like I said, I was trolling and making fun of something.
Well, but not really, because when I ask if you're funning about it, you're like, well, not really, because I do endorse being a hoe under certain circumstances which are kind of evasive and preferential based, and I don't really understand exactly what those conditionals are, but just assuming that we grant those conditionals, it doesn't sound like you were trolling. It sounds like you're saying it is fine to be a hoe if you want to be a hoe. That's what it sounds like.
Well, I guess you could say there's some truth in every joke, so yeah.
Okay.
All right. Moving on. Des, I'm going to bring you in for a moment. You described yourself, I don't know if you still do, as a feminist.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a feminist.
Oh, wouldn't say it used to be though?
Yeah, it
Okay.
used to be, for sure.
And you had a Tinder date gone wrong you want to tell us about?
Yeah. It was like the one time that I used Tinder, and basically I started dating this guy, and he was cool. Like, we linked up like 20 minutes away from the crib, but that's like beside the point. But it ended up being like, he lied about, for one, he stayed like 2 minutes from where I actually stayed, so we like went out the way to go do that. But then he also didn't say he had a baby or a baby mama. And ended up coming out because she DM'd me, and then I just brought it all to light, and then I stopped talking to him eventually over that. But also I went back on there. So this is like the one time I used Tinder, but like, you know, the experience in general. I started talking to another guy, and mind you, I ended up being cool with this other guy's baby mama because, you know, she told me, you know, and we just kind of like became cool. Well, I was like babysitting for her and stuff because she was like, she's going on a date or whatever. And like, fast forward, it turns out that we was both talking to the same guy. Like, the baby mama and me was talking to the same guy aside from her actual like baby daddy. It was just messy. Like, it's like something I laugh about now, but it was definitely messy at the time. She probably still want to fight me. I don't know.
All right. So you're no longer a feminist, because I think previously you described yourself as a feminist.
Okay.
Wait.
To lighten the mood, real quick, to lighten the mood, I got to ask you, okay? Everybody's demanding it in all of these chats. Can you get right close to the mic and say, "Cash me outside, how about that?" Can you do that?
Cash me outside, how about that?
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Lighten the mood.
Why does everyone say that?
Should we get it from these two girls too?
Yeah, come on, let's get it all in.
No.
You're a little
No.
street, kind of, right? A little street, you know? I'll do it. If you do it, I'll do it. How about? Yeah. Okay, all right. You know, look, it's okay. Not everybody
It's just,
has
no
it in
fun,
them.
no fun.
Not everybody has it in them. Okay, I'm going to move things to Lily. Actually, wait, before I come to Lily, but I got to wait till she's back. Okay, Lily, you said you met a guy randomly during spring break in Mexico.
Yes, I did.
Crazy 3-day spring break fling.
Yes, in Sayulita, Mexico.
What's that?
In Sayulita.
Yeah.
That's like where everyone like went for their college spring break.
And he wrote a song about you?
Yeah. So.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Basically, we just like were at a club in Sayulita, and then my friend was like, "Oh, you should invite him to the next bar." And I was like, "Okay," and we were just like dancing together, and then we basically just had like a fling for essentially 3 days. That's it. It was just 3 days, and then like when we were saying goodbye, he was like, "I feel so connected to you. Like this, like what is happening right now?" I was like, "I don't know, but I want to go back home because it's like 4 a.m." And so we keep texting while like after spring break, because he's also from Canada. He's not from the US. And so we keep texting, and then he's like, "Oh, I also wanted to share something with you." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like I didn't know what to expect. And then he sends me this like Google Drive of a song he wrote about our whole experience in Sayulita, Mexico.
Do you have it? Should we play it? Or no? Is that? I think we can play it. You got
I have it on my
it.
phone.
I want it.
You want it?
Yeah. Get the phone.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Can somebody get? What's your
Is it
phone look
good?
like? What's your phone look
It
like?
has fruits on the case.
Is it good?
Alright.
Did you like the song?
Probably it's a banger.
Yeah, it. I was like honestly so curious because I feel like it could be such a turnoff if he's a bad singer.
Is it
And
actually
he wasn't.
good?
Yeah, but I couldn't. It's kind of hard to understand him, so I had
Is
to
he
like.
a mumble rapper?
No.
It's a mumble rap.
He's not a mumble rapper. He's not a mumble rapper.
Okay, let's hear it. Get it.
Okay,
pulled
I gotta
up.
pull it up.
Get
So it might
that
take me a
pulled up.
second.
Okay, that's fine. While we're waiting on that, I want to ask everybody if they've ever had a roster, or if they currently or ever had a roster. Starting with you. Go ahead.
I talked to like 3 guys once for 1 week, and by the end of the week, everyone was done. Just texting and stuff.
Wait, and so you said you've been single for 3 years, celibate for 2. So there's no guys in the picture right now.
No.
But I mean, you know, you live in Inland Empire. Is that considered LA? No, that's its own county,
It's its
right?
own, yeah.
Okay. It's like what, an hour away from LA, or
It's like 40 minutes. Yeah.
oh, it's close. Okay.
And it's even closer to OC.
Yeah, so you're in a pretty major, like pretty densely populated area.
Yes.
Yeah. You're young, attractive. You've got social media presence. I'm sure there's a lot of guys who sliding into the DMs. Maybe do you party, like go out to bars and clubs and shit.
We get paid to do hostings, so yes, we go out.
How often would you say you go out to bars and clubs? Every weekend?
No, definitely not.
Friday, Saturday?
Maybe like once, twice a month.
Once, twice a month.
But we
okay.
travel. We just got back
Travel.
from Miami. You know, we're
Miami. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no guys in the picture currently.
No.
Not even the guy you're texting or talking to.
No.
Okay. Why is that?
Just I don't really have any interest in talking to men. Kind of. It feels like copy and paste a lot of the time.
Copy and paste? What do you mean?
It's almost as if I have to work on myself and, you know, I have to become a different type of person and attract a different type of man.
Okay.
Because if it's copy and paste, that means I'm just meeting the same type of person in a different body.
Do you have a type?
I have a type, but I'm not like, oh, if they don't meet these requirements.
I want to ask your friend. Or no, you guys are
It's my sister.
like fake sisters or
No,
real?
it's my sister.
Like real?
Yes.
Real sisters.
Real sisters.
Okay. What's her type?
The best way to describe it is a teddy bear.
A teddy bear?
Like appearance-wise.
Yeah, thank you, Josh. So like dad bod.
She's into that. They have to be significantly taller. They have to have a beard. And they could be any race.
Huh? They can be what?
They could be any race, really. Maybe
Any
not
waist
any race.
size?
Race.
Oh, race.
Yeah.
So you'll date like white. You'll
She
black.
likes
Latino.
white, Middle Eastern, black.
Wait, question. Your boyfriend of 8 years, white guy?
French and Turkish. So
like
Middle Eastern and white.
Little olive skin, a little bit. Okay. Right? Turkish guy? Is that a little darker
seasoned
skin,
chicken.
right? Seasoned chicken? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Okay. So there's
This man is just partying. I've seen him go through cigarettes. Now he's drinking a beer.
Oh, he's turning up. Andrew's
he's
lit.
like-
What's wrong? Wait,
Andrew's
what's
lit.
wrong with smoking cigarettes and drinking beer?
There's definitely a lot wrong with smoking a cigarette, but the drinking of the
Wait,
beer.
don't you guys
You
sell
endorse?
weed?
Hang on, you endorse prostitutes. You're worried about me smoking?
It's just
Like,
so
it's okay to smoke a pole but not a cigarette. Come on, lady.
That's
Let's get it together. Let's get it together.
Wait, but don't you guys work in cannabis?
Well,
Yeah.
Cannabis isn't.
Isn't that worse than?
No, it's not.
I think it's worse.
Than
No.
cigarettes?
I think it's worse than
No,
cigarettes.
no.
Why are you
Sorry,
looking?
I accidentally kicked
Whoa,
something
cut.
and it was.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay.
Wait,
all right.
wait, well, hang on. Okay, so what's your criticism? Mean guy smokes and drinks? Is that the criticism? Mean guy on the screen, he smokes and drinks?
Did I say you were mean?
What's that?
Did I say you were mean?
I don't know. You're giving me the look like you think I'm mean. You give me that, I think you're a mean guy look. I
It's
don't know.
giving her the mean.
Yeah.
No, I never said that.
Okay. Have you ever had a roster?
A roster?
Roster, like talking to bare minimum talking to multiple guys at the same time?
No.
Never?
Never.
Always one at a time? Okay. What about you?
Yes.
Had a roster?
Yes.
I feel like you got Riz. You got that sleeper Riz though. Where
What's
people
sleeper
like
Riz?
sleeper Riz is like they don't think you got Riz, but you got Riz.
Oh, okay. I can see that.
Yeah.
You could underestimate me.
That's right. That's what happens. They underestimate you. Next thing you know, boom, Riz.
Next thing you know, they're in love.
They're in love. So you had a roster. How big was the roster?
I can't recall. Do you know? Maybe like five.
Was it more than 5?
No.
Okay. Ever had a roster?
Yes. Yeah.
How big?
I can't even remember. It was like
20.
no.
It's okay if it's big.
And definitely these are just like talking to like
Yeah,
my
of
roster
course.
is never like, you
Yeah,
know. I would say like 7.
7? How many
7.
like smashing though?
1.
Just
like,
one? Always
yeah.
one?
But
Okay.
it's like I always entertain something.
My girl Liz, what's up?
Yes, I did.
You had a roster?
Yes.
How big was the roster?
Typically about 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
And that's like hooking up with?
Yes. I don't just talk.
If you're talking, you're
Yeah.
you're having sexual intercourse.
Yep.
I was trying to find something more clever to say, but okay. So the most at one time was 4 at the same time.
Well, not
Carnal
like they're all
knowledge.
there together.
No, not in the orgy, but like in a fortnight.
Yes.
In a fortnight.
Yeah.
14 days. How much?
In
we
14
talking?
oh jeez.
Well-
Like also, so I don't know, like 1 a week, so 2
Oh, only 2.
in a
Okay.
fortnight. Yeah.
Fortnight.
Yeah.
Every
I had to
2
work. I
like
didn't
2
have
in a
time
day?
every
2 in a
night to
day?
do stuff.
You never
What?
done 2 in a day?
No. Oh wait a minute.
That's some rookie.
You know what? Yes, I did.
Step it up.
I did. I forgot.
2 in a day?
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
I
That's
did.
okay. It's not that I've heard more than that. I heard 6 in a day once. So that's rookie numbers right there.
shit.
You got
It's-
pumped that up.
We heard about what was it? One who did hundreds and hundreds in like a week.
We've heard some crazy shit.
That
Yeah.
lady who was in, she's Australian, I think. Anyway.
Yeah, they're those. I don't know what's going on in Australia.
She was the kangaroo cocksucker, right?
Oh, fuck. That is a crime, Andrew. It is a crime. Okay, what about you? Ever had a roster?
Like once when I was going through my little Hinge phase, but it was
Your
also like
Hinge?
Destiny. Yeah,
Oh,
Hinge.
the dating app,
Yeah,
yeah.
the dating app. Like Destiny, it was like I was talking to multiple people, but it wasn't like I was sleeping with multiple people. at the
How
same
big
time.
was your roster?
Like 4 or 5.
4 or 5. Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
No.
What about your friend that was too shy to be on the show? Does she have? She's got Riz, right? She's got game. Does she?
She does. She does.
She
yeah,
got-
but she's not a slut. So yeah.
Well, I wasn't saying that.
I think you have a roster. You're kind
No, I
of,
was just asking if she had a roster.
little...
Does she have a roster right now?
No.
She got a boyfriend?
I don't know.
Oh boy.
I don't know.
See, you don't want to say because she's got a roster.
No,
and you
she
don't want
doesn't.
to throw her under the
No.
bus.
She's not like that.
She's not seeing a guy right now.
She's respectable.
She's not seeing a
That's-
guy. She's
there's a
not.
difference, yeah.
There's no carnal knowledge of a man currently.
I don't know.
Isn't this like your home girl?
Yeah, it is.
You guys don't talk about this. You're probably on the drive.
She
home.
pleads the fifth.
Okay.
That's right.
Ever
I
had a
respect the
roster?
silence.
No, I haven't had a roster.
Okay, all right. Where were we? We're getting into the notes. Oh, I'm going to bring it over to you now. So, our good friend Kelsey. Oh, Lily's song. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, let's play the song. Okay,
Yeah.
play the song. Then we get to Kelsey.
Do I just like hold my phone up?
Yeah, hold it up to the mic
Okay.
just like that.
Just should I turn the volume all the way up?
We can adjust it, but
Okay.
yeah, it should be fun.
Okay.
Don't show the
No.
screen
Yeah.
or the screen to the camera. Is that a ukulele?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is this copyright? Probably not. It's probably not.
It was 3 short days in the palm of your hand, shooting tequila, kissing distant and rain, wishing that back home again I'd be your man. You give me all you, and I give you all I can. We were drinking margaritas and kissing in the sun. You were all I ever wanted, and nothing I had planned.
I've heard enough. I've heard enough.
You know what he reminds me of? He kind of has Mac DeMarco's voice.
Get this man a record deal. Get him a fucking record deal. He's probably going to get a record
That's so
deal.
sweet. He made a
because-
song about
That is
you
very
and-
sweet.
Beautiful. Now, here's the crazy shit, though. What if he does that same shit to all the chicks he's talking to?
I have-
Oh, babe, I like you so much. Let me just.
He could be doing that.
I have a song. Someone made a verse for me in a song, but he
Yeah.
talks about a lot of other girls. So it's like, but I know which one's specifically mine.
Is it Drake?
Is it Drake that made it?
Yeah.
I wish.
You would.
What?
Drake's your. I could set you up if you're down.
Drake's my man.
I got connects in Canada, so.
Okay.
That's my
Although,
man.
isn't he in trouble? Kind of. I don't know. Anyways. All right.
Drake is her type.
That's my man.
To a T.
Drake is your type?
That's my man.
Yeah. Like he could just be doing
Jewish,
anything
black,
and she's like,
Canadians?
oh my God.
Yes.
Rappers is your type. Okay. Yeah,
That
that's
man is my man.
cool. Okay. All right. Did you see that leak video?
Yes, I have it
You
saved
have it?
in my phone.
Do you watch it before you go to bed every night?
I have like 33,000 photos and videos in my phone, so
And you know
when I
exactly
skim
where it is.
Yeah.
Just right before bed.
Yes.
You just watch him with his meat cannon.
Yeah. Yeah, like when I'm scrolling through my thing, if I
okay.
come by, I always stop by it. You know.
Good times. Good
Yeah,
times.
visit.
All right, we're getting to Kelsey. Yes. All right, Kelsey.
Killer of Cereal donated $200. For everyone, would you rather date a person of the sex you're not interested in, or date your perfect person, but they have 3 of everything? Arms, legs, etc., etc.
A little spider bae?
You have 3 of
Is
everything?
that the vibe?
Wait.
3 dicks?
Would you rather date a person of
3
the
dicks. 3
sex
dicks is
you're not
crazy.
interested in, but they have 3 of
Man.
everything? Arms, legs?
Man.
I'd still date the woman. I wouldn't date the man. Because the man has kind of 3 things. I don't know. Okay, that's terrible. Ladies,
3 legs.
here, just show of hands. Would you rather, like, would you rather date a man with 3 of all appendages?
Or a woman?
Or a chick who's normal? Okay, I think the answer is man. Okay. Kelsey, getting to your notes. You said your first boyfriend was at 23, 24?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you lost your virginity to him. Is that at 23, I
Yeah.
think is what you said? Okay. But he turned out to have a lot of those red pill ideologies. How long did you date him for?
4 months.
4 months. And he was pretty out there, pretty crazy, a little crazy. Okay. You said in terms of his views on body count, pair bonding, and he also racist too? A little racist?
Yeah, that came up eventually.
He's a little racist?
Yeah.
He didn't like white people?
He said he would rather have his girlfriend.
Wait, hold on. Let me, before you say it, he would just say it without saying the race part. He would rather what?
Have his girlfriend cheat on him with a dog.
Then, okay, okay. Was he a white guy?
Mixed.
He was what?
He was mixed.
He was
half,
mixed?
Half white, half Filipino.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Damn, that's
he
crazy.
Said he rather his one.
Don't say it.
No,
say
but
it,
can
don't
I
say it.
say the B
Can she
word?
insinuate it?
The B word?
No, that's what
Bi-
we're trying to avoid.
Oh, all right. Well,
You get it. Right?
Damn, that's crazy. Okay, good times. So, okay, views on body count, pair bonding. You ended up with a restraining order. He held you hostage for 24 hours.
Yes.
Broke into your emails, tried to prove you were cheating on him.
Yeah.
Okay. Damn, that's crazy.
yeah. I'm
What?
sorry.
So really quickly, what were his views on body count and pair bonding?
That it's okay for a man to sleep with a bunch of chicks but not for a woman to
Okay,
sleep
so like the Andrew Tate kind of stuff.
Sure.
Okay. All right. And so kind of, has the restraining order, is it still active?
No.
Anyways, moving on.
Yeah.
So okay, you sent a video, then you sent a transcript kind of the video.
Yeah.
I could read it as you sent it to me, or I could just have you restate your positions.
Oh, I could try to restate it. I might need a drink for this conversation.
And there's a lot here.
Yeah, I just kind of rolled out of bed and wrote it. Maybe it's better to read it.
Okay, so there's a couple different versions of it, but you
There's a couple of
and
different
so
versions?
well, you sent two different videos, then
Yeah.
you sent them. Anyways,
Yeah, he
so
asked for
okay.
a transcript
Here,
yesterday.
you fill in if there's anything I leave blank, you fill it in. So you said you had a controversial opinion. Culturally, socially, men and women are conditioned to be shaped in different ways. Women are more often to be victimized, men more often to be victimizers, abusers. And men are more likely to see their behavior as normal, and women are not, or not putting them at risk. Hold on, I wrote that down wrong. One sec. I'm just sorry, one sec, guys. I'm trying to get, there's like, it was sent to me in like millions of different ways. I mean, do you want to just articulate your position? Because it is your position, not
yeah.
mine. So.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just having trouble articulating myself right now. But in general, yeah, I think I fall under the opinion that we are kind of conditioned by a variety of forces throughout our life, and I think that in any society, there's things that are normalized, and we're blind to those things because this is the society that we're calibrated to, and you wouldn't really otherwise think any differently unless you can take a step back and try to look at them from a different perspective.
Is there any chance we can get you to move a little closer to your mic?
Sorry, is that better?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's way better.
Do you have anything that you would like to address specifically, or that where you would like me to expand on? Or
Okay, so I guess this is from the text. You said, I think, hold on, I'm just reading it here. You said, for men, I think they're shaped into ways that put them into the role of the abuser. And so I'm a little confused by that. You said, I think men are incentivized to view behaviors that are damaging and even cruel towards women as normal. I think this is partially accomplished through exploiting natural biological features of males specifically, but also humans generally. Men are conditioned to tie their self-worth and to learn to value themselves based on the quality and quantity of women and sex they're able to obtain. Combine this with hypersexualization of men by exploiting, corrupting their child brains through adult content exposure, typically at a young age. I'm not going to get into that, but it makes it easy and effortless for a lot of men to objectify and sexualize women without restraint.
do you just disagree with that? You don't think that it's very common in our society for men to?
I'm just
objectify?
reading what you're saying.
I'm asking if you disagree with it.
I disagree that men are groomed into being abusers.
I think abusers was a strong word, and I shouldn't have said that.
Well, you used it multiple times.
By abuse, I'm defining it as the misuse or improper treatment of women and sex.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can just continue reading, but you could just offer up what your actual position is.
So I think that men, a lot of like how our society is that it ties a man's self-worth to women in terms of.
You're very quiet, so just please very close to the mic.
Sorry. I think that a lot of men have their self-worth tied to sex and women and the quality and quantity that they can obtain. And I think that causes people to behave in irrational ways.
But it would seem to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I do get kind of the strong vibe based on, and this is a vibe check, right? But I do get kind of a vibe based on what you've said earlier in the conversation that you might be a little bit more on the leftist progressive side. Would that be kind of accurate to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I'm guessing that you believe in some kind of evolutionary model?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's the case, then wouldn't status, which is related to reproduction, be a thing which would be very evolutionarily advantageous?
Yeah.
Well, then why wouldn't society conduct itself around that?
I think status is a normal thing to desire, but I do think that it is kind of exploited in our society.
What do you mean?
Where I think there's a lot of indicators when you're growing up that tell you as a man that if you don't have a woman in your life or if you aren't able to sleep with a bunch of women, that you're not a high value man.
Yeah, but from an evolutionary standpoint, reproduction is the primary edict, right?
Yeah.
So then the man who reproduces the most would have the most status. That kind of makes the most sense, doesn't it?
Sure.
So, I mean, so then it seems that if reproduction is the primary edict and having sex with lots of women, we could assume leads to lots of reproduction, why wouldn't, I still don't understand why society wouldn't kind of foment itself around that, right?
I think that it makes sense that it would form itself around that, but I think it's also overemphasized in a way that.
Well, I mean, we have a birth rate crisis, right? Like, shouldn't we be having more babies, not less babies? So, I mean, wouldn't reproduction of the primary edict matter here? Like, wouldn't that matter a lot? But like all biological entities, their ultimate purpose is to reproduce, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if that's the case, and man wants to reproduce a lot, which is what he was evolved to do, assigning status to that seems like it makes a lot of sense.
I think it makes sense, but I think it also can lead to people doing questionable things in the pursuit of that status.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, anything you would assign status to could be the case, right? If like anything, literally anything, having 2 pennies in your pocket, and that is somehow a status marker for humanity, would still lead to all sorts of different outlier problems, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't really understand why this is a big problem. It seems like it's evolutionarily advantageous.
I think the idea is reinforced that you don't have value unless you have beautiful women in your life or if you're unable to have sex with many women.
Yeah, right. But I mean, if you're not adhering to the primary edict, wouldn't you have less value? The point is to reproduce, right?
What if you're doing it and you're not reproducing?
Yeah, so I mean, that does bring up a whole different can of worms, which is what happens when you allow a society to fornicate without reproduction. It seems to lead to terrible outcomes. I completely agree with that. But the question still remains, I don't really understand how you would organize a society if reproduction is the goal without assigning status to those who reproduce. I don't really even know how you could do that.
I think in some ways that by tying, like overstressing or emphasizing this, like how we tie our self-worth or value ourselves based upon sex and women is kind of what contributes to the problems that we're having between men and women.
Okay.
Because if men are doing everything to try to access sex or like have sex with as many women as they can and using women and betraying women, then it's going to leave a lot of women in a position where they're
I mean, aren't they evolved to do just that? Aren't they evolved to spread their seed far and wide to as many women as possible? Isn't that hugely advantageous to humanity?
I think what's hugely advantageous is for two parents to raise their child together. That is the most likely.
Well, I mean, that's going to require reproduction and status. So like, let me give you an example of what I mean. Let's say a man has a family, has a wife, and he has 4 children.
Mm-hmm.
And that man acquires more status in society because he has a wife and 4 children. And we adhere to that, and we say, oh man, that's some kind of status indicator. Do you think that men would be more likely or less likely to do that?
I think men would be more likely to pursue that.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I think that men would be far more likely to pursue that. So then why wouldn't we, instead of the progressive mantra, push society towards that family unit and give it status? Like, that makes no sense to me.
I think right now we live in a society where people are valuing themselves on materialistic possession.
I totally agree with you on that.
And I think that
completely
includes
agree.
turning women into materialistic possession.
I completely agree with that too, but I think that that's
don't
not
think that's-
because of status. I would say it's because the opposite of that, right? So if you had higher status, if you didn't value materialism, wouldn't less people value it?
If you say that again?
So if you had a higher status in society by not valuing materialism, wouldn't less people value it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it seems like we should, instead of saying we should get away from, status, it seems like status isn't really the problem, but rather what we're valuing that gives a person this status in society.
Yeah, I think I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah, so it sounds like a
I'm trying to
nuclear
point-
family is the thing that has the most, or should have the most status, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I think the thing I'm trying to point out is that in our society, that's not what we value. We value material possession and money. And
Yeah, but that's because of feminism, right?
I would disagree.
Well, I don't understand. Are feminists the ones who are out there who value the nuclear family? Because last I checked, they
Some
were
of
doing
them
everything
do.
they can to dismantle it.
I don't know what all feminists believe.
Okay, well, are you a feminist?
I mean, I've never considered myself one, but I probably would if you sat me down and tried to
Yeah.
define
Okay. So feminism is a rejection of patriarchy. That's what it is at its core, right?
it. Sure, but I'm getting married and going and having children. So
Yeah, I know, but
it's
do you
those things
reject
can still be true.
patriarchy?
You can be feminist and still value a family unit, loyalty, monogamy, and raising children. And
Yeah, you can be a feminist and value all, but feminism is a rejection of patriarchal system. They reject patriarchals. Like for you and your husband, let's give an example. Do you want you and your husband to be equals?
yes,
Okay, well that's feminism. So that's not an embrace of a patriarchal system. You're not saying I want my husband to be the head of the household. I want to be equal with my husband, right?
but we live in a patriarchy.
I'm sorry, what?
You're saying that the problems we're having are due to feminism, and I don't understand how you're making that connection when we live in a patriarchy.
Do you think that the patriarchy is stronger or weaker than it was 100 years ago?
Probably just as strong.
Really?
Yeah.
So you think that women going into the workforce and things like this enabled the patriarchy?
I think if the patriarchy.
You think 100 years ago we had as many female leaders, we had as many females who were in charge of different systems, who were CEOs, who were in charge of corporate, you really believe that?
No, but I mean, isn't the point of patriarchy that it's the people at the very top that are controlling everything, and the people at the very top are like predominantly men?
Well,
and
no,
it's always going
it's
to be that way?
scalable. Like it's scalable, right? So you can have the people at the very top, but it goes all the way down to the family unit, with the man being held in the charge of the family unit and not the woman. So the responsibility tends to fall on the man, right? That's why
I don't think
women
it
didn't have bank
necessarily
accounts,
has-
they didn't have credit lines, things like that.
Hey, Andrew, I think our internet's back. Sorry, our internet crapped out there for a couple seconds. Andrew, you getting us? It's still kind of...
Yeah, I got you.
Looks like it's getting... Sorry, guys. I don't know what... No, don't. Oh, it's kind of crapping out. Andrew, you still got us?
I still got you.
I don't know. Sorry. Something's... Full minute.
Yeah, the quality went way down.
Yeah, hold on. We're just... Give us just one sec here. While we're waiting on that, just going around the table, do you consider yourself a feminist?
No.
Starting with you.
I would say humanist.
Humanist, okay.
No.
Into the mics, guys. You can't wave it. You got to
No.
speak.
No.
No.
No. No.
Recovered.
Recovered feminist. Okay. Wow. We're still our internet's pretty spotty here. Is it going to recover? It keeps dropping and going back and forth. Oh, now it's doing really well. It's gone super fucking saiyan. Hold on. But you can still hear us, Andrew. It's peculiar.
We're gonna have to recall him, especially if I reload.
We're going to have to recall him?
Yeah, because otherwise I'm gonna have to fix the audio.
Can you pull up the chat? Is the chat still getting us?
They're saying we're back, and then it's lag.
The matriarchy is attacking us. It's the matrix. No, I don't know. We can't hear Andrew though.
Brian, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I just had myself muted, that's all.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I haven't lost you guys at all. And the spottiness of the internet it's greatly increased. So I think we're good now.
I think it looks green. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know. We lost a lot of viewers there, unfortunately. But hey, it is what it is. All right, we're back. Okay, so.
Again, I might have to call Andrew because I'm probably going to have to reload stream.
Why? What's wrong with?
So when I reload, I don't want to explain it. You just have to trust us.
Okay, that's fine. Do you want to recall him now, and then I'll?
Yeah. Oh, no, it works. We're good.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, don't do it unless we have to. Yeah. Well, let me just go back to, I guess, your original notes here. So, I mean, you said that you think men are kind of on the opposite side, where men are encouraged to be more sexually deviant or just abusive towards women, and you think it creates a weird dynamic. Mm-hmm. So you're saying men are kind of encouraged to be more sexually deviant or just abusive towards women. Do you think men or women are more sexually deviant?
Men or women?
Yeah.
I think men.
Men?
Yeah.
You know the book 50 Shades of Grey?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who bought those books? One of the best-selling books of all time?
Women.
Women?
Yeah.
The book where he's in a BDSM dynamic with her, and
I think my interpretation of that, I've never read the book.
He's a sadist.
I think my interpretation of that is perhaps women desiring a man whose sole attention is on her and not on various other women. And not
what about the
porn.
BDSM dynamic where he's a sadist?
I don't fucking know.
That's not part of it.
I don't know.
When you say deviant, sexually deviant, what do you mean? Just partners or preferences, or kind of unpack that a little bit for us?
I think I'm just getting at the tendency of men to objectify women and sexualize women.
Do you think women sexualize women? Women
Yes.
sexualize themselves?
Yeah.
So if there wasn't such a predominance of women showing themselves on the internet and all of this, wouldn't the sexual deviance of men be also down because they're not being flooded with imagery and just vulgarity from women?
Yeah, I think it would be good if all women would stop doing porn, but I don't think that women are creating the demand for it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
they're creating the supply, right?
I want to give you an anecdote. So I'm not inclined to choke women. The amount of women who have requested that I choke them is a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It occurs to me that it seems like it's actually the women who are a bit more sexually deviant than men are.
I've heard from many women that they have gone on dates and had sex with a man for the first time, and the man puts his hand on her neck without even asking about it.
Okay.
I'm saying the opposite is true. I mean, that's been your experience. You've had women that have asked you to do that, but then there's also been plenty of men that have just gone and took it upon themselves to do the same thing. Yeah,
it's probably both.
Okay. I'm not saying like the problems in society are more men's fault than women's fault. I'm saying I think that we are kind of put into this behavior where
I think I'm kind of willing to engage with this. I think I understand where you're going here. That men, when you say that men sexualize women more than women sexualize men, you mean that men, when they categorize women, we're looking at things like that are aesthetically pleasing to us, right? So almost every woman we meet, maybe in the back of our head, we think, I do her, right? Or something like that. Something like more akin to that. Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think that's probably part of it. I think there are a lot of men that think that it's just completely normal to immediately start fantasizing about a woman that they find attractive, rather than just having.
Well, I don't even know if they're fantasizing, but maybe they just have like a knee-jerk reaction, or that just pops into their head, right, or something.
Yeah, that's
like
fine,
this.
but I think a lot of people think it's okay to indulge in that.
Yeah, I would agree. But the thing is again, wouldn't this be evolutionarily advantageous for men to want to have sex with lots of women? And so they judge them based on their physical appearance, and the beauty standards that they have tend to coincide with how healthy they would be for offspring, right?
Sure, like I think I agree that these things have a natural basis, but I think that they are like extenuated or exacerbated by society. And the
Yeah, but the question is, when you're talking about this exacerbation, it seems that the exacerbation has gone the opposite way of reproduction, which is very strange to me. So you would think that if men were out there being sexual deviants and just having sex with tons of women, there'd be a lot more kids, but there's not.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, my question is, why do you think that there isn't?
because women are on birth control.
Yeah, and who pushed birth control?
Probably feminists.
From what era?
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know
well, that
anything
would
about
be
the history of
that would be the sexual revolution. So the thing that you're upset about, which is the promiscuity issue, that was brought to you by women. Brought to you by women and the sexual revolution of, hey, all this chastity stuff, well, that's all bad. Women should be able to bang as many dudes as they want. This is a good thing. And that now they can because of birth control, right? That was part of the freeing mechanism. So just pointing that out.
I think male promiscuity was also more accepted back in the
Nick, can you
day as
close the
well,
door?
and just throughout history.
No, it really wasn't. Do you want to know why? Why it wasn't?
Sure.
Because if you don't have birth control, what is the natural outcome of sexual intercourse?
Baby.
Yeah, babies. And so if men weren't taking care of their babies, there was also a natural outcome as well. There was an enforcement mechanism. The woman's family would do things like beat the shit out of him. They would have what were called shotgun weddings. There was all sorts of different things that would happen. But there was an enforcement mechanism which basically said, if you make offspring, you're going to have to take care of the offspring. You're going to have to take care of the woman that you had the offspring with. Those were natural mechanisms in society.
I don't think like mistresses or brothels were entirely uncommon back then.
They're not entirely uncommon now.
Very not uncommon now, but
Yeah, very not uncommon now. But that's my point, right? Is that once you let the genie out of the bottle with a sexual revolution thing, and then you have the mechanism of birth control so that there's no effect of the sexual intercourse anymore, it's just pure pleasure and hedonism. Like, what the hell do you think is going to happen? Of course, this is exactly what's going to happen. What else could there be? You can have all the fun with none of the responsibility. Like, what did you think would happen to society?
I don't think the attitudes that men are more able to step out on their wives or able to sleep around is something that's new.
Yeah, but so what? Like, I mean, monogamy is brought to you by Christianity, right? Monogamy is brought to you by religion. It's a religious enforcement mechanism, so there's no more left behind men. That
I don't
used
think
to be
it's
a big
necessarily
problem.
religious enforcement mechanism. I think a lot of monogamy is also just evolutionarily advantageous.
Well, hypergamy would be
Okay, but then religion would be evolutionarily advantageous. That's the point.
Yeah,
and
it
yes,
is. I
it's
mean,
brought to you
it
by
has
religion, and religion would be evolutionarily advantageous. So if we're going to deduce this, we can figure this out, right? We can say, okay, so we evolved to be religious because religious people go for monogamy. That's why you would evolve that way, right?
I mean, not all religions are like that, though.
But hang on. The most predominant ones, the most predominant religions on planet Earth, in this case Christianity, enforces monogamy.
Is it?
Yes.
I thought Islam was the most predominant.
Well, you're wrong. The number one is Christianity. Number one.
Oh, didn't know that.
Here, let's bring it back to, you said that you think men are encouraged to be abusive towards women. What do you mean by abusive?
I think that was a poor choice of words. I already defined it. It's the improper use and mistreatment of women.
Okay. So they're not encouraged to be abusive towards women?
I think
Or are
they're
they?
encouraged to use and lie and manipulate and do what they can to get sex from women.
Are women encouraged to do the same in order to extract resources?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, well, I guess as long as you don't have.
Do you think a lot of men can do what you're describing?
Yeah.
You think like majority of men have the capacity to be like
To
sexual
lie?
deviants and be able to sleep with many women?
I don't know the exact statistics, but I think the vast majority of men watch pornography.
But that doesn't mean that they're being abusive towards women.
No, not necessarily, but I think they're engaging in an activity that requires you to objectify women, and it requires you to overlook how women end up in that position of being porn stars in the first place.
But I guess what I'm wondering is, I think even dating apps kind of show that most men don't have the capacity to even meet up with a bunch of women. So women are able to choose, and they're choosing this only like a select few percentage-wise.
I would say probably the majority of the damage is probably done by a minority of men.
Wouldn't a majority of the damage be done by majority women? Because they're the ones who actually have the capacity to be more promiscuous, to be more manipulative, because they have more opportunity?
No, I don't see how.
Why? If they have more sexual selection, how would they not be more prone to being more manipulative because they have more capacity
I think
to?
when you have less selection, that is when you have to go and resort to things like manipulation and lying and coercion and pushing boundaries.
But if you're not even that top tier person, like what women would consider attractive, you don't even have the opportunity to do that, unless you're talking about something that's forceful, which that's statistics don't bear out to be. Majority of men are like that.
I'm not saying that majority of men are like that. I think that men are more likely to be put into that position, and I'm trying to explain away the perceptions, like why do women have this perception of men as being users or abusers, or like why do women have this fear of men? And I'm not saying it's the responsibility of all men, but I'm saying that women have had this, they're drawing from their own personal experiences.
You don't think they're drawing from maybe cultural pressure for like when Andrew was saying feminism kind of brought this? Feminism already positions a woman's worldview that they are oppressed, therefore there has to be an oppressor, right?
I think that could definitely add to it, where it's like it feels a lot worse when you go through something, or maybe you make a mistake on your own, and you are looking for an out, a way to remove the blame from yourself. Yeah, I think you can.
So you could conflate that maybe your personal anecdotal experience is reflective of things that are happening more generally.
Say that again?
You're saying that something that anecdotally might happen to you, you're now extrapolating and saying that this could happen more generally?
I don't think that's what I...
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because feminism is telling you you're oppressed, you're a woman. So who would be oppressing you if you're a woman? Other women or men?
I think the feminist argument would be...
Desimora donated $200. Words have meaning, unless it contradicts my position, then it means two things at once where it is convenient for me. LOL. Whatever. Andrew's mental endurance is insane. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Zezi Mora. Appreciate it. If I can just move things along here a little bit, but so you said that there's a culture for men by men about how they should treat women. I don't want to linger on this because it gets into like the essay stuff, but sure. You did write it down, so I'll touch on it briefly, but we'll only give it 5-10 minutes. And so you said so this is what you said. So I think a lot of men might find themselves in situations where they're alone with a woman who maybe is drunk, maybe not, whatever, and they aren't aware of the ways that she's been conditioned to be more passive, but also this biological prerogative for self-defense where there's a natural inherent dynamic between men and women. You said it's women, I think, from a physiological perspective. You can't deny that a man is stronger, and you're going to sense that if you're alone in a room with a man, you're going to be more agreeable, and then also probably more likely conditioned societally to be more agreeable, to find yourself to not press your boundaries as much as you should, because you assume that men are going to react violently if you do. You assume that from a biological perspective, but also you assume that because you're conditioned to believe that and then men are probably not even thinking about that. I'm just a little confused. Are you saying that women who end up alone in a room with a man are, in all instances, are SA'd? I'm confused.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, you're saying like, just by virtue of being in that situation, that what? You wrote it. These are your words,
I
not
think
mine.
what I'm trying to convey is that when you are when you're alone in a room with somebody, and there's a like inherent power dynamic.
What would the power dynamic be?
That he's a man and you're a woman.
So just simply by virtue of being a man, okay, that's the power dynamic.
Don't you think
Okay.
that there's like
No, go ahead.
something
Finish
evolutionary to
your
that?
point. Go ahead.
That
No, finish your argument. Go ahead.
I was saying that if you are a woman alone in a room with a man, there's an inherent power dynamic, and that I think there would be some sort of evolutionary adaptation where you would maybe be more submissive.
So you're saying if a
Acting
woman finds
self-preservation.
herself alone, assuming she's attracted to the man and has agreed to be in the room alone with him, right? How did they get there?
It doesn't have to be in that situation. I mean,
So they're
attracted
just,
to him.
what's the scenario that you're envisioning then?
Okay, fine. We'll go with yours.
Well, I'm just like I don't know. I'm just a little confused here. So you're saying that like if a woman has consents to sex, it's not actually consent? Is that what you're arguing? I'm just confused.
I guess in a way that is kind of what I was getting at. But I think that there can be situations where there's coercion and there's boundary pushing and there's soft no's that aren't really taken seriously, and like maybe you're being playful but you're also saying no, you're not trying to upset the person that you're with.
Okay. I don't know.
Isn't coercion using force and threats? Definitionally.
I guess in this instance it's like implied threat due to the power dynamic.
So just his presence is a
Implication
threat?
of threat.
What's
But
that?
isn't
So
that
just his
just based on
presence is a threat?
feeling?
Sorry, say
Like
that?
isn't that just based on feeling, not necessarily the fact of the matter?
Yeah, but don't you think that there could be an evolutionary adaptation for that? Where it's better to be agreeable in a situation like that rather than to be combative?
No.
If you are actually in a threatening situation?
No. You have fight or flight, right?
And you don't think that it might be better for a woman to...
She may not
I
even
mean,
have
there could
control
be
of it.
there
That's what the
could
fight
be
or flight
some
is.
circumstances, but when you're talking about coercion in this sense, that wouldn't make any sense, right? There's no implication even of threat. You're just talking about a feeling that you have. Wouldn't that be more societally informed than anything? Like, for instance, if women were running around telling you that 50% of men are predatory, wouldn't that have an impact on whether or not you had a feeling that a man was being coercive towards you because society's telling you that men are a bunch of predators? 50%, for instance?
Yeah, I think that would definitely influence how you feel in that moment.
Yeah, I think it would. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think that might be, if we're using the way that you're kind of viewing coercion, that seems like it's far more coercive, than the alternative of a man just, I don't know what, giving you social cues for sex. I don't know. Is that what we're talking about here? Just kind of social cues?
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, if that's what we're talking, then it seems like the social implication here is that women who believe that and spread around that 50% of men are hyperpredatory would be far more of an influence on this socially than any kind of fight or flight response, unless, because I mean, that's influencing the social cue, right?
You don't think that a power dynamic can also influence that, though? Just knowing that someone's stronger than you?
Well, I mean, men are
think
around
there's a
men who are
physiological
stronger than them all the
response?
time.
So women,
They don't seem to kind of move into the idea that, as far as coercion goes, that any type of social interaction is going to be overtly threatening to them, even though they're around people who are stronger than them constantly. So like, I don't know why women necessarily get this pass. There seems to be that when we're talking about social cues here, that the influence of women often like with this idea that men are predatory when they're really not. I mean, they're just really not. Statistically, that's not based in fact at all. It's true that there's more men who are predators in the way that you're talking about it than women, but who cares? It's not very many of them, right? It's still not this vast amount. So it seems like that is an influencer more than anything else.
Wait, so are you arguing that women...
Hang on. Do you mind if she just answers that real quick, or answers to that?
I don't have anything to say to that.
You think you kind of agree that that's true?
She doesn't have anything to say to it. So do you agree, or?
No.
Okay. What do you disagree with?
Can you ask me your question?
You want me to ask you a question?
Yes, what you were going to say.
You don't want to answer anything? No.
Killer of Cereal donated $200. It's not the cocaine bears we have to worry about anymore. It's the cocaine gators in Florida now. Ladies, would you rather run into a man or a 10-foot alligator while walking through the marsh?
What would you? Would you rather run into a man or a 10-foot alligator while walking through the marsh? Anybody here? Hands up for man. Hands up for 10-foot alligator. Okay, there's your answer. I'm confused. Okay, because you said that women are conditioned to be more passive, and you're lining that into what I think is you're saying that women are getting essayed because they're more passive and men are physically stronger. That creates a power dynamic, and so by virtue of men being physically stronger, even if a woman consents, simply by virtue of the man being stronger, she was pressured into having sex with the man because the man is physically stronger. Ergo, even if she consents to sex, the man was physically stronger, she was pressured into it. Women are conditioned to be passive. Essentially, if a man in any situation is physically stronger than the woman, that's essay. I'm just not understanding your argument, really.
I don't necessarily consider it essay. I think what I'm trying to get is that we are shaped in certain ways, and when we have these interactions with each other, I'm trying to explain why women have a bad impression of men, and I'm not trying to put all of the blame on the men. I'm trying to explain that part of it comes down to how we view ourselves.
Right, but you're talking.
Situations.
What you're talking about here is like if you're alone in a room with a guy, and my understanding is if sex occurs, you're saying that, well, if sex occurs and the conditions are that women are more passive, that's what you're saying, and that the man's stronger, there's a power imbalance, therefore the man has essentially essayed the woman. Is that your position?
No.
So what are you trying to point towards with this talk of women have been conditioned to be more passive? What are you alluding to?
I think I gave a list of examples in ways that men can be kind of shaped into these behaviors that are damaging towards women. And I don't want to focus too much on the idea of coercion or overlooking soft nose and things like that, because I think more of the damage comes from things like lying and manipulating women into sex and using them for sex.
What would be an example of lying or manipulating a woman into sex? Like if a man who worked at McDonald's said he was a lawyer, would that be...
No, like giving the impression...
I mean, it would, but okay.
Sure, yeah, sure. Giving the impression that you're interested in having a relationship with somebody.
Can't women do that too?
Yeah, but I think it happens at a much higher frequency from the male side because there's more incentive to. If you tie your self-worth to how many women you have sex with, and you tie your self-worth to...
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think...
So, I mean, that sounds like there's a cure, though. Like, immediately, it stands out to me that there's a cure. Now I understand what you're saying, at least. I understand your argument. You're saying, and I'll just kind of steel man this to make sure I get it right. You're saying, listen, if society is saying that men's self-worth is much higher based on, how many women they're having sex with, then they have an incentive to have sex with more women, thus lie to more women about wanting to have a long-term relationship in order to have sex with them, right?
Yeah, I would say that's part
Okay, well then wouldn't the argument for this be female chastity? Wouldn't that literally cure that problem? Wouldn't female chastity literally cure that problem if women waited till they were married to have sex? Wouldn't that literally cure the problem?
I don't think necessarily, because part of the problem is the way that men view women, and that also needs
Yeah,
to be
okay, but if they view them as thing I want to have sex with, if they're just objectifying them, right? Thing I want to have sex with, and a woman goes, well, you can't have sex till we're married, how's that not the cure?
Maybe they just want to get married so that they can have sex with the person.
Yeah, but I mean, but if that is the case, then wouldn't that be vastly more preferable? Because you're saying they're lying to women about the wanting to have a long-term relationship with them. I mean, marriage is certainly a long-term commitment, right? I can't think of a more long-term commitment than that.
Sure, I don't think it's necessarily preferable though, because I think a lot of women are feeling like they are undervalued and like they are not being appreciated for who they are as a person and only being appreciated for what they have to offer sexually.
Well, it seems that if a man's willing to marry them, they seem to be appreciated for basically everything. But if you're getting, what do they say, right? It's the old saying, if you're getting the milk for free, right? If you're getting the milk for free, then why buy the cow, right? So the question becomes, if that is your argument, and it does, and I did steal man it, you said it was, male promiscuity, they have incentive to lie so they can have access to sex. Okay, that's a high status, right? Got it. Well, if that is the status, then it sounds like female chastity would essentially cure this issue. I mean, I don't see how it wouldn't.
I don't think it does, because I think part of the problem is that women want to be valued for more than that.
Yeah, but they would be being valued for more than that. They would be getting married to men, right? Those men would definitely value them, or they wouldn't be marrying them, right?
But if they're still just marrying them because they want that status of, or that access to a woman, I don't think.
Well, I'm sorry. Let's just assume for a second that like only 5% of them marry completely on the condition that that's the only way they can have sexual access. Wouldn't that still be completely superior in every way to modernity that you're talking about right now?
I don't think that a 5%, I don't think that would be inaccurate.
Okay, let's say it's 50%. Wouldn't that still be superior to the modernity that you're... How would it not?
Sorry, in your example or scenario, is it like a society where we're not allowed to get divorced? Or
it's just
like
modern society. Modern society where you're saying there's a plague of men who will lie to women in order to get sexual access. It's like, okay, but if they lie to the woman and say, hey, I love you, but I'm willing to marry you and take care of you for the rest of your life in order to get access to that sex, how is that still not superior to the idea that they could just hump you and dump you? I don't get that.
Like, I suppose that's you could say that's superior, but how do we get there? And why do you think it's just
but that's not really the question of how we get there. We first have to establish that that has to be superior to what we now have.
I'm not committed to an answer on that.
You're not committed to an answer. So you think it would be inferior? That if men were marrying women for access to the sex, that would be an inferior system to what we have now? Or they just lie to them and then bang them and there's no consequences whatsoever?
I don't see why it would be superior.
Well, because they would be in because your issue is they're lying, right, so that they can have sex and there's no social repercussions, and they're lying about wanting a long-term relationship. But if they marry you for the sex, they're definitely committing to a long-term relationship.
Okay, yeah, I see your point with that.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. So then I guess.
So then, like, female chastity, which should really be our number one thing we're looking at here, right?
I think I still don't necessarily agree.
Oh, okay.
Because I think part of the problem is still the fact that women are feeling undervalued. And
yeah, I get that they may still, but you would agree it would be vastly superior, right?
I don't necessarily agree, because you marry somebody who just values you for sex, and then if that's the only thing, and you're still not feeling valued.
Well, what do you think men value women for? Do you think what do you think that they're valuing them for? Like their credit cards? What do you think they value women? They value women because they want to have sex with them. They want them to have their children. That's the main value that women have to men. Like, what do you think the big value is women are bringing to the table absent sex? I actually want to know the answer to that question.
This is such a pointless
Love and
conversation.
friendship.
Love and friendship. You can get friendship from men. Why do you need friendship from women?
It's friendship with all these extra benefits, sharing your whole life with somebody, having a child with them, merging worldviews.
Sex.
Huh?
Sex. But so I mean, so instead of when you're saying friend, the distinction between you being a friend with a guy and you having a wife is your wife is your friend who you also have sex with. It sounds like the value here still seems to be the sex. Because you can have all those other conditionals with other people, but the sex seems to be the thing you are putting a value emphasis on.
I disagree, and I don't think sex should be the primary value because sex is kind of replaceable. I think the value that you get in a relationship is that merging of worldviews.
What do you bring to the table?
What do I bring to the table?
Yeah, in a relationship.
I think I bring a unique perspective, and I can help you live a more fulfilling life.
You think men date you because you bring them a unique perspective?
Yeah, I think I have given my partner a unique perspective, and I think I've helped him to start living a more fulfilling life, and I've led him to being a better person.
Doesn't every human being on planet Earth have a unique perspective?
No.
No, they're not. No.
No,
How could two human beings not have unless you're saying all human beings are not unique?
Sure, I would say a lot of people have, you could say down to there's some differences between people, but I think there's a lot of overlap and shared worldviews.
So you want to be valued, so you're one of those, I want to be valued for more than just my sexuality, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want to be valued for? What do you want to be valued for?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question that I don't have. I want to be valued for who I am as a person.
Okay, but why wouldn't you be valued for who you are as a person, and the highest value that the man has with you is still the sex? I don't get that. I still value you as a person. I think you're great. I think you're wonderful, this and that. But the not having sex thing, that's a deal breaker. That seems reasonable.
I think I would want to be, I don't think I would want sex to be at the top of that list.
Why?
What I'm valued for. Would you want a woman to value you most for the money that
Would
you
I
provide?
want my woman to value having sex with me more than anything? Oh, it's terrible. Oh, no, what would I do? What would I ever do if a woman only valued as her top priority having sex with me? Oh, it's terrible. How would I ever get through the day? She didn't love my big brain and big mind, and she only valued sex as her highest priority I don't know how I could live.
I don't know. Maybe that shows that's how you value yourself is for what you have to offer sexually.
I have a question for you. Would you date a guy who lived with his parents?
Yes.
You would?
Yeah. My first boyfriend, he didn't live with his parents.
Yeah, you're 29. That was when you were 23.
Sure.
So you want to have kids one day?
Yeah.
Okay. So you'd be totally cool dating a guy who lived with his parents?
Well, my prerequisite for having kids, because I never wanted kids until my current partner, was that if we're going to have kids, I need to be able to be at home and raise the kids because I don't want them raised by the system.
So you want to be a stay-at-home mom?
I would try to work from home.
What kind of income? Don't you live in one of the highest cost of living areas in California? You said you're from the Bay?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it like...
We're outside of the Bay, so it's a little lower. But
okay, well, in any case, California is still high cost of living. So, and you don't want to be working, so your partner has to work, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
That is the requirement if we're to have kids. I don't think that's unreasonable because I think it's important for a mom to raise.
So then you look to a man to provide.
Sure.
Okay. Don't you think that in the same way you feel about and I actually think it's a bit of a straw man that men only care about sex, but let's just grant it. So the same way that you think men think that about women, you think that about men. You simply look at men as how they can provide for you.
I don't. My partner wants to have children, and that was the agreement that we had. It's like, I'm okay with having a kid.
You would not date him if he was not able to provide for you.
If he didn't want kids.
Let's say he did.
He does want kids, and that is the condition
So there's a condition.
In order for us to have kids.
Right.
I wouldn't leave him if he decided, sorry, I can't do that.
What if he still wanted to have kids? but he couldn't provide?
I would say, sorry, I'm not having kids.
Okay. So if women are sex objects, then men are success objects.
I'm not valuing him on his success. It's the practicality reason for raising a child. Like, I don't want to be the kind of person that just has the school system raise
We've been
a child.
lingering on this for too long. One last thing, you'd said that you take an issue with men lying in order to get sex, correct? Yeah. So for example, a man claiming that he wants long-term commitment, but he doesn't in order to get sex.
Yeah.
That would be lying.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever told somebody you would love them forever?
Yes.
Have you told your current partner that?
Yes.
Is it possible something could happen down the line where you guys no longer...
No.
You think it's impossible that you guys are going to stay together
Okay,
forever?
well, you can agree, though, right, that it's logically possible. Whether you think that it would actually happen, it's logically possible. Like Wolverine, logically possible, but Wolverine doesn't exist, right?
I don't know
let me
the
ask you a
answer to that
question. Do you think that there are couples out there where either the man or the woman has said to their partner, I will love you forever,
Yeah.
and then they broke up or got divorced? Has that happened?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, these are just kind of statements of affection that people say to each other.
Okay.
They're not binding, really.
Sure.
Okay. So if you tell someone, I will love you forever, that's not like binding. You're not obliged to actually love them forever, even though you've said it.
Sure.
Okay, but so your argument is that, well, men claim, like these men say they want long-term relationships, but then they end up not, or they break up with a girl.
Sure.
Okay, so like I'm just trying to understand, like, men make these like comments in an effort to what is your actual argument? I'm just confused here. Men lie? Is that the argument?
Not men, all of them, but enough of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So women who wear makeup in an effort to be more physically appealing to men, is that a deception?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are women manipulating men when they say they'll take that vow, I'll love you forever through sickness and health, and then they initiate 80% of divorces?
That's a good point.
I don't think necessarily. I think there are people that will
What if
lie.
they lie just to secure those resources, now securing alimony, now securing child
That's a good argument.
support?
Yeah, if
and then they just said, I don't love you.
good
My
argument.
feelings have changed. I don't love you anymore.
If that's
they broke their vow.
If that is their intention when they're marrying the person, is that like I don't actually have a intention to follow through with you? Yeah, that's.
What if that's not their intention initially, but wouldn't that still be a manipulation? Because they broke their vow.
So if like when they're getting married, the person in her mindset who's marrying this man and eventually going to divorce him, her mind is that I love this man and I'm going to marry him and I want to spend the rest of my life with him and I'm not going to leave him, and then she gets married to him, and then she decides later on down the line that or realizes that she doesn't actually love him.
No, what I think happens, I don't know if it's that, I think women hit like a certain age, they realize, oh shit, I want to have kids, so I wasted my 20s doing whatever, now who's around, okay, this guy will do, I want my kids, they marry him, they make that vow forever, and then their feelings change, I'm not in love with him anymore, so they are like...
I mean, I think, yeah, you could probably make an argument that that's a similar case where the woman is probably not being totally honest with herself about her motives
or him,
with that
so
man.
she's manipulating
Yeah.
him for his resources.
Yeah.
Wait, so hold on. Coming back to this. So did you say that it would constitute SA if a guy lied to a woman about his intentions, his romantic intentions, in order to get her into bed? So he says, baby, I want to be in a long-term relationship with you. He fucks her and then dips. Is that SA?
I don't know how I feel about that, but I would say at the very least it's cruel. And it's going to give people a false impression. I think one of the worst things about SA and why a lot of women say they fear it is because that feeling of being completely used and dehumanized and disregarded as a person. And so when somebody's doing that to you just because they want sex, I think it can have a similar impact, and it's going to impact your worldview of men, and it's going to push women into this more radicalized position against men.
Okay. Well, so then would it be equally wrong then for a woman to bait a man into being physically attracted to her through use of makeup and other cosmetics?
No.
Okay.
What about women who manipulate men to get money online? How about that?
Yeah, I think that's just as bad. I think that would be like probably pretty traumatic to be a man and you think that a woman wants to be with you and they're giving you all these signs and then they just get some money from you and they dip. I think that would be equally traumatic.
All right, well, I do have to move things on a little bit here. We're going to get to some of Lizzie notes. We got to come back to some video reactions here. Let's see, and then let's do. Actually, I have one chat here. Kill of cereal. Get sun. Get some. Stay hydrated. Stay alive. Live within your means. Keep life in perspective. Nurture a skill other than your body. Never let a strumpet in your bed. My best to all 07s in the chat. Kill of cereal. Appreciate it, man. Hope you have a good night. So we have another chat coming up here. We have Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Starting with you. Go ahead.
I'm a 10.
Okay.
5.
Hold on one second.
Chris donated $200.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, ladies. Keep fighting, Andrew. I wouldn't be able to keep my stable of side chicks if it wasn't women like you co-signing the BS that I tell them. Pump and dump feminists on birth control for life.
Jesus.
Who? Show of hands. Who's on birth control? I've got the IUD. Just kidding. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. So here, I'll just, since we got semi kind of cut off there, Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10.
10.
5. 10. 9.
2.
6.
6.
6.
Okay. So we got 2 10s and the 9. Okay. Oh yeah, I give myself a 5. Andrew?
I would say I'm a 4.
Okay. Question for the 10 and the 9. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years as compared to now? Okay, so you're 25.
Yeah.
So you'll be better looking at 35 as compared to now at 25?
For sure.
Yes.
And you're 22, right? So better looking at 32 than now at 22. Let's double it, 20 years. Better looking at 45 as compared to now at 25.
No, I think like late 30s are the real prime.
Late 30s are the prime of women.
If you take
okay.
care of yourself.
Okay.
Someone in their mid-30s.
Still beautiful, but not more beautiful.
Okay.
So that's what's gonna.
Into the mic. Into the mic.
I think if I take care of myself and my skin and my health, yes.
Okay, so the thing is, you got to look at this from a view of all else being equal. So assuming you could do all those things right now and you had all those things right now, you had the good skin, the good health, etc.
Right.
Would you be better looking now at 22 as compared to 42?
You're saying would I look better now than compared to 42?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Better now or?
Yeah, better now.
Okay. All right. So wait, better at 45, you said? Brooklyn?
I'm sorry, what?
You said better at 45?
No, I said.
Or was it you?
No, we both said better at 35.
Better
but
at
not
35.
45.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Have you guys heard of a thing called aging?
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm 35 right now, and I do not look better than I did at 25.
And I'm 36, and I don't look better than I did at 26.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't drink alcohol, and I take care of myself, so I have high hopes. Good genes.
Are you on the old soy diet?
I don't eat soy at all.
She's vegan.
I don't eat soy
She's
at all.
got that vegan diet.
No soy?
No.
That's
Why,
very
so-
rare for
is
vegans
soy
to
supposed
not encounter soy in at least some of their diet.
I used to eat soy. I don't eat soy anymore.
I have a question. Have you guys ever had any cosmetic procedures?
No.
You've never had lip filler?
No.
Brooklyn?
I swear. I just.
Brooklyn, don't lie to me.
I swear.
You had a little lip filler.
I didn't.
Back in
I
the
wouldn't.
day.
Didn't. No.
You had a little lip filler, Brooklyn.
I would tell
Brooklyn,
you if I did.
Come on, be honest. Be honest. This is it's girls here. It's the ladies.
put it on.
It's the ladies.
I overline my lips.
No lip filler.
None.
I'm gonna have to investigate your Instagram again. Okay.
You can. I just learned how
Nothing.
No.
Okay.
The only thing I ever wanted, like before, I used to want a BBL, and I wanted. I don't want it
Don't get that
anymore.
shit.
I'm not. But this is when I was like 18. I wanted a BBL and I wanted veneers, but I don't want either of those anymore.
You wanted.
And I'm honestly like, I think everyone should do what they want to do, but at the end of the day, I'm anti-surgery and I'm anti-filler.
Anti-surgery, anti-filler.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a little lip fillery, or I don't know? It looks a little. You know what I mean?
The bottom one.
No, the top.
Oh, no, I think the bottom looks.
Really?
Kind of, yeah.
I don't know, Brooklyn. We're doing a. Oh, okay. All right. I don't need to see that. No lip filler, never.
I know.
Okay.
You can wear makeup.
Wait, question. When it comes to makeup, are you a 10 without makeup?
I say I'm always a 10.
Always a 10. Makeup, no makeup.
Your confidence has to be there. You're a 10
Okay.
if you believe you're like it's not necessarily, oh my God, I'm the best looking woman in the world. It's just I'm gonna walk around and I'm gonna be confident always, because why not?
But isn't that what a 10 you're saying you are? You're the most attractive woman to walk this earth amongst the other 10s?
No, I just said if you give me a scale 1 through 10, I'm gonna rate myself a 10. Why would I lowball myself?
Not be
Just
lowballing
like
yourself, you're
truth.
just like
Honesty.
looking at, I mean, that's what we do as women. We can gauge and we look and we see, and you can say, yeah, that woman's prettier than me. But
Oh
if you're
yes,
saying,
of
like,
course there's women
yeah, so
more
then-
beautiful than me,
Well, then how would you be a 10 if someone's more beautiful?
because there could be other
be multiple
10s.
Yeah, there could be multiple.
That's what I just said. So she's on par with all the rest of the 10, so all the most beautiful women in the world.
I think it mixes with personality too.
That's not what
It's
the
just
question
looks,
was.
though. We're talking about looks.
Yeah, I think there's multiple 10s. I think.
Well, there can be
Because beauty is in
multiple.
the eye of the beholder.
There can be
So-
more than one 10, but
Exactly.
you can't be like more attractive. If you're a 10, you are the most attractive.
I feel like I'm God's creation. He did his thing. What can I say?
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm, by your standard, God's creation too, and I'm not as pretty as you.
That's subjective.
But that's how you feel about yourself.
No, that's, I think, how, if I were to ask all these men in this room who's prettier, you'd be prettier.
But that would just be them, like, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. But maybe someone would think you're more attractive than me.
Well, I would question their...
Super big.
I wouldn't question it, girl. I would just take the compliment and run with it.
I would
That's-
run.
I mean, she
I
is
mean-
kind of not. I mean, you're certainly self-aware, Liz. I do think it would be the case if we lined up 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 men, and we gave them a binary choice between. And Liz, love you to death. Between Liz and like, sure, you. I think a lot of them. No offense to Liz here. Just looking at things objectively, I would say. Vast majority of the men would pick you.
Of course, and I am still a confident person, and I'm not saying I'm not pretty, and neither is Brian, but I'm not as pretty as you. The two things can exist at the same time.
Well, yeah, I'm just not going to change my... I just
Is
don't
Lizzo
think I...
a 10?
But you rated yourself a 10 and you rated yourself
think
a
it's
2.
fair.
So
I think
that
it's
was
fair
already,
for her to
like,
call herself a 10,
decided
right?
when
It's fair
that
to
happened.
you can call yourself that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I would like to just kind of quickly follow up with a quick question that I'm wondering. Do you believe that narcissism is a real thing?
Yes, and I think I have some of that in me, for real.
Yeah. So I was just going to ask you just a very quick follow up. Are you the prettiest woman on planet Earth? Do you think?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. Have you ever seen a woman prettier than you
Absolutely.
who's famous?
Absolutely. I see beautiful
Okay.
women all the
Can you
time.
name one of these pretty girls who is famous
Famous?
that is prettier than you?
Well, I like Ruby Rose.
Okay. Is she prettier than you?
Yeah.
Okay. What are the features that make her prettier than you?
I just think she has a very unique look, and as far as I know, or like, I think she's natural, so I give it up to her.
Okay.
Natural
So
teeth,
if
natural
she's
face,
a
natural
10,
body.
if she's a 10, being the highest standard of beauty you can possibly think of, then where do you place yourself?
Okay, so you guys want me to give myself a 9?
I think you're a 10. I think you're
No,
a 10.
no, well, I'm
I
just,
think
I'm
it's
just, I'm
based
just
on
asking.
features.
Just
Based
Yeah,
on
no, I know what you
features.
think. Yeah, she's
No,
a
I
10, but I
understand
just,
what
I just want to finish
you're
real quick.
saying.
I don't think all the
move
women
right
in this
back
room
over
are
to you.
10s at all. But I think she, based on features, is
Okay,
a
great.
10.
Yeah, great. I just want to know though, if this chick Ruby
Okay.
is a 10, she's the highest standard of beauty you can think of, then where would you put yourself?
I understand what you're saying because you're saying if she's better than you, how are you guys both 10s? I understand.
Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense, right?
Yeah, okay, so, but I just am not going to go back on my answer of, regardless, I understand you guys are saying, oh, it's looks, it's not personality, but if someone tells me to rate myself out of 10, why am I going to give myself a lower number?
No, I totally understand what you're saying.
Standpoint. So
yeah, I get what you're saying. You're saying like from the perspective of confidence building, right?
Yeah.
It would be unrealistic for you as a confident woman to rate yourself as less than how you feel like you are, which is a 10, which is everything. It's beauty and personality and everything together, right? Mm-hmm. But we're just purely looking at an objective standard, which you clearly must have because you think that this other girl's prettier than you. So if she's objectively, hang on. So if she's objectively a 10, where would that put you?
I guess that would put me as a 9, but I'm going to still sit here, like, if we had to do that, I'm like, okay, fine. But if someone's going to ask me a 1 through 10, I'm going to give myself a 10.
No matter what?
No matter what. Just because even if I didn't look the way I did and I looked another way, even like all of you guys, like, it makes me, I mean, I know
they're
you
all
guys,
10s?
Yes, I would hope that you guys would all feel like you're a 10.
Is there any girl in that room who's prettier than you?
I think we're all beautiful.
Is there any girl in that room who's prettier than you?
I'm gonna get it up to my sister, but
wait, Andrew.
Okay, hang on.
I'll get
so
to
if
my
your
sister.
then if your sister's a 10, what does that make you?
So fine, I guess we're all 9s, but I'm saying.
Wait, you can't all be 9s. If you're the prettiest girl in the room and you rate yourself a 9, then you'd have to rate at least other girls an 8, right?
I didn't ever say I was the prettiest girl in the room. But
okay, are you the prettiest girl in the room?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I know, but are you?
No.
Okay, who is?
I think my sister is beautiful.
Okay, so she's the prettiest girl in the room.
But
so
you
that
have to
would mean
remember,
that you're
I'm
less
looking
pretty.
at my.
Hang on. So that would mean you're less pretty than her. So if she's a 10, then that would make you a what?
A 10.
She could be a 10 too.
But we could both be 10s, but it's just like I think my sister's the most beautiful just off the fact that she's my sister and I know her and I'm in her face every day and also gonna give it up to her for being a natural woman. I just look at her with so much love that if I'm looking around and I see beauty, she's the first person I look at. But that's just because beauty's in the eye
Then
of
if your
the Lord.
sister is a 10, in comparison to all the other girls in the room, where would that put them?
Okay, just so we don't have to go on with this conversation because I feel like I've already said my standpoint.
Because you absolutely loathe answering questions in an honest way.
No. I'm just. It's you're not gonna let it go. So if I say my sister's the prettiest in the room, she's a 10, and then fine, then the rest of us can be 9s. Does that work?
Well, that still wouldn't work because then who would the second prettiest girl in the room be? You?
Then everyone would have to go down one number, correct?
Well, no. So here's how it would work then. I'll explain. If she's a 10, and I would just ask you, are you the second prettiest girl in the room?
No.
Then who is?
I don't.
Here, I do need to start moving things along a little bit here, but I got a little bit on this. So you said that all women are 10s or should be 10s.
I would hope that all women, when they get asked a question like that, I hope that they could feel about. I wish they could feel like a 10.
You think it should be the same for men too? Are all men 10s?
I think when men feel and act as their 10s, they're more pleasant to be around than just being like.
Really?
Yeah, just because it's just how you carry yourself at the end of the day. A confident man is. I would take a confident man that's not as good looking as a super good.
What if he's not confident and he's just delusional? You don't know any guys who think they're hot shit, but they're not.
Oh, of course,
definitely.
But isn't that being confident?
But good for them. I feel like good.
You don't clown dudes like that.
I don't sit up in their faces and I don't entertain them, but good for them. If you feel good about yourself, this is your life.
But they're a 10.
I mean,
you can't be for everybody. That's a 10.
Okay,
Yeah.
so but are all men 10s?
If they feel like that, I can't tell someone what they are.
Okay,
That's why I can't sit up in here and say, oh, you're this, you're that, you're that. I'm not.
Well, it's
like,
interesting because you said that, well, all women should view themselves as
I would
10s.
hope
I think
they would.
Did you say that you think all the women here are 10s?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is something that's interesting to me. So I think it's the case that more women than men will reject hierarchies. So basically, like if we're looking at capitalism, for example. So this is what gets you every girl is a 10. And participation trophies. Everybody's a winner. Everybody's special. This is what gets you communism. This is how communism actually started. This is how communism started, is women were like, we're all fucking hotties, we're all bad bitches, we're all 10s. Everyone gets a trophy. And then, women they're overwhelmingly vote for leftist politicians and policies. I think that's the origination of communism, really, because you reject hierarchies.
I just think if I were to sit here and say, oh,
y'all reject hierarchies.
I just think if I were to sit here and say, you're a 4, you're a 2, I think that would drop me from a 10 to a piece of shit.
Well,
honestly.
Okay. I got to
I just
yeah, but I mean,
we're
not really looking for.
But
and
you
I
just
understand
asked
that women can make the
rate
conflation
who's
a lot.
the best looking. I'm not going to do that. Like.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying I think that women will often do this a lot too, where when you're asking the question, you're just basing it on physical beauty, right? You're not basing it on anything except the physical. And I think that often women will say, well, wait, there's a package that comes with this. What about the personality? What about the other external traits? This type of thing. But that's really not what the question's alluding to, is what's on the inside. Just it's purely the perspective of what's on the outside. That's what the question is alluding to. And that's why you can say that there's other people who you've seen objectively who you think are prettier than you. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I'm just, like, my stance is I would not sit here and tell a girl she's a 4. I just wouldn't.
But can you admit that there could be women in the room who you do think are a 4? That you just wouldn't say it, but you do think
No.
I'll just say this, fuck it. I'm just throwing it out there. There's no 10s and 9s in the room tonight. That's it.
For you.
Okay, oh shit, okay, you want to squabble over this? No. Not a 9, not a 10, not a 10.
No,
I'm sorry.
saying, like,
y'all are lovely. I love you guys. Great personalities. No, sorry, not a 9, not a 10, not a 10. Sorry, just throwing it out there.
Your perception isn't reality, though.
Well,
and
I
it could
could
be
just
vice
turn
versa.
that back on
exactly.
you.
Exactly.
Okay.
I agree.
It's okay. I'm a mid.
But
I'm
then
mid.
but you have to know
It's
too,
okay.
every person would
Don't feel
give
bad.
someone, if you lined up 100 women and they all rated you, you wouldn't have the same number across the board.
Actually, interestingly enough, I just want to let you know, have you ever heard of the idea of the collective vote actually being more accurate? It's actually a strange phenomenon. So if you were to take a cow, for instance, and there's experiments done on this, I don't remember exactly what the terminology is for it, but if you take a cow at a county fair...
Dylan Lolly donated $200.
Yeah, no
Late
problem.
30s? You mean when you can only give us one kid that's high risk? 18 to 24 with.
Thank you, Dylan. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so if you were to take a cow at a county fair and you ask each individual to guess at the weight, right? Most of them will get it wrong. But then if you average all their answers, you actually get really close to whatever the truth is. That's what's interesting about that experiment. So the same thing would likely happen if you lined Brian up and you had women honestly rate him across the board. I think you're right. You would get varied answers. Some would say maybe a 6. A couple would say 10. 2 might say 8. And then, a bunch say 4. And then if you averaged up all those answers, I bet that you would come to the conclusion that what Brian rates himself at as, I think you said a 5, right?
Yep.
Or a 6 or whatever. I think that you would end up hitting really close to a 5. I think that would probably end up being the average.
Well, that's the average, but that's still not like if you're lining up a bunch of women, it's not.
Well, what it alludes to is that there might be some objective standard here that we're all utilizing, right?
I'm just saying that, say a few people think he's a 10, like you're not going to convince them that they're
I agree with that.
So that's
but
what I'm saying.
is,
you can sit here and say, oh, you guys, you're not this, you're not that. And it's like, okay, well, to you,
But there must be an objective standard to some degree, because otherwise, how could people guess collectively very close to what the cow is, right? Basically, what all of them are saying is, I associate the cow being big with weight. And so I'm going to guess higher because I associate that objective standard of weight as being true, right? So they're able to guess with some accuracy. There must be some objective standard that they're appealing to. The same thing must be true with beauty if we come to kind of the same similar conclusion across the board.
Wait, I got to come in on something really quick on this. So like you said, some girls would call me a 10. Here's the crazy thing is I'm so sure I'm not a 10. I would call them retarded if they called me a 10. I know I'm not supposed to say that shit, but I would tell the girl, bro, I would look at her like, call me a 10 right now. Go ahead, do it.
You're
Go ahead.
10.
Are you retarded? Are you okay? You want to talk to a doctor? What's up? See, that's what I would do. And because I think as men, we never receive compliments. And I almost feel this would be more of a common occurrence in women because y'all get bombarded with like simps and dudes complimenting you all the time. Your girlfriend's gassing you up. Men rarely receive compliments, but even I'm self-aware enough to be like, this person's just trying to flatter me. There's no world where some chick's like, yeah, man, Brian with the dad bod and the kind of, he's got a bit of rosacea and he's got a little dandruff. He's a fucking 10, bro. No, it ain't happening, son. It ain't happening. But I feel like girls, you're more better attuned to when a dude's trying to flatter you. You know when guys are trying to flatter you. So wouldn't you almost be more aware if somebody, actually women don't even like really when guys compliment y'all because they're trying to hit. They're trying to hit. So wouldn't you be more attuned to the fact that these guys are just like, if they call you a 10, they're like, it's kind of bullshit. They're just trying to hit,
Well, yes, because men are very loose
Ejaculate,
with their words.
evacuate. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, well, I think men...
Ejaculate, evacuate. Okay, sorry.
Is that your motto?
He said that's a reel right there.
Listen. I prefer long-term relationships, okay?
And monogamy?
I like to ejaculate and stay there for a couple months, preferably, at least a couple months.
Are you more monogamous or you like to swing?
Swing? Huh?
Or be
I'm a
polygamous?
I'm a one girl kind of guy.
Okay.
If you and me were dating, it's a wrap on the other. There's no other. First off, there's no other chicks. Wrap on the other chicks. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, you ejaculate and you stay there for a couple months until she starts nagging you, and then you just find a different girl. Oh. I'm kidding. It's not.
So no nagging.
Huh?
No nagging. No nagging.
I don't like quarrelsome women. Proverbs 21:19. Better to live in a. Hold on. Let me start over. Wait. Proverbs 21:19. Better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife. Boom. Quoted. What's up, Andrew? How you doing? Okay, guys. Where are we? I need to get to Liz here. Liz has been dying. She's ready. Okay, you ready, Liz?
Yes.
I need Andrew's help here. I'm going to start with your disagreement, then I'll get into some of your other stuff. So,
that might be
you had a disagreement, and it's actually good. I was trying to figure out, and so I'm actually just, Andrew's going to be my champion on this argument, hopefully. So, you said that, hold on.
By the way, it's nice to see you again. Welcome back to whatever. Nice to see you again.
Too.
You said, I think it is hypocritical, Brian, that you have openly admitted that you're traditional in some ways and degen in others, yet you lay into your female guests for picking and choosing in what ways they would like to be traditional. You say it is not fair that a woman expects you to pay if she's not traditional, yet if you were on a date with a traditional woman, you expect her to sleep with you within the first few dates, and you refuse to marry her. Does this mean that you can pick and choose your values, but the women on your show cannot, and why?
I love that.
So, and it stumped me for a little bit, and I came up with this 4-dimensional, just fucking ninja chess response, but we got Andrew here, my champion.
Uh-oh.
And look, I came up with the most smoking gun owned rebuttal to this. But because I'm feeling generous and Andrew's our special guest, I'm just going to get up for a few minutes and let Andrew take it away. Andrew, go ahead.
All right. So first, maybe we can condense the argument here, just so I understand it better. Just in your own words, can you?
Sure.
Can you explain it to me? Yeah.
So, oh gosh, now I have to think about what I said back in April. Okay. Ryan seems to dislike picking and choosing, but then he also picks and chooses. Like you can't have both. So you can't have a chaste woman that will sleep with you that same night. Like those two things I don't think are synonymous. That wouldn't make any sense to me. Like, where would you find that woman? You know?
I don't understand that, though. Why couldn't you have a chaste woman sleep with you the same night?
I just don't think that would be the typical personality or the typical choice a chaste woman would make. I think she would want to vet the men.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I would think that a woman who valued chastity probably wouldn't sleep with you on the first night, but I don't see why you couldn't have a chaste woman who did.
You could. I just don't think it's likely. So I don't think that you can. Andrew, Brian can come on here and, you know, say rightly so that he thinks it's wrong for women to be promiscuous, and then expect promiscuous behavior from those women. That
Oh, I see. So you're talking about the homemaker argument.
Yeah.
So the homemaker argument goes something like this, and you tell me if I'm on track here. You men are out there being promiscuous, and the more women you sleep with, the more hoes you're making because you're sleeping with those women. So at the one hand, you have the standard that women should not be promiscuous while you're out there sleeping with women, which, by the way, is the outcome of making them promiscuous, right?
Well, I think women make themselves promiscuous, but
Well, then why I don't know what the argument is then.
I think a woman would make herself promiscuous if she slept with a man on the first night. And if
Yeah, I don't think that Brian would disagree with that.
But Brian expects women to sleep with him on the first or even the second date. But that would still more or less be promiscuous behavior. So you can't champion.
So actually, I don't actually see a contradiction here. I think I understand where you see one. So you're seeing the idea that Brian doesn't prefer promiscuous women, but yet wants a woman to sleep with him almost immediately in their dating cycle, right?
Right. I don't.
But what's the contradiction?
Because that in itself, to me, implies promiscuous. That is a promiscuous action that she's taking, and a non-promiscuous.
He could have a virgin that he meets, and she sleeps with him on the second night.
Happens.
He can have a woman that only has a 1 body count or a 2 body count, sleeps with him on the second night. That's not promiscuous at all. I don't actually understand what the contradiction is. So let me put it this way. Let's say my position is, I don't like promiscuous women, but I'm not going to date you unless we're having sex, right? Those two are not mutually exclusive claims. So I can still not value women who are promiscuous and still want women who sleep with me almost immediately. That doesn't mean that they're promiscuous, right?
But who is more likely to sleep with you immediately?
Oh, I would say the promiscuous woman, but so what?
She's a slut and she knows it.
Well, yeah, I knew that already. But I just think in practice it doesn't. It's kind of a confusing double message. Like, it doesn't make sense to me that it seems to be encouraging the very culture that you don't agree with.
I suppose I should jump in here, unless Andrew, you want to champion more.
Yeah, I just want to kind of finish this off. I don't understand how it's actually a contradiction to say I don't value promiscuity in women, right? But then also want to have sex with women early on who are not promiscuous, right? Wouldn't that be like you get the goods first? Like you were the first person who got the orange, right? Before everybody else handled it. Like, isn't that kind of the point?
But we tend to speak on this podcast with generalities. And in general, I would say that a chaste, non-promiscuous virgin, the likelihood of you finding what you want and having her sleep with you on the first day, which I will acknowledge may have happened, but the % chance of that being likely is very low, in my opinion.
But don't you, well, wait a second. If we're speaking in generalities, then I think that you have the problem here, because wouldn't you agree that what are called, or quote, high status men are often going after the women with the very, very low body counts, and they often get them because they're high status men, and in general, most men are not high status men. And so if they're in the category of, I don't know, having like the second largest IRL podcast on planet Earth, and you know, all the entailments which come with that, I'm not sure if it is, but I'm just saying if it is, Wouldn't that kind of already make you outside of this kind of general theme of what most men are?
It's a fair
Like,
point.
couldn't you afford to be a little bit more selective and with your taste? Couldn't you kind of afford to have that kind of caviar taste because you no longer have the beer budget, right?
Of course, but I would expect Brian to live what he says outside of this podcast, and I don't think sleeping with women on the first night is living to the standards that he purports to think are best for society.
Well, it seems like he thinks what's best for society is that women are chaste, right? If women are chaste, then Brian doesn't have a choice, does he?
Well, actually, by your standard of what you think we ought to do, Brian wouldn't have a choice. He'd have to marry somebody to have sex.
That's right, he would, wouldn't he?
And also,
So
I would like to
that
point
would just
out-
take all that choice right away. It sounds like that would be a positive outcome for society, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think
So it
that-
sounds like if you follow Brian's advice and you're all chaste, right, and women are not giving it up, then it seems like Brian wouldn't have much of an option anyway, right?
Correct.
But if the option is available for low body count women and his preference is to sleep with them early on, I still don't actually understand where the contradiction is.
Because I think if he's a man that stands on the principles that he encourages, he should not sleep with a woman
What do I encourage?
I think you encourage people to, well, now I think you're considering orthodoxy, which would, you're either going to have to choose between being a monk or picking a woman.
Well, I mean, look, I agree with you that Brian shouldn't be a fucking degenerate and sleep with a bunch of chicks, okay? I agree with that. I agree with that shit. Okay, so that's my one backstab of the evening for my friend, okay? He shouldn't be a degen and sleep with a ton of chicks. I agree with that.
But I don't.
Okay? Okay, but he doesn't, right? That's true. But I'm just saying he shouldn't do that if that is what he's doing. And I do think that he doesn't value promiscuity in men. But just because he says, maybe he's one of those types of guys that dates many, many, many women until he finds one he's going to have a physical relationship with. And if he expects that to be early on, it seems like a reasonable preference. I'm not sure that it's an unreasonable preference.
I suppose it could be a reasonable preference. I just don't think it's a likely preference given his other preferences of what the kind of woman he would prefer. I don't think that kind of woman overall.
Well, maybe that's why he's not sleeping around, because the preference is unlikely, right? But still available, you know what I mean? Like, there are women with low body counts who may still be available to Brian. He still may prefer to sleep with them early on. There's no actual contradiction there, though I agree from a moral standpoint. Yeah, he shouldn't be a fucking DJ. I agree with that, okay? I agree with that. He shouldn't do the DJ shit. That I agree with.
So I think in your original statement, there's definitely some, perhaps, I don't think you have a full understanding here. So I don't, in terms of expect, I don't necessarily expect a woman to sleep with me on the first date. But I don't object to it either. Don't object to it either. But also, I'm not interested in like sleeping with 2 new women a week, 3 new women a week. Like, here's my thing, right? If I want to sleep with a girl, I want there to be continuity. So if I sleep with a girl, even if it's very early on, I've already made a determination that I want to continue seeing her. There's going to be a continuity absent some like, I sleep with her and then she just like goes full psycho. She would have to do something. Like, it wouldn't be on me, like, if I sleep with her and then I'm just going to dip.
But she
would
doesn't
have to,
know
like, do some crazy shit. Like, I don't know, fucking start crying and, like, oh, I miss my husband. I'd be like, oh, you're married. Okay, that's a problem.
Yeah, I can accept that. But
Something crazy like that. But if I choose to sleep with a girl, there's going to be continuity. I'm going to continue seeing her. I've never been interested in these guys who just fuck a girl once and that's it. No, I'm going to continue seeing you.
But even though you're saying that, and I believe you,
Yeah.
that she does not necessarily know that. So, and from her perspective, she'd probably want to vet you and be like, oh, is he really going to stick around without the sex first?
Well, then I would ask, what's her standard been for all the previous men she slept with? Because then I'm going to feel like it's unfair treatment.
And I could totally understand that. And I could totally understand that. And I would understand why you wouldn't go for those women. But I think the women you're going for, I think you should make more compromises in that respect. To be willing to wait a little longer for a quality woman.
I mean,
is chaste.
I would be willing to wait. Like, look, you can wait however long you want. It's just going to ultimately be a mismatch in terms of what we're looking for, and it's best we just go our separate ways. You want to wait 3 months? I'm not interested in, especially if she's had like previous sexual partners and they didn't wait. Now I'm gonna feel like a sucker.
Yeah, and I
don't want to be a sucker.
And I would, if I was your like friend and we were just chatting, I would totally I would say, yeah, do
Sure.
that.
But so, and here's the thing, right? When it comes to like a woman can have a low body count, but otherwise choose, she's like, I like this guy. He's the one I'm interested in pursuing. He seems like he's not, I mean, some women get played for sure. Like the guy will say, oh yeah, I want a long-term relationship, have sex with her and ghost her. That happens. Totally get it. But that's not, at least for me, I mean, that's not what I'm about.
Right.
So like I said, I want there to be a continuity. But when it comes to women not having a high body count, so as a woman, you can, like, I think the bigger indicators of like racking up a high body count wouldn't be necessarily how quick you sleep with a guy. It's what's the context and environment. So, okay, like my recommendation to women, if you want to make sure that this guy's going to stick around, I think it's far less, I mean, waiting can certainly help weed out dudes, but also if there's alcohol involved, that's a bad idea. Like that's more likely to lead to, on both ends, like it just being viewed as like a one-time thing or casual. So if there's alcohol involved, you met in a party type environment, so rave, bar, nightclub, etc., not a good venue to meet somebody. If you're traveling, okay, immediately that's created a conflict in terms of, one of the big things is like proximity and convenience to making something work. Not to say that long distance relationships can't work, but if you're in Europe for a week and you fuck a dude, like the chances of that becoming a long-term relationship, very unlikely. Likewise, if you live in a city and some hot European dude's there for a week, you probably shouldn't fuck him. That you just racked up a body. It's not going to be a long-term relationship. Go ahead.
As I will say this, like in the spirit of ultimate good faith, I'm going to concede the argument to you because I think you have the better end of the argument. Perhaps the first L I've taken on the whatever podcast, but I give a full concession.
Oh God.
Brian.
What?
You gotta stop being a fucking degen.
I'm not a degen.
You can't do it, bro. I gotta concede the argument here. She's totally right.
No, but
I can't do it. I gotta concede.
It's not degen though. It's not degen. I'm not like trying to fuck. Like I said, I'm not trying to fuck like 3 new girls a week. I'm interested in long-term relationship, but in a long-term relationship, I'm not waiting until marriage.
So by the orthodox standards that you're thinking about, would that
right,
be
No, don't. Let's not go into all that. Okay, first, let's not scare Brian off immediately. Okay, but the thing is that okay, I'll make the concession too. If you're moving towards I think a long-term relationship when it comes to the physical relationship, that is far better in society than just going around and being a promiscuous, this type of thing. But I can't, man. Like the concession here is, it's still bad. You shouldn't do it. Right? I mean, that's.
Well, if the ultimate is waiting until marriage, then sure, it's from that worldview, it's bad. Yeah. But like, I think the way I move is leaps and bounds. What is it? Leaps and bounds. Thank you, Alicia. Is leaps and bounds less degen than like one of these guys who are saying, I'm going to fuck three new girls a week. I'm going to go to the club, fuck a chick within 30 minutes of meeting her. Alcohol is going to be involved, all this stuff. So I'm not waiting until marriage, but I'm also not trying to like run through every chick, fuck them once, never talk to them again. If I have sex with a girl, I am pursuing that girl for long term. Mm-hmm. For me, it's a waste of time. I'm not interested in sleeping with a girl, and it's honestly a liability. I'm not interested in sleeping with a girl once and never talking to her again. Doesn't interest me.
But like for my stepdaughter, for example, how I would advise her, I wouldn't advise her to assume that most men are like you, unfortunately. I would advise her to assume that most men are like what you discussed. They might, especially when they're younger. So she's 10 now, so I'm thinking like maybe when she's 10 years from now or so, and she's, thinking about this. God, I hope it's 10 years from now. Anyway, I would not advise her to expect that. I wouldn't say that's the typical treatment she's going to find. So I would encourage her to wait, generally, all the time, even if she meets you, because she doesn't know who you are. She doesn't
That's
know.
fair.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, that's the point of the argument I couldn't get past, and why I had to concede to it. So the point of the argument I can't get past is the idea that you, I think, Brian, in the spirit of good faith, I have to say this, would recommend to a girl not to sleep with you, essentially, to not sleep with you.
Wait, what the fuck?
So we're gonna interpose a different man who's not Brian, but she goes on a date with that man, and within a couple of weeks they're sleeping together, and he says he wants a long-term relationship. Wouldn't the general recommendation from you be not to sleep with that guy if the woman came to you? That's why I think I got to concede the argument.
Let me think this through. I'm different, okay? Andrew, I'm different, okay?
Are you a unique person?
Listen,
Unique personality?
I'm not like those other guys.
I'm not
okay?
like those other guys.
I'm not like those other guys, okay? First off. And, but the other thing is like, they've already fucked, you know? You know what I mean? They, like a lot of, look, the virgins are rare, right? So it's like, okay, bro, they've got a couple bodies. They had a couple one-night stands. It's like, come on, bro. Oh, now you want me to wait 3 months? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
Look, no, you can change up. You could have smashed 100 dudes in a month. Hold on. Let me finish mine. You could have had sex with 100 dudes in a month within 10 minutes of meeting them, and then 24 hours later, you have a change of heart. I'm waiting till marriage. You can do that as a woman. I would just look at that and be like, damn, that's a bad deal.
Okay, but
I'm good.
For society, though,
pass.
it is a better deal because now, instead of choosing to continue with the degenerate behavior and just always be the same person, which is what you'd prefer, she's choosing, okay, I'm going to be a different person now, and I'm going to wait till marriage. That is the better choice for society, to change and to not be the same. And you may not accept that, and that's okay, but that doesn't change that her choice is better to change.
Yeah, but this is kind of a fantasy land we're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay.
A little bit, maybe. It would be better for it'd be better for society if there wasn't war. We should just end that.
By your
we
standard,
should end that silly thing of war. We should end.
So, by your standard, should I just
continue
remain?
Being a sloot?
Yeah, I don't think I should.
That's a tough. That's
so.
where I get. That's where it's a tough thing.
And even if I knew that no man would ever date me, and not you or anybody else, and I was single, it still wouldn't change the fact that I
the answer is no. The answer is no, you shouldn't. And you know that you shouldn't. And you know that every new D equals one less value point, right? If this is an RPG, you're gaining no new experience. So it's like the answer would have to be no. And the thing is I think I can argue the point from the position that it's not hypocritical. It's not. And it's not in any way a contradiction. It's not. However, I do think that the advice which would be given would, I kind of gave my position there. And so now, what happened? What just happened right now is that, so I have kind of this golden rule, right? If you're at a bar with a friend and other guys come up and they start a fight, it doesn't really matter if your friend instigated it or not, you get up and you go with your friend, right? That's the way it works. And I feel like this time I didn't get up at the bar, and that's an L for Andrew.
Well, now you have to bring it to an assent.
I had to concede. I don't have anything for this.
Anyways, I gotta get through the rest of the notes for Lizzie here. Then we gotta get back into these two girls' videos because they got some great clips. You guys got great clips. We're gonna get to them.
I honestly should have did my homework before coming on. I didn't know that this was gonna happen.
What do you mean? That we would be reacting to your clips?
Yeah.
No, it's good though. You guys got good clips. Don't worry.
Thank you.
We do, just for the sake of time though, when we do get to the clips, we got to do like 2-minute commentary max on the clips.
That's good with me. That's good with me.
So don't argue with me
We already
so
talked
much.
about this last time, the labia thing. You don't like the whole labia thing. Anyways, we talked about it last time. I think you got to get on board of my nonprofit organization. Listen, we're trying to help. We're trying to help women. A lot of women are insecure about their large labia. In fact, I get DMs multiple times a week from women saying, "I've never heard a guy talk about this. I've never heard a guy say he likes wizard sleeves." I've never heard that shit. And they're like, you are my spirit animal. They're telling me this shit. These women are telling me, Brian, I was going to cut my shit off. I was going to get a labiaplasty. I was going to spend $10K on a surgery, go under the knife. And I heard you so passionately advocating for my pussy lips that I talked them out. I didn't talk them out, but they decided not to get the surgery.
And I think that's great.
That's beautiful.
I am doing
That's very beautiful.
a service to
Okay. But
women.
I think you're also doing a service to yourself.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
He has his cape on.
What the fuck?
Save the day.
It's a wizard sleeve. Get it right.
And now they're like,
You should get a
They
wizard
want to show
hat.
you.
they're like,
And they pull that up. Big labia matter. Hashtag big labia. Look, I'm just saying, I only date women with large labia.
how do you know? You just ask them straight up, like, you got a small or big one?
Literally, that was my game back in the day. I'd walk up to a girl before Tinder and shit, be like, yo, what's up? Innie or outie? I'm just kidding. I never said that shit.
Oh my. How do you feel about a woman asking about your sizing right away?
I tell them the truth.
And what's the truth?
Wait, you want? I'll tell you what.
wanna know.
I'll tell you. But you gotta tell me what the innie or outie status is of the table right now. Sorry, Andrew. Put earmuffs. Earmuffs, Andrew. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no.
I'm not gonna. Okay, fuck it. We're not gonna say it. Look, I'm just saying. Look, a lot of my advocacy has made women empowered and confident and secure in,
I think that's wonderful. I'm sure you're very
It's
excited
Service for
about it.
society.
It's a beautiful thing, you know.
Okay.
One labiaplasty is too much on my watch, and I've because of the advocacy I've done on this program, women have DM'd me and said I was going to get a labiaplasty, but I choose not to.
Okay.
You've created your own dating app.
Yeah, I'm a. Oh no, it's not. Come on, guys. All right. Anyways, but seriously, ladies, it's a tragedy that these women feel insecure about their labia. I don't think anybody should be being shamed for the way they were born naturally. Like men, if you have a small pee-pee, it's okay. You know, you shouldn't be shamed. You shouldn't be shamed.
Agreed.
And there's too much small pee-pee shaming. In fact, there's average pee-pee shaming. That's also not cool.
Agreed.
Let's be nice to the men with average and teeny pee-pees, okay?
That's right. For those of us hung like a stud hamster, we need that kind of benefit in society.
Yeah.
I will also say for the record that I have actually had very good carnal knowledge with men that did have small.
Yeah, there you go.
That so.
Carnal knowledge.
Saying.
Yeah. Yeah. But a lot of these women, they're insecure. It's sad. It's very sad. It's very sad. And I'm the only guy talking about this. I'm literally the only guy. I'm the fucking spearhead of this movement. Yeah. And I think it's a fucking tragedy that women get shamed if they have large labia. And, you know, look, there's a lot of misconceptions. Doesn't mean that they've had... You could be a virgin and have large labia. They think, oh, if it looks like an Arby's sandwich, then... That's their words, not mine. I would never refer to it as Arby's. They say that shit.
They think you got your back blown out too hard.
Yeah.
But that's not true.
That's not
genetics.
how anatomy works. No. Not how it doesn't mean you're slewing it up. Doesn't mean that. Anyways, got to move it on. Okay. You said you went on a blind date with tell us the vampire story. 30 seconds. Go.
Okay. I went on a date with a guy. He told me he died 7 times, was a vampire. I was like, you're full of shit, and I didn't go on a second date.
You said not wanting to date me because I'm ran through is also completely understandable and fair.
Yeah.
And you said what was the body count again?
100 to 120.
Jesus. Can I ask?
I just want to let you know, when the first time I engaged with you, that was like shocking and stunning to me because it was early on in my, I guess, whatever podcast career. But That's not even that bad by some of the standards now that I've heard. It's like, it's kind of low. It's kind of low compared to what a lot of these chicks have, insanely enough.
That's very sad. And I include myself in that.
Okay, wait, hold on. Things to clear up from your previous appearance. You said you...
Oh, those things aren't, I don't know if they're relevant anymore.
You said you do genuinely feel like you do not qualify for princess treatment, because you're not princess. However, your man still spoils you in many ways and provides princess treatment, and you're very grateful.
Yes.
Okay. You also said that one of the ways I knew that my man was the one for me was in the first gift he ever gave me.
Oh, yeah. So, we were very first dating, and for a while we just spoke on the phone, because he was kind of far away, so we'd speak a lot on the phone. And this is not advised, but I had just gone through a major breakup. I was really upset. And I had this silly moment at my house that I was renting at where I couldn't open a jar. And I was like, oh my God, I don't have a man and now I can't open jars. It's so sad. And so I shared this with him. I was opening up, which I don't recommend talking about your exes but I did. And so his first gift to me was a jar opener. And so that showed me that even if we don't work out, he really cares and he wants to, it's a small thing, but I thought it was nice.
No, I see that. I honestly, it's the thoughtful gifts. Like, oh, you're really paying attention to what I say and what I desire. Yeah.
So
That's
Liz, I got more What is it, Andrew?
Nothing. But I'm taking back my concession. Because I've been thinking about this, because it's driving me nuts now, right? I don't like to concede on arguments. Right? I really hate it. So I've been sitting here thinking about this. Yes, please. Is it your position, Brian, that it's okay for a woman to sleep with a guy if she's trying to build something with him?
Yeah, of course that's okay. Yeah, I guess.
Then if that's the position, and that's what you're advocating,
yeah,
then it seems like what he's pushing out to what he wants in the behavior of society is completely consistent with that position.
But how can you know that he wants to build something with you on that very first date? He may say it.
But the thing is it assumes, right, this immediately assumes I want to build X with you or I'm not sleeping with you. So if it assumes that I don't want to build X with you unless I'm sleeping with you, and that's also the advice that he's giving out to men, which is just don't sleep with a woman, and women don't sleep with men unless you're building something together.
Yep.
Then that actually does seem consistent.
Boom, checkmate.
Well
done, Andrew. Vanquished. Sorry, go ahead.
You conceded the point before.
Oh, you can't walk it back, Andrew.
That's true. Okay, that's true. You did get the first concession on an argument ever. From me. I had to concede because, man, it was very compelling.
Clip
until
it and
I thought
ship
about
it,
it a little bit more, and now it's less compelling.
I didn't get to finish that because you conceded before. I now see the logic of what you're saying, so I will also concede the point. That is a good point, Andrew.
Okay, but the second concession negates the first concession, which means you concede and I don't.
Well, I was expecting that to happen anyway, so sure.
But I appreciate the good faith exchange. It was a lot of fun.
Going back to you, Lizzie, you said that women should. What about nerds?
Oh, I think a lot of women don't consider nerds, and they should, because they are, in my experience, which has been vast, I've pretty much only dated nerds. I like nerds. They are smart. They are passionate about the things they like. They work hard. They tend to get into careers that are lucrative and, will always be needed. And they tend to be humble, which is another thing I definitely value. So I think try out nerds.
You said creative too?
Oh, yes, and creative, yes.
In which ways? I don't remember. If you recall saying. You said inside the bedroom.
Oh, yes. Well, they tend to be very creative in all realms.
Really?
You also said, what about the tradesmen? Tell us about the tradesmen.
Oh, yes. Tradesmen are also a great choice because if you think about it, if I'm looking for a husband, and well, I found my husband, but if I was, a contractor is a great option because if you guys have a house, you are going to save exponentially. A, he's always going to have work. B, he's going to know how to fix a lot of the stuff around the house. You're going to save on that. C, he's probably a humble man who's willing to work and support his family. That's not always the case, but I think that tends to happen. And I just think it's a better career than, you're always going to need an electrician, a plumber, all these things. So I think that they're great. And I think that most people, including women, I would not advise to go to college. I would advise to go to trade school because it is better, it is more cost effective, it's a better choice all around.
Shorter time.
Yes, exactly, that too.
Oh, you have a story?
The story?
Oh, no, okay. You said that your man is the head of our house. He's the leader of our house because he earned it.
Yeah. And not because he's a man and he has a PP. It's because he works the hardest and he sacrifices the most. And he's the one that I know if something horrible was happening. I mean, I'd be willing to protect the house too, but I know that he would protect us all, and he would take a bullet for me and his daughter and his family. So he's not just the leader because of his gender. He's a leader because of his actions.
And you said that are you still a member of Andrew Tate's
I am,
Cobra University?
Yep, I
Is
sure
that what
am.
it's called?
I think
Cobra
so, yeah.
University?
Yes.
I thought it was Hustlers University.
Oh, it is Hustlers. It has the
Wait.
Cobra image, so
Oh,
I get
okay.
confused.
So you said, going back a little bit here, you said you're liberal. You're a liberal from Berkeley. You were raised by a hippie dad and a British mother. You don't think a person could have been raised more liberal. That being said, you support the Tate brothers because you believe they were wrongly imprisoned. Oh, wow, okay. You also said that, I don't know if you're pitching their program, the Tate program.
We don't have to do that if you don't.
Well, whatever. But you said that you're very grateful for Andrew Tate's teachings.
Yeah. I don't like everything that he says.
Oh, okay.
But obviously, I don't like most of what I respect and like Andrew, but I don't like everything he says. But I think that I find value in strong masculinity because I think that even though I'm a woman, I can still stand to be stronger. I could still stand to earn more money. I could still stand to go to the gym more. And I've done all those things thanks to a lot of Andrew Tate's advice.
And then moving on here, you said, are you religious?
No, I'm not.
No. You said, I'm going to give, if you guys want to engage on this, I'll give you guys 5 minutes, you and Andrew. You said, God is a man-made concept used to enforce morality, as are all religions. I believe Jesus was a real man, but he was not the Son of God, as God is not real, your words, not mine. You guys, Andrew, is this something you want to bite on? Is this something you want to bite on?
Yeah, absolutely.
But let me just, let's do, it's 10:15 now. You guys have 4 minutes, 10:20. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's start just very quickly the concept that God is made up.
Right.
Okay. And that's actually a way more powerful claim than you're not sure. You realize that, right?
Yeah, I mean, technically, I'm not sure because I think that's the most logical.
So then, if you're not sure, you're conceding that there could be a God.
There could be, but the percent chance that the being that they describe in the Bible is real or any other religious book, I think, is not likely. No.
Yeah, okay, so then you're not an atheist, you're an agnostic.
Yes.
You're saying it could be true.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Let me ask you this. Do you believe that the laws of logic are real?
I actually don't know what all the laws of logic are.
Well, so like, for instance, let's just take the law of identity. You can't be the person next to you, and the person next to you can't be you. You have to be you, and only you can be you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and is that always true, or is that a man-made construct?
I'm pretty sure that's always true.
Well, if it's always true, that's really, really strange, right?
But
how could you have a thing which does not exist but is always true? How could that be possible?
Three minutes back.
I'm not sure how to answer, but I don't think that God is not always real because not everyone believes he's real. So by that logic,
What does that have to do with anything?
So
it doesn't matter if you believe that the law of identity is real, it's still real, right?
Right, but I don't think that works for God, unfortunately.
Well, you don't think that works for God?
No, because I don't think that there's some man in the sky that's going to rain frogs down and...
What do you mean a man in the sky? your conceptualization of God is very bizarre here, but let's just stick back with the idea of these metaphysical truths like the law of logic.
Mhm.
Is mathematics something which is discovered, or is it something which you invent?
I think it's something invented to describe a reality.
And that reality is what?
Is if I have 2 oranges in this hand and 2 oranges in this hand, I have 4 oranges. The reality is
And
the
is,
oranges.
so 2 plus 2 always equals 4, whether or not your mind is present to perceive that that's true.
Yes.
So these things are true regardless, they're mind independent, right?
Yes.
So if these things are not created by man, but rather exist instead as a metaphysical conceptualization of truth, how is that possible absent a creator?
So you're saying because we have mathematics, we have a creator?
We have knowledge
No. I'm saying that if there's transcendental truths, this is a wide concept and I don't have a lot of time, so I'm just trying to break it down very quickly, right? If there's transcendental truths, meaning there are truths which exist, right, outside of the mind, how is that possible if you are claiming that truth is mind dependent? Wouldn't that allude to there being a mind?
I'll be honest, this is getting very heady for me and I'm having a hard time following.
Well, it's just to condense it super easy. Okay. If like you say everything is subjective and mind dependent, then how can you have things which are true even absent the mind? Unless there's another mind.
Well, because math is just the words we chose to describe. So like 2.
What about the laws of logic, like the law of identity, which is always true? No matter what, it's always true. It can't be a human construct. It has to be objectively true. If that's true, and you're saying everything is mind dependent, but this would still be true even absent a mind, wouldn't that allude to the fact that there's another mind?
See, I'm not sure if I'm prepared to say that because I don't know that I'm at the level.
Well,
where
then
I
all
can
you have to do is give me a scenario in where the laws of logic wouldn't be true. Like, for instance, could planet Earth be planet Earth and not planet Earth at the same time?
No.
Is that possible even if all minds are gone? Is that possible?
No. Well, but planet Earth is a literal
So if it's
thing.
objectively true, then truth to you is mind subjective, right? This is a subjective thing. But if this is objectively true, then wouldn't it be mind dependent?
Well, so my basis for truth is what is literally here. The planet is a literal planet in space. It can be.
I'm very sorry, guys. I'm sorry to cut you off. We do have to move it along, but you can catch her tomorrow on the Crucible, where they get into they're gonna have a 3-hour conversation on this. So be sure to tune into that. So I guess there's you wanted to talk about the politics hot takes. You don't have to talk about. Maybe we'll touch on that a little bit later. I guess the last thing. We kind of already talked about the body count stuff. So what was the other thing that you wanted to hit on? I'll come back to it. Okay. I want to do some of my rapid fire questions that I have. We have to review their clips. And so hold on one sec, guys. While I'm finding my next notes here, would you rather be the king's mistress or peasant's wife, starting with you?
King's mistress. I'm going to be the king's mistress.
I mean, I think it depends on the person.
The king? Like if it's a small principality or like full on like England?
It depends on their personality.
Was Liechtenstein a principality? I don't know. Like, let's say it's like 1/100th the landmass of Germany. So it's like it's small territory, you know?
I think for me it depends on the person. If you want to do the all things equal, then it would.
So King Henry VIII,
okay,
or the peasant's wife.
I'll go with the peasant.
Probably a smart choice on that one. Unless you like to get beheaded.
Not all the
Or
time.
divorced.
Or syphilis.
Or die of natural causes. Okay, anyways. All right. What about you?
A king.
King's mistress?
Yeah.
Probably a peasant's wife.
The who what? Peasant's wife?
Yeah.
Peasant's wife.
Peasant's wife.
Peasant's wife.
Peasant's wife.
Word. Okay. Rapid fire questions. Who's the primary victim of war, men or women?
I'm sorry, what was the
Huh?
question? What was the question?
Who's the primary victim of war, men or women?
I think men.
Okay.
Men.
I would say men, but they definitely do go in villages and kill women and children too. But I feel like men get killed the most.
Can I say both?
You have to pick one.
Men.
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 Okay. Well, that was simple. Are men or women physically stronger? I'm sorry, we have to ask this because one girl said, no, we had the 3-hour debate, so we have to ask this question now.
Men.
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 There's a little pause there. Okay.
Men.
Men.
All right. Can you be sexist towards men?
Yes, I am.
You are? Whoa. Okay, she said the quiet part out loud. You're sexist towards men?
Yes.
Why is that?
I don't really feel the need to not be.
You don't feel
That's
the
not a really
need-
great reason, but it's the truth. I mean, that's my answer.
Are you a man hater?
No, I don't hate all men. I actually know a lot of amazing men, but do
Okay.
I not enjoy the majority of them? Absolutely.
Okay. So
But
you
I
okay,
love,
that's
like, there's
fine.
a lot of
Sexist
amazing men.
towards
And I
men,
don't think
okay.
all men cheat. Like, I'm not one of those people that think
Yeah.
everything's black and white.
Okay.
Yeah, you can be sexist towards a man.
Yes.
I should have add and are you. That's a good. From now on, when I ask this question, I'm gonna add and are you.
Am I?
Yeah.
Probably.
Oh, okay. All right. Interesting. All right.
Yes.
Let me just write that to my notes. And are you? Okay. All right. Yeah.
I would say yes.
Yes, you are. Yes, you can be sexist towards men,
Yes.
and you are sexist towards men.
I would say I could be sexist towards men.
Okay.
Yes.
And yes.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Okay. Shit.
Not like,
Yeah.
but yeah.
Go ahead.
Yes, you can, and no, I am not.
Yes, and I really try not to be.
But you are. It's okay.
But
We get it.
sometimes
We get it.
It's only sometimes.
What's the most sexist? Tell us about this.
It just, in certain situations, also, I feel like being surrounded by a bunch of college guys, specifically UCSB, sometimes it's a little hard not to be, but I really try not to be.
Wow. I love the honesty. Wait, so like the frat boys?
Yes.
Are you in a sorority?
No.
Ever been in a sorority?
No.
Okay. Okay. All right. What about you?
Yes, and I don't know. I think men should be providers and take out the trash and stuff, but
So sexist.
So if that is
So
sexist, then
sexist.
yes.
Okay. Alicia, what about you?
Yes, you can be, and no, I'm not.
All right. Can you be? One of the viewers asked me. This isn't from me. This is one of the viewers, and I'm doing him a favor. He wanted me to ask this. Can you be racist towards white people? Starting with you. And are you racist towards white people?
I feel like I am. I mean, I'm white, but I'm
You're
just like every time I see white people doing some white people shit, I'm like,
damn.
That's why they're mad. You can't,
Huh.
they have their reasons.
Wow. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. What about you? Can you be racist towards white people?
Yeah.
Yeah?
But
And are you?
I don't think I'm racist towards white people.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I don't feel like you really could. I feel like you could pass judgment.
Okay.
But
So like prejudice plus power.
prejudice. Yeah.
Yeah, that
but I
thing,
don't think
yeah.
racist. And I would say
What about you?
Yes, I think you can.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Why do I? I don't know why. It's the chat that wants me to ask these questions. I don't know what the deal is. Do we live in the patriarchy? Going back to the feminist stuff. Did we go around the table? I think on the who's feminist? I think it was kind of you and you, maybe a little bit.
Wait,
No.
what?
And you
About
too? Feminist?
I didn't say I was
Here,
a feminist.
well, okay, forget the feminist question, but are you?
No.
Okay. Do we live in a patriarchy?
Yes.
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 No, maybe. I don't know.
Yes.
No.
No, we don't.
Those of you who said yes, under this patriarchy are women oppressed. You got this, Brooklyn.
Yes.
I think both are oppressed under the patriarchy.
Both men and women.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but simultaneously, I feel like they're more liberated as well.
More liberty?
Like women have more freedom.
Oh, okay.
Women have more freedom.
Both.
And then I think you said there's a patriarchy.
Yeah.
Are women oppressed under the patriarchy? Sorry.
Yes, but I also think it's getting better.
It's getting better.
Slowly,
It's been
but
rough,
I think the patriarchy is still an overlooming thing, and people still follow it. A lot of people still follow
Got it. So starting with you again, you said women are oppressed. Are you oppressed since you're a woman?
I think in some cases, yeah,
In
but
some
not
cases.
in others.
Okay, what about you? Are you oppressed?
No. I can't think off the top of my head, to be honest.
Well, maybe you can't think of any examples, but do you think that you are oppressed as a woman?
A small dose.
Small dosages, okay.
I don't think that the oppression happens on the basis like because you are a woman or because you are a man. I think it's just in
Just
general.
because. Okay, as a human. Got it. What about you? Are you
Yeah.
oppressed?
A little bit.
How are you oppressed?
I can just like think of little things, but like if it's just us, like if it's me and a girlfriend like going somewhere, then like someone has said before like, oh, like you need a man to come with you, and we're like, no, we don't. We're fine. Like we're over the age of 18. Like we don't need a man to like supervise us. That's just like one example that comes to mind, but it's just certain things also. Like I feel like men can be put in power sooner than I can, or like people have more faith. I've seen like cases where people have more trust in men than the power that I can have.
People have more trust in men?
Than like of like the power they can like do in the task than what I could do. Like if that makes sense.
What if it's like lifting something heavy?
I can still do it.
Can the man do it better than you?
No.
Wait, what?
Well, if they're stronger and if it's really heavy, then maybe. And if they are stronger, it's very situational. But I can also do it.
All right, sure. So those are the examples of you being oppressed?
Yeah, I know they're very minimal examples, but yeah.
How are you oppressed, Brooklyn? Tell us.
Wait, I want to go back to the racist thing.
Wait, let's do the oppressed thing, then we'll come back to the racist thing.
I just think, I think men naturally just like socially have a lot more power, and they're taken more seriously. And I can think like one example off the top of my head. One time I couldn't get into some, like, it's a really long story, so I don't want to get into it too much.
Wait, you couldn't get into a nightclub?
No, it wasn't a nightclub. No, I was just like at an event, and they're basically like, oh, like you don't have this certain type of ticket, you can't go in. And I'm like, what? I do have it. I did have it. It was just like dropped and someone else scanned it, but I had, the credit card I bought it with, everything, and not even, or like an hour later, my ex comes, and then he's just like, what's up? Like, what's the problem? Instantly, we get in. And I just think men just hold so much more power. Men are taken so much more seriously than
That's so true.
women.
It honestly
So
is
it's
very,
like,
very
I'm just
true.
confused how you could tell me, no, I have my credit card, I have the ticket, I have everything off the website, and it's a no. But the second a man comes up, it's yes, sir. Yes, boss.
Literally.
Yes, king. Like, what?
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
What?
That's how it goes?
That's how it goes.
Yeah.
Men love to really they go hard for other men. So
Well, actually, they've done studies and they've found that actually, so women have a modestly strong in-group bias for other women, and then they found that men actually have an out-group bias for women. That probably doesn't mean anything to you guys, but this study was done, and it does exist, and it did find precisely what I just stated.
Okay, well, yeah.
And
that's
it
fair.
is available on the internet.
Okay, but back to the racist thing really quick. Oh. I don't think you could be. This is very contradicting, but I'm still gonna say it. I don't think.
Say that shit.
I don't think.
Say it with your chest.
I don't think, because I didn't answer the first part. I just said I was like when I see, You're
racist.
I was saying when I see white people doing certain things that's like white people shit.
Isn't that a movie? I see white people. Oh wait, I see. What was that movie from?
I see dead people.
I see dead people.
Sixth
But then they said I see white people. I don't know. Okay, go.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't think, I'm not saying like, like someone that's not white is gonna be racist to a white person. I'm just saying I am. I be seeing why they get so upset with us.
Wait, so what's the thing about the whole
That's
racist?
just because I didn't answer. I only answered the second part because you were like, "Are you?" And I never said my answer to the first part.
Oh, so your answer to the first part was yes, you can be racist.
No, I'm saying no, but I am. Like,
no, you can't be racist towards white people, but yes, I'm racist towards white people.
But I'm white. So
but you're a white girl.
Yeah.
And you're racist towards other white people.
I can be.
Can be.
Or I guess past judgment or whatever, but I just never answered your first part, so.
Wait, okay. Do you think, okay, related to this then, since we're going back here, do you think white people have culture?
Have culture?
Have culture.
Like when I think of white people culture, I think of hot dogs.
Damn,
honestly.
Bro.
I'm not gonna, like, that's just when I think like,
Damn,
what's
bro.
the culture?
You don't think of like Europe?
Shit.
I mean, that's not my first
Italy?
thought. That's not my first thought.
You don't think of Mozart, son?
That's not my first thought.
You don't think of Bach? You don't think of Mendelssohn?
I think of like
Shakespeare.
We need a little dark age
box macaroni and
compilation
cheese and hot
here.
dogs.
Italian cuisine?
And just can't wait for the 4th of July to dress like American
What
flag.
about Italian cuisine?
What about French cuisine?
French cuisine.
I went to France for a month and
The Mona Lisa? Oh.
That's just not my first thought. You asked what I thought about that. That's not my first thought. I think of box mac and cheese. I think of Kraft box mac and cheese and some weenies. And I think of the 4th of July and people can't wait to wear an American flag as an outfit. And I hate to see it all.
Huh? You like Chopin?
Yes.
And Chopin? No?
No.
Good.
I don't even know
He's dope? Did somebody say Chopin's dope? Okay.
He's really good.
So yeah, I was just answering your first
Ballet
question.
over here. Oh, Nutcracker. Tchaikovsky?
Yeah. Oh,
What's his other banger? What's the other banger from Tchaikovsky? There's Swan Lake.
Oh, was that him?
Swan Lake.
The flute?
The Nutcracker, Swan Lake.
Those are just not my first thoughts. I think of Taco Bell.
Another Russian
like,
composer. Stravinsky, very good. What's this? What's the?
No, I think of when that lady said the guacamole.
Mussorgsky.
Guacamole was too spicy.
Let me talk to you about Mussorgsky. Mussorgsky, now, he had really fantastic compositions there. Night on Bald or Bear Mountain, speaking of bald, Night on Bald Mountain, it was in Fantasia. Fantastic composition.
Shout out to Fantasia.
Shout out Fantasia, what's up?
So those are my answers.
Are you more of a Baroque? Are you more into the Baroque period? Or are you more like romantic or more classical? You know?
No. I don't know.
Baroque? Yeah, so you know. Which of the Bach's cello suites are your favorite? I'm partial to his third cello suite, movement 2, or yeah. Oh, I got to read some super chats. Okay, I'm gonna have my girl Des read this. What's up, Des? Go ahead.
Hey Brian, I had a question for you. Where's the clitoris? On a website it says at the crest of the, how do you say that?
Labia.
Labia.
What does that mean? What does the female vagina
That's
look
crazy.
like? Also for the ladies, Would you date a beet farmer that's looking for love in all the wrong places? For real.
It's like at the top, you know. Ladies, show of hands, would you date a beet farmer? Just show of hands.
If it's like Dwight from The Office.
Dwight from The Office. Nice, okay. Thank you, Jess Soto. Sorry it took us forever to get to your super chat. How much would a man have to make after taxes for them to date you? Starting with you, go ahead.
I don't have a certain, I don't have a number that I'd put on a man to date him, like to be willing to date him. I just need a man with a plan.
She needs a man with a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How much does Drake make? What about you?
More than enough.
After taxes, what was the name of the super chatter? Did anyone catch it? Sorry, I forgot. I was gonna. Anybody? Okay.
I would say I don't care.
I would say, kind of bounce off of the man with a plan. I would prefer a man to do well for himself and have some extra left over, because if you're barely scraping by, then I feel like you don't really have the means to be dating.
Beautiful. Yeah. What about you, Des?
Yeah, it's more of a plan. It's not like a number.
Word.
You know,
Yeah.
that you got to shoot for.
Around 40,000, and if he wants me to stay home, double that.
Yeah, kind of plan thing, and like it doesn't really matter if I really like this person or if I'm in love. Like I feel like money doesn't have a value on that relationship.
I haven't really thought about it in like a sense of crunching numbers, so probably about the same, just a plan and go from there.
I don't have a preference.
Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, we should have done that. Yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, it's been 18 minutes since we've had a Prime. I'm pretty sure it's bugged. Our stream's been bugging out. No idea. We've been having lag issues. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one. Nickelodeon says, Blondie, you don't need a man when you and your friends are stumbling down the strip drunk. If not, I never want to hear women like you playing victim because a drunk guy okay, grabbed your booty, I guess? I'm confused.
Cause he's trying to like say she needs a man. Because.
Thank you, Tama.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tama, for the gifted 5 subs. Okay, we were gonna get into Nick. We're gonna start pulling on more clips. While I do that, Alicia, you said that. Nick, get the next clip going from Something for That Ass. Something for That Ass. These girls are going to be the next Call Her Daddy, but
More vulgar.
more vulgar. More vulgar. Ah, damn, okay.
But what?
Huh?
But what?
I think, listen, just a little feedback. You open Brooklyn?
Oh, yeah.
You open the little feedback? Is the Brooklyn Bridge, is it open
Yes.
to feedback? I think you're right on the precipice of breakthrough. I think the one thing holding you back, your earrings are a bit too big.
Really?
You got to downgrade the earrings, and then you're going to be fucking, oh my God, that was like you're going to be on upwards trajectory.
My earrings get me so much engagement though.
Oh. I'm just saying, I feel like that's what's holding you back.
I don't think anyone can bully me out of wearing these.
I'm not trying
No,
to
but
bully.
that's what they
I'm
try to
just
do.
saying,
But I
I'm
look at it as engagement. They think it's like, oh, I just made the most clever joke in the world. Like, the bigger the hoop, the bigger the, like, wow,
Did you ever play Star Fox 64?
No.
Like you would have to fly through like the. Why do
I could put like, you could too. You could put both of your fists through there.
Yeah, I just when I see them, I think like.
But I don't think that's the
trying
problem.
to fly through. Okay.
It
anyways,
gets a lot of
whatever.
engagement.
Alicia said, "Hot take: feminists have no game/riz."
Yeah. And I say that non-judgmentally. I say that experientially.
Oh, thank you, AB Check.
When I was a feminist, because I believe if you're a feminist, a core tenet is you believe in oppression. Therefore, you're automatically going to have this like adversarial dynamic with men. You're also going to have a combative nature with men because you think you're his equal. And those were just things that I notice are major boner killers for sure. And yeah, what else did I have to say about that?
Major.
Oh, and also when I see with the bowing for your thing, the girls are always acting like, oh my God, it's so degrading, and they just have no playful nature. Like feminists, I say this with love again, I'm not being judgmental, but we've just kind of lost a playful nature with men because we just constantly think men are trying to do these like little things to harm us. And I just feel like now in retrospect, I realize that it was the furthest from the truth with most men I've ever engaged in. Most men had really good intentions with me. So yeah, I just think women should be a little bit more playful because you're not oppressed. I'm sorry, you're not oppressed. Yeah.
Okay. Nick, let's get into the clips, please. Let's get into the clips. Go ahead. We have to only limit it to like 2 minutes of commentary per because there's a lot.
That's why I'm celibate, because it makes my mind clear. Because if I get some dick, I'm wondering what you doing, where you at, who you with, drop the location. That's why I'm celibate, because
Wait, let it play one more time.
it makes my mind clear. Because if I get some dick, I'm wondering what you doing, where you at, who you with, drop the location.
Wait, pause.
That's why I'm celibate.
Wait, but I'm confused. Aren't you? You said you're celibate, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like you said, if I get some dick.
So if I were to,
But you must have had that experience of getting dick.
yes, I'm not a virgin.
No, I'm not. Well, that's not what I'm.
So I'm
getting
saying
at.
that's why I'm celibate, because I like a peace of mind. Because
Okay.
if you are in my coochie, I'm gonna be in your business.
If a guy's in your coochie, you're in the business.
I'm in his business.
You're in his business.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I feel like I have the right to ask those questions if we're having sex, because I'm not just gonna have sex with anyone.
Okay. Next. He's pulling it up. He's getting it ready, boys. Next clip. He's almost got it.
I abstain from sex because I don't lay down with men. I wouldn't want to be the father of my children. I don't lay down with men that are emotionally unavailable. I don't lay down with men who don't just straight up respect and value my time and me as a person. I mean, either way, you guys are going to be mad because I'm going to continue to use my platform to inspire women to keep their legs closed until they find someone that's really worth laying down with and doing such a vulnerable act with. I abstain from sex because I don't lay down with men. I wouldn't want to be the father of my children. I don't.
Well, this kind of, I mean, this perhaps goes back to our conversation about like men being P words for wanting virgins.
I'm glad we only have 5 minutes to talk about this. I mean, it's just,
look, we already talked about it, but
Yeah,
it's
we
just
talked
another
about it.
video where it's like on one hand, you're advocating women abstain from sex, don't have sex, ergo, you're going to have a low body count, or you might even be a virgin, but also men bad for wanting virgins.
no, I'm just telling women, I'm just trying to encourage them to be smart, because I think a lot of the times, I think all women can admit if they lay down if they did a list of every single guy they've been with, maybe not every single woman, I can't put everyone in a box, but if you were to make a list of all the guys you've ever been with, how many of those were, one, deserving, and two, were you enthusiastic to actually sleeping with? Going back to what she was saying, being in a room with a man, I understand like how she's saying there's a power struggle, because a lot of men get sex because they're just keep like, come on, and even though maybe it's not the R word, but it's just, you're not getting a yes the first time, you're not getting an enthusiastic response, you're just
it's really weird though, because like I agree with your messaging here, right? But I don't agree with the conclusion. That's where we're getting hung up.
But
like your message is, women, you said in this clip, ladies, keep your legs closed, right?
Yeah.
It seems like that seems like a good message, but if they're keeping their legs closed, then they're not having sex with men. If they're not having sex with men, they're going to have very low body counts. They have very low body counts, then men are going to, if all women followed your advice, in other words, let's try it this way. If all women followed your advice, all women would have way, way, way lower body counts, right?
Yeah,
and
they chose to go.
so then all of the men who are attracted to all of those women would be PDF.
I think it's more so just like because a lot of people assume based off my videos, oh, since you speak like this, you must, Ben or Anthony, you must have 100 bodies, you must do this and that. And that's just not my personal experience, But I'm trying to encourage women that maybe have been more, I guess, sexually liberated, however you want to put it. I'm just encouraging them maybe, because I don't see a lot of, what comes up on my feed, and maybe it's just because I don't know.
Aren't you encouraging all women to do this?
Yes, I'm encouraging all women to do this, but I'm saying, even if say a woman has 100 bodies, maybe from this point forward, start making better decisions.
Yeah, no, I get that. I agree with that. But you're also
I don't think a
encouraging
woman
women
is-
who have 0 bodies to also keep their legs closed unless it's for the right guy, right?
Correct. But my thing is, regardless if a woman has 100 or 0, I don't think the one with 0 holds more value than the one with 100. That's just
But the thing is like, that's not even what I'm saying. Whether or not you think they hold more value or not, from a man's perspective, they could to the man.
Okay.
Right? You agree with that?
Yes.
So if to the man's perspective they hold more value because they're virgins, what in the fucking world could be wrong with that?
I was just, like I said, it's going to keep going in a circle, but I was just responding to the hundreds and hundreds of comments of men telling me, because I'm spreading a message saying, ladies, don't give it up. And they're telling me, you know what? You have no room to speak because you're not a virgin. Really? I shouldn't
I'm sure
be
that
able
there's
to give
plenty
my
of
opinion
degens.
because I've had sex.
I'm sure.
So that's why I said what I said.
Yeah, I know,
you can't
but
tell
it
me
just
to be quiet because I've had
I get
sex
it. I get what you're saying. I agree with the heart of the message. I really do.
Okay.
I just don't really agree with the conclusion that this means that men are bad if they're attracted to women with lower body counts, or if they desire that.
It's not about being attracted. It's about telling a woman she has no value if she's not a virgin. You're not.
But what if they don't have any value to you if they're not?
What if they don't have any value? Well, then, I mean, there's nothing I can really say on that. I feel like I said my piece, but I'm just saying, that's fine. I just think it's weird. I'm gonna still stand by the fact that I think it's weird that a man could sleep with over 100 women and then he wants a virgin.
What if he slept with 100 women and they were all virgins?
Based.
Wow. I think one of those hundreds is lying.
Okay, well, what if he slept with 30 and they were all virgins?
Wow.
And he knew for sure that all of them were telling the truth. Would he be in the clear then? I mean, some men, there's got to be some man who has sex with these women the first time, right? I mean, that's going to happen.
Of course.
But it seems like kind of your only argument is like, but he shouldn't only want to. And that's I guess where all the confusion is for everybody is like, why not though? Because somebody's going to have sex with them whether they're married or not, in order to take care of this, virginity thing, right? That's going to happen.
Yes.
So if there's men who that's what they desire, I don't actually understand why that's problematic. That's the thing that is bizarre about it.
Yeah, well, I can't take back what I said.
Well, you don't have to take it back, but can't you just kind of modify the position so it makes more sense? Like maybe the position could be this. Could be, I understand that there are men who value a lower body count and value virginity and chastity in women, and there's nothing wrong with that. And my advice is just across the board that the less promiscuous you are, the better the outcomes are. That's just adjusting the position. That's not even really taking back what you said. It's just adjusting the position so it makes sense, right?
Yes, but I still believe, maybe I overgeneralize, but I still believe there are a good amount of men that are pushing P.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I think there's a good amount of women who do that too.
Dude, and I agree. I agree with that.
Yeah, I know. So I mean, if that's the case, then it's the correlate that's the problem. I think that most men value chastity in women. I think that that's a super valuable thing. You clearly do too. That's why you tell women to be chaste, because it's the sexual intercourse is valuable, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, if that's the case, then it seems like you're in total agreement that men value it and women have the key to it. And so it's super valuable, so don't just give it away, right? Men are saying the same thing because they value it. It's like, you can reconcile these positions so easily by just saying it's okay. It's okay to value that.
I don't think it's wrong to value. But men are not under the comments saying, "Oh, I just like really value a woman that they're not talking like that." So if
yeah, but they might not
so
express
talk to me
themselves
nice.
nearly.
Well, maybe
yeah.
I'm not expressing myself in the nicest
But
way.
I agree. I think you're not, and that's why I'm trying to help the position, because I agree with the heart of what you're saying, right? That's why I'm like, if you could just modify the position slightly, it would suddenly make a lot more sense to everybody. And I think that that's basically what you believe. You think that sex is valuable. It's a valuable tool for women. They're the gatekeepers to the sex. Men value women with lower body counts, so they're going to value you more if you're not giving them sex. That totally makes sense to me. You know, it's just like all you have to do to kind of drive it home to get across that finish line is saying it's perfectly okay if men value women with low body counts or virginity. That just makes total sense.
Okay.
Wait, so just to be clear, are men P words for preferring women who are virgins?
Not all. But
Okay,
I do think that I
she's
just still
conceding.
think, but my stance is still there are P-word men, and they
Yes, there-
say that
yes,
they
there are
say
P-word
those
men.
they make those type of comments because they were eager to tell on themselves in the comment section. So I made
Okay.
That,
Well, let
that's my
me
stance.
just rephrase this real quick.
But
so that
not
you
not
understand.
all men are pushing P because they value
No.
low body counts or virgins.
But it gives you P word.
No, not every. I understand even when a man is dealing with me. Like a lot of men, that's why too I don't really date because I'm not trying to like toot my own horn. But I feel like anytime I try to talk to a guy just to be on some friends, I'm not really. I just got out of an 8-year relationship. I'm not looking for a serious anything. I'm not even sure if I want to take it to the next level of having sex or anything. I just think that it's like you only want. Well, I guess I don't know. It's just. I feel like I understand that they want to, I guess, wife me because they think, oh, well, you were in an 8-year relationship, you have a low body count.
Andrew, your question, and then I do have to move it on. Go ahead.
Okay, just very quickly. You would agree with me that all dogs have tails, right?
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean that all animals with tails are dogs?
No.
Okay, great. So then we can agree that some men are P words, right?
Yes, and I agree that not all men are. That was a blanket statement, and I shouldn't have generalized it so much. But I do think there still are men. I do feel like the men that took
But there are dogs, right? And this is the same type of argument. That's why I'm saying is like, look, I'm just saying that if you agree that men, it's perfectly reasonable for men to desire virgins or women with low body count, I think that reconciles the entire position. You don't even have to explain it anymore. Like, I think you just get overwhelming agreement from people.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
Next clip. Next clip, please. Por favor.
Next person that I'm gonna be with is gonna be the father of my children, is gonna be my husband. Wait, no, I'm sorry. He's gonna be my husband, and then he's gonna be the father of my children in that order, because I'm definitely not popping out no babies without no ring. The next person that
Wait, so you're waiting until marriage then to have sex?
No,
That's your
I
standard.
was saying I wouldn't have someone's baby if they weren't my husband.
Wait, but didn't you say? Hold on, play it one more time, Nick.
I'm gonna be with is gonna be the father of my children, is gonna be my husband. Wait, no, I'm sorry. He's gonna be my husband, and then he's gonna be the father of my children in that order.
you're right,
because
you're right.
I'm
So I'm just saying I wouldn't give a man a child without a ring.
Okay, sure.
So,
Next.
and that's another require. You have to remember, these are like 10, 15-second videos. So
Yeah.
when I did the requirement thing, everyone was like, what about being a wife? What about being a wife? I've already talked about that. I'm not going to make a repetitive content. So.
Go ahead, Nick.
I do honestly believe that raw sex is only for a man that's going to be your husband. So do what you want with that information. I do honestly.
Oh.
I still stand on that.
Have you ever had raw sex?
Yeah, with my boyfriend of 8 years. And I definitely thought I was going to, we were going to be married.
And I heard your voice in the background, I think, on that clip. You seem to concur with her. Ever had raw sex?
Yes.
But are you waiting until marriage to have raw sex?
Ideally.
And then you said that's the clip, right? You're waiting until marriage.
Well,
to have raw
I'm
sex.
not. Well, yeah, for raw, I feel like raw sex. Well, I guess I could see how it's contradicting because I said for a man that's going to be, and everyone was very much, oh, like going to be. He's not though. But I'm just saying more like it would have to be such a serious relationship where I truly believe that it's only us dealing with each other. Because you could be dating someone and, you know, for how you say, like, if you sleep with a woman that you're not going to just sleep with a woman one time. But are you looking at every woman like, oh, that's going to be my wife? No, you're not. You're just like, oh, I'm going to keep you around for a little bit until I don't want to.
Okay, next.
I personally don't believe in friends with benefits. If you're piping me down and you're being a good friend to me, we go together. You're my man.
That's true. Like,
that's it.
How are we gonna be friends and be fucking and not be together? Like,
I personally
Let it play.
don't believe in friends with benefits. If you're piping me down and you're being a good friend
Hold
to
on,
me.
pause it. Just here's where I get a little, I raise an eyebrow. Like the sort of language you use, like you're saying like piping me down, dick game is whack. What was the other thing in the most recent thing?
That was me.
You said dick game is whack. You said piping me down. There was one other thing that you said that's kind of like, is this really the language of women who are celibate?
I feel like my
abstaining
whole
from sex?
brand is that my whole like thing is that having sex appeal can coexist with being celibate, because a lot of people look at me and they just make assumptions based on how I dress, how I post, how I look, and they try to discredit me. But I'm here to say you could wear whatever, and you could, two things could be true at once.
Well, we have a clip to react to on that, but two things can be true at once.
Yeah, I feel like I could be
just like
I could express my wholeness in ways that are not through sex.
Like dressing
a certain
revealing
way.
Or okay.
Yeah, I post a certain way, I dress a certain way. I like to be false advertisement. Maybe that's
false.
wrong.
She likes to be false advertisement.
Because I feel like guys would look at me and be like, "Oh yeah, that girl would be a good time. That'd be easy to fuck."
But wouldn't like so.
But men won't believe that you're not gonna fuck until you don't fuck them.
But wouldn't it be better to, like, if you're trying to get the type of guy who, I mean, I guess guys are desperate for pussy. They'll just wait around, I guess. But wouldn't the type of guy that'd be more open to, pursuing something serious, more traditional type of guy? It sounds kind of like that's the kind of guy you want. Wouldn't the approach be to be a bit more modest?
Yes, and that's why I said earlier I keep meeting the same type of man, and that's why I don't date. It's because I will eventually have to, I'm in my 20s right now, so I dress like I'm in my 20s. When I'm in my 30s, I'll dress like I'm in my 30s. If I was a mother, I would act and post as if I was a mother, but I'm not.
Okay.
That's just my stance on it. And I don't think, not saying that I change it up for the podcast, but I do think it gets as much attention as it does because I, have a certain type of page and then I say certain things and people are just like, what the fuck's going on? But I'm just speaking my truth.
Okay.
Talking about dressing conservative for your man, you should be able to wear whatever you want. Don't date a fashion police. Take people as they are. You shouldn't want to change them. If they're dressing a certain way, it doesn't mean they're going to cheat on you. Talking about dressing conservative for your
Okay. So like you guys have objections to men wanting women.
Can I speak on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So that was another recap and roast, and I had brought up my ex who was very controlling. And no matter like how I proved my loyalty, I didn't have social media. I dressed like jeans and a shirt. Like I never wore dresses. Like he was very controlling. He still cheated. So you could do all the right things for a man, but that isn't gonna prevent them from cheating. And
so the solution is to just
the solution is to do you and
just do hood rat shit on Instagram.
No, just find someone that's more accepting. And why that'd be like us doing bottle service and then people meet us at a club and they're like mad that we're doing bottle service. You met us here.
Exactly.
Why are you mad? Why are you trying to punish me?
Literally.
Wait, punish you for what?
Because like she was in a relationship, dead ass, where she couldn't wear like leggings, couldn't ever step outside without a bra, this and that. She did all this to show a man, hey, like, I'm a good woman. And then where did that get her? Cheating on. And she's not the only, she's not this girl with the most unique story in the world. It happens all the time.
Exactly. Yeah, but do you think that relationships should be built around respect?
Of course. So I think there has to, if you want me to respect you in a way of you want me to make sure I have a bra on every time I step outside, okay, how about you respect me by keeping your dick in your pants?
Yeah, no, I get it, right?
So
you don't want
mutual
your
respect.
hang on. You don't want the guy to go out and cheat. I understand that part of it, but that's not really what was said here. What was said here was that women should dress however they want, and if your man wants you to dress conservatively, you shouldn't do that. But if you agree that relationships are built around respect, why would any self-respecting man want their woman to walk around looking like a prostitute? That doesn't sound like there's any self-respect there, or that you have much respect for them at all.
Well, I feel like if you're serious with someone, they can express how that feels, and I feel like relationships are about coming to a mutual agreement and making compromises. So I might dress like a hoochie today, but if I get serious with someone, which I haven't for years, then I'm open to compromise.
Well, then why would you give women the advice if their man wants them to dress conservatively not to do that, when you just right now said if your man asked you to dress conservatively, you might do that?
Yeah, I think I said it too broadly. Honestly, I was more talking about like the talking stage, not being serious. But if you're serious with a man, that's your long-term boyfriend, that's your husband, I can understand that. But if you're just getting to know somebody,
Yeah, but wouldn't
That's
that
like your
also
little
be counterintuitive? Like, if you go on 2 dates with a guy, let's say, and you like him and he likes you back, and he says, hey, look, if you want this to turn into something, I really don't want you to look promiscuous and like you're being inviting towards other men. It doesn't seem very respectful towards me. And in exchange for that, I'll limit the amount of women that I have around me so that we can move towards something more exclusive. Doesn't that seem reasonable?
yes.
All right.
What did I miss?
It was good. It was good talk.
It was good.
Talk.
It was a good one.
Good.
Was it a clip it and ship it, boys?
Clip it and ship it.
Clip it and ship it. Okay. Next clip, por favor. Wait, actually.
Oh God.
Wait, you know what we should do? I feel like we should pull up their Instagrams.
Okay.
Oh, Nick, he's on it. He's on it, boys. He's on it.
I think that video is talking like similar things, huh? Oh, when they're so
It's talking about a lot of things, if you know what I mean. I'll tell you what. One time I was back on the farm and sorry.
I was having a bad makeup day that day, so
I
put an
One day
Eeyore costume on, and I felt all like
Shit, you
emo,
were-
and I put darker makeup on.
You still got that Eeyore costume, or what's up?
Yeah, I do.
You got it somewhere? We'd
Yeah.
love to have you back on the podcast, but you gotta wear that costume.
That would be fire.
Really?
The Eeyore costume.
Okay.
We don't outfit repeat.
What's
Oh,
that?
okay.
What's that song from Winnie the Pooh? How's it go? 100 Acre Woods, 1,000 Acres. Is it 100 acres or 1,000 acres?
I don't know.
Oh, Brian, you have to move the show along.
Nick, do we have the IGs? We got
Okay, there's
Lemon
mine.
Love, her podcast, Something for That Ass. Okay. I guess we can scroll. Is this, wait, I need to pull this up. Yeah, just check. Make sure there's nothing like crazy on there. We gotta make sure there's no crazy shit.
It looks good.
Wait, actually, I think I have 2 links here. I'm gonna send it in private chat. And then, wait, well, actually, question before we do this. Just going around the table, do you consider yourself traditional or modern or not traditional? Do you consider yourself a traditional woman? Go ahead.
No.
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 Oh, okay.
Nope.
No.
No.
Trying to
No.
be.
Damn, okay. All right. Well, I don't know if I can really make this argument then. I was just going to say, like Brooklyn, here's where I'm confused, because you're like, man, the guy's got to wait and do all this shit, and I'm going to abstain, and no raw sex, and and like all this shit. And I'm like, there's videos of you twerking on your Instagram, and I'm like, that's confusing as a guy, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, bro, she's like twerking on her IG, but I'm waiting 6 months to give you some pussy. Like that confuses the dudes, bro.
Yeah, and I
You
feel
feel
like
me?
my stance is
Wait, Brooklyn, but just say it. Do you feel me?
I
you feel
absolutely.
me? Do you feel
but
me though?
It's not my
Say
responsibility.
you feel me.
I feel you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I just don't feel like it's a desire of mine to be not confusing to a man. I don't even care about dating her. I'm not trying to be someone's wife right now. I'm trying to be single. I've given my life to a man before.
Mm-hmm.
I love sleeping on both sides of my bed. I love not answering to someone. I love not having to fucking make a bunch of food all the time, clean up after someone. I love it. So
Word.
what do I care? If they don't like the way I dress, the way I talk, the way I act, what do I care? One day I'll archive all of it. I'll clean up my act.
Clean it all up.
I'll clean up my act, and then
Maybe not all of it. Not all of it.
not too much, but I mean, yes, I have a lot.
When you do decide to clean it all up, if you had to count the amount of cats you think you're going to have, how many would that be?
How many catches?
Cats.
Cats.
By the time you clean it all up.
I'm allergic to cats, so 0.
But if
She's
you
a
have a dog, is it
reptile.
going to be
She's
like
a reptile type of chick.
Is it going to be a little
snakes.
purse
I
dog?
don't know.
Do you like the little purse dogs?
Yeah, I have one with my ex.
You do?
Yes.
Is it a Chihuahua or a Shih
No, it's a
Tzu or something?
Yorkie. She's like 3 pounds.
What's that?
She's a Yorkie, 3 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good times.
She gives those vibes.
Yeah, there's definitely either a purse dog or some cats for sure.
Yeah, and animals are great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's really weird though. I thought you were a vegan. Why are you imprisoning a dog like that?
Rude.
That's a kind of psychopathic behavior from a vegan. I'm just, you're imprisoning somebody who you give human rights to. I don't know why you would do that.
How could you do that, Brooklyn?
A
How
Yorkie
could you
couldn't
do-
survive in the wild.
Yeah, they can.
She would die
No,
first
she
day.
would get
She would
eaten.
be
She would
fine,
be a
probably.
snack. She wouldn't even be a meal. She'd be a snack.
Well, wait. So let me ask you a question. Has your Yorkie ever run off?
No,
It's never run off even one time.
she is like
A Yorkie has never run off, really.
right.
Never
Isn't
run
Penelope like super loyal? Like she's
obedient.
She's like likes.
You've
to
never
be-
opened the door and the dogs run out the door.
She might go like in front, but she's not ever like running
She
off.
doesn't
Like I gotta
run all
chase
the way
her.
off. She just runs
Like oh, let's
right
go
in front.
outside, you know. But she stays.
Well, does
she
the
doesn't-
dog go outside and it's sniffing around and it doesn't want you to bother it, and you go and you bother it anyway and you pick it up and you take it back inside?
Yeah, I'm being a good
Imprisoning an
parent.
animal against its will.
Crazy.
Psychotic vegan behavior.
You could be a psycho and still be vegan.
Before we pull up this next clip, I gotta pull up one of these chats. Maddie, can you read this, please?
Brian's 10 is a 4-foot Asian with big labia. I like my women like I like my coffee without someone else's peen in it.
Yeah, that's actually that is my type. Yeah.
But oh,
What?
okay.
Yeah. I mean, I date white girls. I date white dwarves also. Can anybody know an Asian dwarf? I'm trying to get the hookup. You know what I mean? Okay. Anyways, next clip.
You don't want the rhymes?
The huh?
The Instagram.
Maybe later. Let's just get through the clips, and if
And how many are there?
Yep.
And when they're so crazy about what you wear, what you do, is because they're up to something and they don't want you to be outside because they don't want you to find your worth and that more people would treat you better than how they're treating you. So they don't want you to go outside. And they know.
They know.
So they try to hide you. And when they're
I guess that's related to like the whole
Yeah,
guys.
kinda the
They're
same
trying to
thing.
hide you.
I don't
Yeah,
want
in
my
my
man to go out and cheat. Like,
In my
that's
experience-
ridiculous. I wanted to instead be set up to go out and meet other men that I can cheat with. because they're going to know my real value.
No, I honestly, this is one of my more least favorite reels. I'm not gonna lie, because I feel like I didn't.
It was my least favorite
I wanted to. Thanks. But what I was talking about in the episode is like a man being very controlling, and he will project. So, for example, I would always be accused of cheating. Like, I would get my phone looked through on the daily. All this crazy shit would happen. So, instead of thinking, oh, he's on that same type of time, I would just go the extra mile to try to prove my loyalty. But come to find out, with age and becoming smarter, that he was just projecting because he was up to those things that he was accusing me of.
Okay. Got it. Next clip. Go ahead.
Man isn't spending money on you. He's not investing in you. He doesn't like you, because a man that really likes you, it doesn't even matter if he's rich. It's about generosity. If he's not wanting to give you what he can, and it comes naturally. If a man isn't spending money on you.
What's wrong with that?
Questions, comments, concerns?
So
I mean, it sounds like what you're doing is promoting sexuality for the purposes of having men spend money on you, without delivering the return of the sex itself. Is that basically the strategy?
It could be, but I would say. I would say you would notice more if a man likes you because of how he invests in you. His time, which is something that can never get back, and his resources, which could be his money. So.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't that basically kind of the stereotype of the gold digger, which is that they'll allow men to spend a ton of money on them,
yes,
by promoting their sexuality, but then not actually ever give them any sex. So it's basically like leading them on in a way.
Yes, I could agree that could come off as gold digger ideology.
Okay.
What do you guys think? Like, if a guy took you on a romantic date to McDonald's, would you guys be like down?
Well, we can't eat McDonald's.
Yeah, we can't eat anything there.
No, we'll get.
You can't eat the French fries.
You can't eat the
No,
French
they
fries.
have.
Oh, they got the tallow or
they have
whatever,
fat
yeah.
and
The
beef
beef
fat. Or
tallow.
something.
That's like the one place
Not
we
anymore.
can't eat.
They use that vegetable shit now.
Oh,
to
okay.
But
fry
I
it
don't
all.
want to just eat fries. I like to eat.
Yeah, we eat a lot of food, but we're not the type of women that, oh, you have to take us to such an extravagant place.
Yeah.
Like, when we see that list come out of like, oh, where I wouldn't let a man take me, we didn't.
You didn't feel that.
You didn't fuck with that.
Not
No.
really, just because
Like,
it
if-
puts too much
yeah.
pressure.
That's fair.
But it's like a man, going back to the video
Oh,
she
the
just
Cheesecake
said.
Factory thing.
I just think like, it's like, oh, if a man straight up doesn't want to feed you at all, doesn't want to take you on a date, you kind of know, like,
What
he
time
just
it is.
kind of is almost embarrassed to be messing with you at that point.
Because I honestly,
he doesn't want to be seen in public.
I dealt with a man that didn't like me, and he didn't want to take me out. So I feel
Would you
I
guys
had comparisons.
date? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I
didn't mean to cut you off.
had different experiences to compare it to. So
Would you guys date a carnist?
of someone who only eats meat,
Yeah.
hell no,
Why not?
Carnist.
because we
Carnivore?
won't have the same morality or views. I'm open to dating someone who's not vegan, but they would have to be an open-minded person.
Like, they would have to be down to eat some vegan food.
Because
with
we're only gonna cook vegan food for our man, so I'm not gonna make some meat for you. You're gonna have to already know that. I'm not gonna just suddenly change that.
What if they did it for health reasons?
Then we'll see how that
Like, what
works
if-
out for them. And
Like Jordan.
Like, would
Peterson.
you cook them a big bag of ribs
No.
if they were eating for health reasons?
Absolutely not.
no, we
No.
I believe in herbs.
So your
instead.
men are basically just going to get salads? You're just going to like make them salads with a little bit of potatoes? Or
Think
what?
of it this way. Think of all the recipes you could make with like 4 or 5 different animals. There's so many recipes you can make using different grains and vegetables. There's so much
Yeah,
out there.
but you
And
can
when I
never
first
make
went
a recipe
vegan,
that's
like
made out of meat.
7 years ago, I found replacement recipes for everything that I used to love. So I'd never.
So is your
felt like I was
idea
missing
of a
out.
perfect date if somebody takes you to a salad bar?
I mean,
no.
I wouldn't consider that a perfect date, but salad bars could be bomb, but I wouldn't consider that a perfect date.
The way we eat is actually like we have to sometimes get 2 tables just for our food.
Just with the 2 of us.
Let's,
So that's the thing too, because
Well, yeah,
people
you have
want
to
to
eat
say
a whole lot of vegetables in order to keep on any kind of muscle mass, right?
Well, this is the thing too, because people want to say we're gold diggers, but it's like we do these things for ourselves. Like we want a lot of food, we want these fun experiences like traveling, for example, but it's not something that we can't do for ourselves. When we go out to eat, we order a bunch of plates. We just came from Miami. We took ourselves there, so it's not like.
And do you guys run into a lot of attractive vegan men, or do you run into more attractive carnivore men who eat meat?
What is the one that's both, where they eat plants and meat?
Like omnivores.
Omnivore. I would say omnivores.
Yeah, so you run into more attractive men who do eat meat.
Run into, yeah. But I know that there's really handsome vegan men that are out there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like
I know that there's some, but like in general, right? And isn't it like I've always wondered this, right? Because there's not that many women who are vegans, to be honest with you. That I run. Usually it's men. But I'm just curious. I've seen the quality of men generally who are vegans, and they suck. Like they suck. How the hell do you stand it? Like how?
In what ways do they suck?
I'm being honest, like the pool is so small for vegan men, and there's such little dorky nerds. I'm like, I don't know how anybody stands them.
I got my ex to
like
go
you
vegan.
said, like she said, don't overlook the nerds. They got a few tricks up there.
I know a vegan bodybuilder. Just
Yes.
so you know.
Yeah, they're listen, I do too. I know a vegan bodybuilder. His name is Vegan Gains. I've debated with him multiple times. He's a decent enough guy. I like him personally, but he's an exception to the rule. There's very few vegan bodybuilders, and there's very few vegans who don't look like they're pasty and are about to fall over dead. There's just not that many.
I got my ex to go vegan, and he's like he's a big dude, and
he stayed even after they broke up.
I feel like he got bigger after he went vegan.
All right, next clip.
I feel like a situationship could work, but you really got to be honest with yourself. What do you want out of this? Do you just want a companionship? Do you want a bill or 2 alleviated? Do you want to eventually get in marriage? All of those are determining factors. You really need to think about what you want. So get to know the person, get to know their character, see how they handle situations. And as a person, sex aside, could you handle this person as a friend? If you don't even like who they are as a person, you think they're a piece of fucking shit, they're not gonna just magically be a great man to you. They're gonna be a piece of shit to you, and maybe not right away, but I promise you it's gonna come out. So you really gotta see the character of a person before you get involved, because you could fuck around and really find out and waste years of your life, I promise you. I feel like a situation...
Wait, so what was the thing about paying a bill or 2? Is that like something that happens for you guys? Like you'll be in a situationship with a guy?
Well, she actually had an opposing idea from me. Like, I don't think situations could work. And she also had another reel of like, I don't believe in friends with benefits. And then I kind of brought an opposing idea and why. But yeah, I would say.
But are dudes really out there just, well,
when you
I know
get
they
into
are,
that dating, there are men that want to alleviate some stresses for you.
Have you had that?
Yeah.
And that's why we don't feel like
have you had that?
Yes, we don't feel like it's such crazy, like back to the requirements. It's like I don't think it's such a crazy request because I've already had my face tattooed. I don't think it's such a crazy request for someone to spend money because people have already spent money. So, it's not, it's our reality. So we're not like, what the fuck is that?
So what do you think the chances are that you're going to find a vegan bodybuilder who you think is really handsome and tatted, who's going to tattoo your face on their stomach in order for you to have their children?
There's a chance.
What percentage of the population do you think that is?
It's probably a very small, but I do think I'm a very blessed woman.
All it takes is one, Andrew.
Yeah.
All it takes is one.
And I don't need to date I don't need my man to be vegan. If he wants to eat however he wants to eat, he's going to cook whatever animal products he wants to eat, and I'm not gonna cook it for him, but I'll cook him food. But I'm not gonna,
But
cook chicken and cook it.
veganism is a moral position, which is espousing that animals have essentially the same inherent moral value as human beings do. Sometimes to some kind of mildly lesser degree from some vegans, but still, that's what you're saying. So isn't your man basically, if you date a guy who is going to eat meat, aren't you essentially saying, okay, go ahead and be immoral and I don't care?
I just don't think that you could push, I don't think you just getting in a relationship with a man that's not vegan and being like, you have to be vegan and be with me would be a way to get a man to go vegan. I think the better way to get a man to go vegan is to show him how good you could eat vegan and show how fit you could be and all that. And that would be a more persuading way to get your way.
I got to move it on. I'm sorry. This vegan conversation's making me hungry for hamburgers. Okay, go ahead. Next clip.
Little in and out, Brian. You doing a little in and out?
Little in and out.
I think something I regret being single is that I've put off a lot of dating in hopes that someone would do better and be better. Don't do that. Don't sit around and wait for a man. Don't try to prove yourself to a man. The moment you start trying to prove yourself to a man and you're like, let me show you how good of a girl I am, and I just won't date anyone else, even though I have no title from you, no ring, no commitment, no nothing. I'm going to sit, I'm going to be a good girl. I'm not going to go out on the dates I'm getting asked out on because I want to prove myself to you. You lost. I think something I regret.
Listen up, kings. Listen up, kings in the chat. You don't date a girl. You don't date a girl if she's talking to another guy. I don't care if there's no title. You don't even talk to her. You don't even date her. She has to only have eyes for you. Okay? Know your worth, kings. If she even glances at a guy, on to the next one. She can't even look at another dude. Jokes aside.
And if she won't cook you meat, what the hell good is she? That's my honest take. If a woman won't cook you meat, I would rather drink turpentine and piss on a brush fire than no meat ever gets awful.
Why do we got to bring turpentine into this? What did turpentine ever do to you, Andrew?
Well, I mean, I guess it didn't do anything. I think turpentine would let me eat meat.
Look, I'm just saying, at least for me, if we go on a first date, it has to be a wrap with the other dudes. First date, you can't be talking to other dudes on the first date. After the first date, that's my standard. Like, if we go on a first date, you want a second date? Lena, you want a second date?
Lena. You want to call me
I'm sorry.
Leanna, Lena, but you want to talk about dating me? Can't even say my name right.
I'm fucking up here. Just
fumbling a bit.
fucking nosediving this. Okay. If you want a second date...
Your carnous brain, Brian.
It's terrible, yeah. If you want a second date, it has to be a wrap with the other dudes. And if I find out that you're like, because some girls will be like sleeping with a dude, but like dating other dudes. If I went on the first date with you and you're fucking another dude, it's a wrap. I don't care how much I liked you. I no longer like you. But we go on the first date, okay, fine. Maybe there's another 7 guys in the picture, whatever. If you're hopefully not sleeping with them. You want a second date, it has to be a wrap with those other dudes. I need your exclusive romantic and sexual attention, even without the title. But you'll get the title quick.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's your standard.
That's my standard.
I feel like that's what I've always done. I only know how to be like just hopelessly devoted to one person, and I feel like that has I just feel like that hasn't really worked out in my favor. When I say date, I don't mean sex. Like, I'm just saying, if a man's just stringing you along and you're just his placeholder until he gets what he really wants, why are you turning down a bunch of dates and getting the opportunity to know other people? That doesn't make sense.
Yay, we got
That's not playing the game smart. And that's another reason too why I don't date, because I have this problem of only talking to one person and just having my whole world revolve around one person.
Yeah,
and
beautiful.
it's like, no, it's not a safe way to date, because realistically you need to date a few at a time, so you're not just, this is assuming you're coming across men that are not on the same page as you, right? Not every man is like you, where they are like,
I'd say most of them are not like you.
but I will say, I would say the way that in which they are like you is that wanting that exclusivity while they go stick their dick in everything that allows them to.
Brian's not doing that.
Well, I'm saying
maybe not
him, but I'm saying like most men, they want that exclusivity from you, but they're not willing to give that to you. They want to have, 6, 7, 8, whatever girls on the side, but they want you to only be talking to them, and that's just not.
I feel like this is how dating 20 years ago, that's how it used to be. Like, I feel like how I move is kind of like how most people used to move, but now it's all fucked up with like dating apps, social media, and all that shit. The guy typically is talking to one girl, the girl's talking to one guy. Doesn't have to be like a super trad courtship, but maybe you guys hook up. It does. Maybe not on the third date, whatever. You guys like each other, you're in a relationship. Boom. But now it's like I'm fucking talking to 5 people. I'm sleeping with 2 of them, 3 of them, whatever. I feel like the way I move is like, that was just kind of normal. Like, that was the normal 20 years ago.
Wasn't it normal 20 years ago?
15,
20 years ago. Let's see, that would be early. Okay, yeah, no. Yeah.
But if you are sleeping with 3 out of 5 of those women, then you're not doing that date rule where you're like, after this date, it's just us. You still keeping your options open.
It's one-sided.
You're being one-sided.
Wait, but I'm not. I'm confused.
How are you sleeping with 3 women out of 5?
Oh,
but you want exclusivity.
Wait, I'm not though.
You're
I don't
not?
know if you just, maybe I wasn't clear, but I'm saying like that's how people move.
Oh,
but most men are though. Most men are not just sleeping with, being single. I mean, shit, they're not even in relationships and just sleeping with their partner. But there are a lot of, I would say most men are not single and just like, oh, I'm just only gonna sleep with this one girl because she likes me so much and I just care so much about being
I think
with her.
women should start simping. To be honest.
I'm such a simp.
Art, you're a simp?
I'm a fucking simp.
Certified simp.
You're certified simp?
Yes.
Certified lover girl.
I wear my heart on a sleeve.
Yeah.
For
certified
sure.
lover girl.
And when you were saying, oh, men don't get compliments, I'm just a love bomber. I don't know, but I give all the compliments.
Oh, yeah. Cool. Just been placed in the wrong hands, so developed defense mechanisms over time.
I'll fake an orgasm to stroke your ego.
No. First off, hold on. You can't fake the orgasm, Brooklyn.
Well, if you ever gave me a real one, you would know that I faked it because it's like an exorcist moment. So once you really
it's an exorcism, the orgasm?
Exorcist moment, yeah. So once you actually accomplish that, you would be like, oh shit, all the other times were fake. Because there's no hiding which one was real and which one.
How many times have you faked an orgasm?
I've done it a few times to stroke a man's ego, for sure. I'm trying not to do that because I don't think that's a smart thing to do. But I'm just saying I'm such a simp that I've done that. That's how big of a simp I am.
I'm not about. I think faking orgasm.
I don't recommend it either.
Not the right move.
No, it's not. I don't think stroking.
Only men are allowed to fake orgasms.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. Nobody should fake an orgasm.
I don't even know.
No, they really shouldn't.
Anyways, next clip.
What? There's more.
Do you know how many more we have, Nick? Is it a lot? Okay, go ahead.
He doesn't want to wife you up. It's because he doesn't see you like that. Don't be confused. Don't think he's going through things. He's not going through things. He's not having a hard time in life. He just doesn't like you like that. And he might like you. He definitely might like you, but he doesn't like you enough. And that should be enough of a reason to exit if you want a relationship out of him. Because a man that doesn't like you enough will fucking ruin your life if you like him too much. If he...
Marmar's comment is just so funny. He's like, and his grandma didn't die. That's our podcast.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Marmar.
Yeah, I think...
Shout out to La Familia Pod.
Yeah.
What was the last part? He'll ruin.
If you like a man more than he likes you, yeah, he could really potentially fucking
ruin your life.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Next. How many more do we have, Nick? Is it a lot?
Yeah.
Next, go ahead. Let's blast these.
I don't know what to say for myself,
Let's blast
guys.
these.
I don't back anything I said.
Okay.
You should look out for that if you're going to deal with a man. Does he pay attention to my wants, needs, and desires? Do you desire a couple bills to be taken care of? Do you desire ice cream on your period? Do you desire flowers in the date? Then get that. It's completely in reach. You're just asking the wrong. You're not asking too much. You should look out for that if you're going to deal.
Asking too much flowers on a first date? That's crazy.
You think that's
Is
too
that
much?
too much?
That's a lot.
Flowers on a first date?
I'm trying to take girls to McDonald's.
donated $100.
Oh, what the hell?
Sorry, few hours behind. Don't want to derail conversation, but I think the reason they associate P words with virginity is because they themselves lost their V at a very young age. Q for panel.
Damn, Paladins, why you gotta... Damn, you bringing it there? Okay.
Like they're asking when we lost our virginity.
Sure, I guess we can go around the table on that really quick. When did everybody lose their virginity? I lost mine at 17.
I was 13. But I was sexually active at 12. Like,
that's like junior high school.
that's the only other guy I dated.
The fuck is going on in junior high school? Shit. I was in woodshop class.
I think worse now. I think worse now.
Yeah, I've definitely heard worse.
It's getting worse and worse.
Oh, for sure.
They fucking,
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Like that's
Because
probably
you
more
say-
the norm.
Yeah, you're saying how everything's fast now because of the internet. I feel like that's also affecting our young
true.
generation.
That's a good point. Internet is fucking shit up. Hold on, but I had like dial up.
Well, I don't even
Internet.
feel bad about losing my virginity at such a young age because that was my only other boyfriend. Like I was with him up until I was with my other boyfriend, and we were both virgins, and that was my first love.
So going around the table, though, what were the ages?
23.
Oh, wow.
Late bloomer.
Yeah, I love that for you.
There you go.
15. But I started being like, sexual at like 13. But I didn't get penetrated until I was 15.
God damn, all right, this is graphic as fuck. Like what, the bleachers? Like you were given like terrible handies?
Like when I was like 13, I got fingered and stuff like that.
In the what? Oh, okay.
It was the beach.
Lol Paladins donated $99.
daggers in my
I called
ears.
it. And yes, that is exactly what I was asking. Curious everyone else's answer, I was 25.
Well, I like the. Yeah.
17.
19.
Can I like skip this question?
If you want, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, I have a daughter. I want to skip.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, Andrew, what about you, you stud?
I think I was 14.
Damn! Oh shit! Andrew put in work. Damn! But look, I told you he's a handsome guy, right? Try this guy. He had this pic of the.
I had a lot of sisters. They had a lot of good-looking friends. What do you want?
Oh,
me to
hold
say?
on. Okay, I thought you were about to pause after sisters. I was like,
Yeah.
Andrew, that's illegal.
Yeah, well, no, that's not where I was going with
Okay,
that.
okay,
no,
okay,
I had a
okay.
lot
I
of
was like-
sisters,
I was
had a
like,
lot of
that's
good-looking
crazy,
friends.
Andrew.
What do you want me to say?
Okay, yeah. Andrew had Riz. He had a line around the block. Okay, anyway, I'm sorry.
That's right.
Thank you, Law Paladins. We were talking about the clip. Did we already react to the clip? I don't know. Got next clip. We got this, boys. We got this. We're almost.
I don't do situationships. You're not going to be fucking me and not claiming me. I don't have casual sex. Nothing is casual about having sex with me. I don't play any of that. If you're fucking me, you're
You got
gonna
a
claim me.
boyfriend?
No.
You got a boyfriend?
No.
Y'all seeing somebody?
No.
No.
Them is my only questions.
I don't do.
I have no idea why I picked that clip. I don't know. It was one of the clips. Okay, I guess next. I don't know why I picked that one.
Like to dress like a slut and just keep it to myself the same way men like to act like they have money and they don't. They be wearing the chains and they have, the designer this, the designer that. Not $1 in their damn pocket though. Gas on fucking empty. So I like to wear the smallest skirts, the tallest boots, the biggest hoops, the tiniest top, and then prance around and piss men off because they can't have me. So I like to dress like a slut and
Wait, you like to
just
prance around and piss men off?
Yeah, it's a hobby.
It's a hobby.
It is. False advertisement. What can I say for myself? I can't say much. That's the truth.
Okay.
It's like when you buy something off of Amazon, it looks like normal size, like a crock
Yeah.
pot, and it's like the really mini ones, and you're like, fuck.
Scammed.
3 grains of
Baited,
rice later.
Catfished. 3
Crock,
grains of
crock
rice.
pot fished. That happened to me.
No, I guess. I don't know.
She
Right
painted
now,
that, by the way.
I'm not in my husband era. I'm in my era of like, you want to treat me good, you want to relieve my stress, you want to make me feel good, I might make you feel good back. And I'm not going to relieve your stress back though. I might give you a little more, but you like it. Right now, I'm not in my...
Wait, what? What does that even... Look, she's hiding behind the mic.
That's
What
me
does
being toxic. That's just me being toxic.
But you're not in your husband era.
No,
So you're in, what's your era right now?
So my era is basically like I just want to have fun dating experiences.
Okay.
But I don't want to get serious. But I also can acknowledge that dating, there's at least one person that could catch feelings. So I could take that into account.
So can you answer for me? I realized this. I was kind of going through my notes here. You said that you don't do situationships, but said that it's okay to do here.
No,
No, she's the one who said I was giving an opposing view. She's the one who said she's not with it. I said I am.
Yeah, I know, but you make the claim to your followers one thing and then another here. I'm just curious if you could speak to that.
What was my opposing claim?
On the situationships, right? You said, here that it's okay for to have a situationship, right? You're not opposed to that.
Correct.
But you made a video where you said that you were opposed to it, right?
No,
that was
her.
me.
Okay.
So we have.
Okay, so.
We have different stances on it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, gotcha.
Next clip.
I have a man and he's a good man, and you're my homegirl and you're hating, and he's a good fucking man. I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up because you're not eating my and you're not paying my bills, and misery loves company, and baby, I can't be yours. If I have a man...
I was extremely high recording that. I just want to...
I don't know
That
why
was for my mukbang.
I don't know why I chose that one. But I'm just thinking, like, this is where I'm like, what's the truth, what's not? Because, like, you're talking about pussy eating, but, like, also, I've been celibate for 2 years.
Well, I bet
Can a
that two
girl
things are
dream?
true at once. Like,
Yeah, no, it's, I'm just,
Can a girl reminisce on good
yeah,
times?
can a girl reminisce?
I just have questions. I have questions.
I've got my coochie ate. Like,
Next, I guess. Oh, okay, I guess we're back. Exposing alpha male podcast talking
Why
porn.
they go for young women is because they're easier to manipulate. So there's a reason why that older man doesn't have a woman around his age, because he can't get one, because that woman is so much more smarter and experienced than this 19, 20, 21 year olds.
smarter.
Why they go
I
for
got so
young-
many comments for that. So much engagement. They're like, more smart, y'all so bad. I'm like,
Well, I mean, but they're right. Like that makes no sense.
they're right that I'm so stupid.
Well, I mean, if that position is stupid, I'm not saying you're stupid. I
Well,
just think
that's what I just said, and you're like, they're right. I'm like,
Yeah, no, I didn't say that you're stupid. I said the position's stupid.
okay.
So they're right about the position. The position doesn't make any sense. Like, it's just kind of an assertion, right?
Yeah, I personally feel like we've really, really delved in on the topic on age difference in dating. So I
really feel like really feel like we haven't. Right?
We
I
spent,
really,
like,
really feel
hours,
like I
Bev.
really feel like we should revisit it, because I really, really feel like you're very evasive
Can we do like
about your answers.
abrasive?
That's why I really feel like that, you know?
Evasive. He says evasive.
Okay, so what do
Wait,
you?
Oh, I've got a question for you. What's the oldest guy you've ever dated?
39.
Wait. And you're 25?
Mhm.
How old were you when you dated him?
Recently.
Hmm?
Recently.
So like 24, 25.
I was 25.
So you're 25 to
So
be
you're 25
dating
now.
basically a 40-year-old.
Yeah, I did.
And this is problematic, not for you, so it's rules for thee and not for me.
Wait, I just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
How long did you date him for?
A few months. That was when I was speaking of that ended up having a girlfriend. I stopped seeing him because that came out.
How long ago did you date him?
I literally just stopped seeing him right before we went to Miami, and we went to Miami a week ago, so 2 weeks. 2 weeks and some change.
Wait, and you said you were dating him for 3 months?
Like 4.
4. But you said you've been single for 5 years, and
Yeah.
then you said you've been celibate for 10 months. So did you not?
I was celibate. That was the longest.
Oh, you're right.
That was
you're
the
right.
longest
You did
amount of
say-
time
Okay,
I
you
was
did
celibate.
say, so you lost your celibacy to him.
Yes, I did.
AKA recently.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And he dumped you?
No, I left him because it came out he had a girlfriend. So I left.
Okay, gotcha. So, but if he hadn't had a girlfriend, would you have stayed with him?
I possibly would.
Yeah, so I guess the age gap thing really isn't much of a problem.
But we started off with 40 and 18. That's a bigger.
You're talking about a couple of years difference here.
And so much can
25, 30
change
now.
though,
25,
but from my 18-year-old self to now, I
Her
still feel like
prefrontal
I
cortex is fully developed.
But I can acknowledge me and this man, we did not have that much in common, and it took
And you
a
would still
lot,
be with him?
It took a lot of what's the word, boo? Convincing and all that for me to give him the chance, and then I ended up liking him. But off the bat, I was saying like, no, I'm not into it. But he ended up showing
so persistent.
He was very
Okay,
persistent.
so wait a second. So let me just get this right. So you ended up liking him,
Yeah.
and you would still be with him right now if it didn't come out that he had a different girlfriend other than you.
Yeah, if
Nickelodeon donated $69.
If
These are 12-year-olds trapped in adult bodies. They dress like it, act like it, are just as intelligent.
Be nice,
Ironic they complain about men going after women like them give big P.
Wow, thank you for
Complain about
that
men going after
input.
women like them.
But
$69.
Huh?
$69.
I like that they gave you $69
Yeah, I
for
like
that.
that.
I changed.
I
it
respect
up.
that.
I changed it up.
diss
TTS is
for
now
that.
69. Wait, what's the oldest guy you've dated?
Same, 39.
Not the same guy.
Not the same guy.
Wait, but how could you guys have had massive age gap relationships?
And
Yes, and that's what I was saying.
And-
Like I can acknowledge.
crazy.
And I only dated that guy for a few weeks, and I was shown very quickly why I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
And she didn't break
And
her
same
celibacy
thing,
for him.
and same thing with her. She was like, what the fuck am I doing? We were both
Yes.
like, we lived the experience.
No, that's not what she said. She said that she would still be with that guy if she hadn't found out that he
And
had a
disrespect
girlfriend. She
didn't
wasn't
happen.
like, "What the fuck am I doing?" She found out he was messing around with another girl. That's a totally different thing than "What the fuck am I doing?"
Well, I feel like there was a lot of conversations between us, like in
Girl
private,
time.
that was like, what the fuck am I doing? And
Oh shit.
Desert Joe donated $69. Too much time has been spent giving these two strumpets a platform. The rest of the panel didn't get nearly enough engagement. Everyone has lost brain cells listening to their incoherent views.
Thank you, Desert Joe. Appreciate it. The donation. Thank you, Desert Joe.
We didn't know all these videos were gonna come up.
Yeah.
We're just as surprised as you guys.
yeah.
So are you saying then that you don't have any problem or objection to 25-year-olds, dating 40-year-olds?
I don't.
I think
Right.
that's a more I do think, because you're saying, oh, it's a few more years. I think 18 to 25, I'm not who I was at 18. I'm a lot smarter. Everything's different in my life now. That's what we're saying. But I think it was
Yeah,
really
but
the
I mean, that
40
was
to
going to be
8
the case when you're 35 too. So
But
should we wait till you're
exact-
35?
No, but I think it was alarming hearing 40 and 18.
It's very alarming to me how alarming basic things are to you. So I don't understand why the amount of alarm that you have, how alarmed you are, is actually informing us of anything. 18 to 40 very, very little distinction between that and 23, 24, and 40. Very, very little distinction there. Like, what is it? You're talking about 3-4 years.
We can just agree to disagree. How about that?
We got to play the next clip,
I don't
boys.
think we can, because it seems like you're preaching do rules for thee, but not for me. Age gap relationships don't actually seem to bother you. You just become alarmed for some reason that, oh, now they're adults, but they're not 25. I don't know why that matters. Like, if you were 23, would that have been worse?
I also can give advice based on my own experiences, like learn from my mistakes, and I could also give better advice than I give to myself, as could most people.
Yeah, but why would you give that advice if you still would be with the guy if he hadn't been with some other chick? That's what I don't get.
Because I just personally feel 18 is too young for a 40-year-old, but I'm not going to stop it. They're legal and they could do whatever. But I just personally would feel the way about it, but that's just me.
And it goes back to you saying, like, oh, you just want us to say it's ick. Like, I guess, yeah, we're just looking at it sideways. It's not illegal. It's not like we're going to stop anyone from doing it. We're just talking our shit. That's what it really comes down to.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking my shit back. And I'm saying it's incoherent. It doesn't make any sense. I don't really understand the position. And you yourselves are involved in age gap relationships. And according to her, at least, that one may have worked out. She liked the guy. There's no problem there until she found out he had a girlfriend. She might still be with him right now. And maybe live happily ever after. Like, I just don't see the problem here.
Well, I believe in divine intervention. I wasn't meant to be with that man. So.
Oh, you believe in divine intervention, do you?
Yeah.
And where does this divine intervention come from? God?
Yeah.
Do you have dreams?
I have dreams, signs, and it's just up to you to pay attention to them.
Do you go to St. Baptist?
Yeah, what church do you go to? Is it St. Baptist Church?
I don't go to a church.
Oh, so how do you know that these signs are divine and not satanic?
How do I believe they're not satanic? Because if it was satanic,
yeah, how do you know? How do you know that they're divine and not satanic?
It wouldn't be for my greater good.
Wait. They wouldn't be for your greater good.
Yeah, because I feel like Satan will bring you down in life. God is trying to
okay.
uplift
Does
you.
God want you to have sexual intercourse outside of marriage?
That's honestly between me and God.
Okay, does your God want you to have sexual intercourse outside of marriage?
I feel like, yeah. I'll say
Yeah, of course, right? But your God is, of course, not demonic, because that's for the greater good that you have sex outside of marriage, right? That would be the greater good. So let me ask you this. If God wants you to have sex outside of marriage, what would Satan want?
I don't really spend time thinking about him. But
Yeah, but what would you say Satan would want if God wants you to have sex out of marriage? Would Satan want you to then have sex only exclusively if you were married? Is that like a satanic practice, do you think?
I feel like God wouldn't want me to spread myself thin and just fuck everybody. But I also believe, like, if I wanted to test drive someone before we get married, I don't think I'm going to hell or that's satanic.
Well, what do you think
I want to
Satan wants
know.
you to do?
I want to
What
get
would you
intimate
say
with.
Satan
I want to
wants you
get
to do?
intimate with my person before we get married. So I don't.
Yeah, I
think
know,
that's
but what do you think that Satan? What do you think he would want you to do?
Die.
Well, I mean, what? He would want you to die. And as far as sexual ethics go, do you think that Satan's preference would be that you were married or unmarried?
I don't think he gives a fuck about my age.
You don't think he cares?
Doesn't.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah. So God wants you to have sex outside of marriage. You don't know what Satan wants. He just wants stuff and things.
I don't feel like God
He
necessarily
wants a
like
devil's
yes have sex outside of marriage, but I feel like God is an understanding God, and He wouldn't
he doesn't
want
care.
us
Yeah.
to spread ourselves thin, and He would want us to hold ourselves at high value, which would mean sharing ourselves less with men. But I don't think that necessarily means save it for marriage.
Okay, so what do you think that God thinks it's okay to have sex outside marriage?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And how many partners do you think God would be okay with you having sex outside of marriage with?
I can't put a number on it.
Yeah, thousands maybe, right?
No, I don't think 1,000.
Well, wait. You just put a number on it. That's weird.
I can't put a specific number on it, but I could disagree with thousands.
Okay, less than 100?
Maybe.
Less than 50?
The lower it gets, the more ideal, yeah.
Okay, so then the lowest would be none.
Yeah.
So then the preference would be none, would be what God wants, right?
Preferably one,
No.
not none.
None, yeah. So so then God doesn't want you to have sex outside of marriage, right?
May I?
No, you may not. I want her to answer real quick.
We'll let you come in though after.
God doesn't want you to have sex outside marriage, right?
I don't think he's like, yes, like, I want her to fuck. I don't think he thinks like that. But I think if I go through my life experiences.
So God, who gives you a platform for all ethics, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet, thou shalt, right? Gives you all of your ethical framework. He just happens to not give a shit about this highly important one that he talks about all the time.
Well, I don't go based off a certain, like, I don't go based off of the Bible. I have my own relationship. So you're naming these.
Well,
these
how do you
rules,
Wait, final question, Andrew. I do have to move it on.
What do you go off of then?
I go off of just trying to be a better person every day, and if I made a mistake yesterday, I try to make it better the next day.
Yeah, but what's your reference for that if it's not God?
I didn't say it's not God. I'm just saying I don't follow the Bible or a religion.
Well, then what God do you follow?
I believe in God. I believe in
the God
angels.
you made up,
I
or?
believe in my ancestors looking out for me. I don't believe in just God. I believe that there's a lot of spiritual help on my side. And I don't think I would have made it this far if I didn't have that.
The spirits of the ancestors help us. Do you do like a chant? Do you burn some incense, maybe? A little bit of incense when chanting to the ancestors. Maybe a little smoke lodge action going on. Like maybe rub a little poisonous frog on you a little bit so you can have some visions of the ancestors.
Oh my God, how did you know?
No.
Wow.
All right, sorry. You wanted to jump in the conversation. I didn't mean to Bokar. I just wanted her to
you had
answer.
something for this? You had something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I would think God would want you to only have sex when there's love or unconditional love present.
And what would be a great determiner for that?
I don't think you need marriage to have or express love for another person.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess that's true, but what would be a good conditional so that you knew that you were committed to somebody and you had made some kind of, I don't know how to phrase this, a vow maybe of some kind, like almost a commitment and a vow and a promise to stay with a person for the rest of your life. Like, what could be a more powerful affirmation of that love than that, I wonder?
You could also just vow a commitment to love and being.
Yeah, it sounds like marriage. It sounds like you're just saying like marriage, but not calling it marriage. So if you say, well, I vow to stay with you for the rest of my life and love only you unconditionally, sounds like you're just talking about marriage.
No, that's what me and my partner did. We're not getting married.
So then you don't consider yourself married?
I don't consider us married?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay, so what are you?
I mean, we're just together and we've made a promise to each other to stay with each other for the rest of our lives, and we don't need a marriage to make that happen.
Well, I don't know what it just sounds like it's marriage. It sounds like you're just not calling it the thing which it is. What do you think marriage is? What is marriage?
Apparently I don't know because I thought it was illegal.
Well, tell me what it is.
Well,
What is
Paladins
marriage?
donated $69. My last relationship was a 15-year age gap. On behalf of all 40-year-old men, I disavow these women. Maybe the 50-year-old men will claim them.
Bye.
Yeah, just real quick, let me get back to this real fast. What would you say marriage is?
My impression was that marriage is like something legalized.
No, it doesn't need to be legal at all.
Or I don't know. How would you define marriage? Is it not
Well,
involved with the church?
I would define it as like some kind of vow that you would make to a partner to stay with them for the rest of your life exclusively and allow nobody else to enter the relationship ever through sickness and in health and until death do you part. And, you know, all of that, did you make some type of vow that was similar to this?
No.
No, so what was your vow?
I mean, I guess we just decided we wanted to spend the rest of our life together
And nobody else, right?
and nobody else.
And you're going to take care of each other through sickness and in health?
Yes.
Until death do you part?
And beyond, hopefully.
Yeah, through richer and poorer?
Yes.
Oh, phew, that sounds an awful lot like this other institution. I'm just saying, it sounds very similar to this other institution.
Isn't marriage recognized through the church, though?
Yeah, some marriages can be recognized through the church, which aren't done through the church, yeah.
Okay. I guess I just don't see why it's considered a marriage if you make this decision to be committed to somebody.
Well, I mean, what do you think the point of marriage is?
I thought it was to be recognized under God that you are.
Yeah, so that's within my worldview, I would agree with that. So I think that Christian marriage is valid and that other types generally are not. Those maybe some under some circumstances can be recognized. But there's no possible way that you think that marriage in a secular sense has anything to do at all with God. Like if two secular people get married, there's no God thing involved, right?
Yeah.
What is that? Isn't that the same exact shit that you're talking about right this second?
Sure.
Yeah, so I mean, it sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like marriage? Just saying.
It sounds like an arbitrary label.
An arbitrary label.
Yeah, it's just making a word to define committing yourself to somebody for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but I mean, we have words which are descriptors of things which map onto the reality of what a situation is. So if you could think of a word, one word that can come to mind that could relate to me instantly, that you made a vow to a person for life through sickness and in health until death did you part, when you would never allow anybody else to enter into whatever this sanctimonious thing is that you made the vow, what would you say that word would be? If you could just use one.
I suppose I would say marriage because that's what I've been taught. Okay, but
So it's almost like that word is super useful to describe this concept, right?
Let's consider that humans have existed for hundreds and thousands of years, and let's assume that there have been plenty of people, human beings, men and women, that have gone together, loved each other, and just devoted themselves to each other and raising a child for, the entirety of their lives. Are those people still married?
Yeah, so if you were to describe it this way, then yeah, I would say that they were married. What else would they be?
Are like animals married too? When they
No, I don't think that they have the capacity to make vows. Do you think that animals have the capacity to make vows?
Wolves do.
Dude, no, wolves don't. Wolves don't go over and go, hey, you know what? I vow to be only with you, Mrs. Wolf, for the rest of our lives until death do us part through richer and through... No, they don't do that.
And I think penguins too.
No, penguins don't make vows either. I just want to let you know that no animal anywhere on planet Earth has the capacity, other than human beings, to make vows of any kind.
But do we just assume...
Not one. There's not a single one which exists.
Do we assume that, pre-civilization, people actually made vows to each other when they decided to have kids together, or were they just...
That's what you just said. I'm just going by your criteria. You said, what if 100,000 years ago, there's two human beings who made this type of commitment with each other? What else would that be?
It doesn't mean that they got together and agreed upon these terms. It could just be that...
Well, then we're outside of your own hypothetical. So then you're talking about something different. So what did they do?
They just were attracted to each other.
So they just were? Well, then no, I wouldn't consider that marriage.
But if it meets all the same criteria of they're not dating outside of...
It can't meet the same criteria. There's no promissory, right? That's the distinction. You're making this weird distinction where you go, what if 100,000 years ago there was two people who promised themselves to each other who never promised themselves to each other? It's self-defeating. It makes no sense.
I guess I'm saying that it doesn't have to be a spoken agreement.
It's an unspoken agreement?
Sure.
Okay, well, how would that work?
Can you guys, maybe just
Should we
final
just move on?
points, just saying?
Yeah, I'm not really sure how that would work, how the unspoken agreement would, like, if the partner was then plowing some other chick down the road, and she was like, what the, and he just shrugs, and it's unspoken, there's no real commitment here, we didn't really, unless we're assuming 100,000 years ago human beings couldn't talk.
I kind of feel like this is a little moving away from the original point, which was that we can just move on. Sorry.
Can we play the next
No, I
clip?
think that I'm just saying the original point, and I'll just wrap it right here real quick and give you the last word. I think the original point was, what do you consider marriage to be? I would say in the secular sense that if you had a word which would encompass exactly what it is that you're talking about right this second, this type of commitment you made with this other person, that would be considered marriage. I don't really see, I don't know what else secular marriage would be than that.
Sure.
It's beautiful. Oh, sorry. Next clip.
Oh.
Once
All
you
right,
fuck
we
my
got-
homegirl or even are in my homegirl's DMs, I look at you as a Ken doll. And what I mean by that is, how Ken dolls have no penis? They're just plastic. That's what I see. I see a plastic bottom part of your body. I don't even think you have a dick. My homegirl's telling me the dick that you're giving her. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. That's in the group chat. I plead the fifth. I can't say too much, but once you fuck my homegirl, you become a Ken doll. There's no penis. There's no balls. There's nothing. Maybe there's an ass crack, and don't let me see it. Once you fuck my homegirl.
Okay, not sure why I selected that
I was
clip.
just
Next.
saying I would never get with my homegirls.
Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Next.
Just making a statement.
Even with dating, because I don't drink, I don't have sex, and I don't go for bullshit, I think men don't even want to talk to me because they're like, it's just too much. I can't get her drunk on the first date. She's not gonna fuck. She already told me she's not gonna fuck, and I'm vegan to top it off. So they're like, now I have to eat some cauliflower wings. Not down. Not down.
Yeah.
Even with dating.
Next. I don't know.
This is a good one.
Life does not end at 30 years old. It's socially constructed by losers. So you rush into relationships and marriages and you fall victim to being with a man you don't really want to be with, because when your brain's more fully developed, I promise you, the man you're into at 23, 24, you're not gonna like in your 30s. Stop letting outside noise convince you you need to have children and a husband by 30 years old or you failed at life. That is not real. Of course, men want to tell you that when you're young because you're more impressionable. You're easily manipulated when you're younger. When you're 23 years old, a man's gonna be in your ear talking about, you need to make a decision so you're not alone and die alone at 30. Like, that's just not gonna fucking happen. Choose wisely, because who you choose to be your life partner and who you choose to have a child with is forever. Ladies, your life does not
End at 30 or whatever. But isn't there something to be said for, like, as you get older, your fertility starts to wane?
That's
so, like,
true.
you don't have forever,
You don't have forever.
But you can still get pregnant throughout your 30s. But
You can, and you can also, like,
Freeze
it's
that
not
shit.
just have to be one way. You don't have to have your own child. You can adopt. There's just other ways. I just don't like that.
Other people have to be having those children.
Warlord 69 you donated $69. To the green tracksuits, your definition of value is related to your ego, just like the size of your earrings. On my definition of value, you're definitely a value of 0 on Wi-Fi.
Damn.
Wow, thank you, Warlord.
That's
Yeah, I told you
69.
the hoops to get engagement.
Shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
See?
You can hide that. Right. Next clip. Damn, how many clips we got? Shit.
Oh.
Yeah, Brian, I actually have to take off a little bit early this evening. I have an engagement in the morning I have to get to. And
Yeah.
It's after 3 for me, but I appreciate very much. I hate not staying the course of the show.
Oh, it's okay. It's getting late.
But I appreciate you having me on this evening.
Okay, yeah, we were trying to wrap up pretty soon, but thank you for coming on, Andrew. Are you going to continue streaming for a little bit? Because I can still do a raid if you want.
I won't be. I'll be wrapping this up on this end pretty
All right, well,
quick,
really
so-
quick, can we, Nick, are we able to, I guess I'll just do a shout out, guys. The link for Andrew's channel is in the description. Thank you, Andrew, for joining. Guys, drop him a sub, drop him a subscribe. And also check out his OnlyFans, onlyfans.com/thecrucible. Be sure to sub over there. And but drop him a sub, guys. He just did 100K. He did a debate yesterday, which was very interesting. That was a really good one. So and the thing with Andrew's channel, guys, a lot of his live streams he doesn't like keep for playback. So you got to be there in the moment if you want to see.
You got to go to thecrucible.video if you want to see all of the entire back catalog. That's where you'll find it. And I really do appreciate it. It was nice meeting all of you ladies, by the way. I appreciated the spirited back and forth. It was very nice of you. Also, to Sundress, my wife said you looked extra pretty tonight. She wanted me to tell you that.
Thank you, and tell Rachel I appreciated her book she sent me.
Of course. So I'll get out of your guys' hair. Thanks again for having me on.
Hey, good to have you. Great to have you, Andrew. Great to have you.
All right, take care, man.
Good night.
By the way, guys, we are going to see Andrew. I believe he's doing another call-in on Tuesday, and then we have him in person the week after. So be sure to check that out. We'll get through these clips. And, that was a dangerous. Let's just do the next one, I guess. Go ahead, play that.
When you look at Lana, do you think big dick energy? Do you think boy?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. Tell me how I have a big dick.
What the?
Because you make guys feel like pussies, so now you have the big dick. Because you intimidate them.
And I feel like sometimes I've
Talk to
attracted like a lot of bisexual men.
No comment on that.
When you look at Lana,
Big dick energy, huh?
Yeah. I can't help. That's what they see.
I don't like this term. I don't like this term, big dick energy.
No?
Yeah.
You don't like BDE?
No, because listen, okay. We shouldn't shame people for the way they, they're natural, the way they were born naturally,
Oh,
So if a guy has a small peen, if we're saying that if you have big dick energy, that means you're good. Big dick equals good. Small dick, bad. Average dick, bad. Curvature and dick, also bad.
Why is curvature
I don't know. I was just throwing it out. Anyways,
Curvature's
I guess what I'm
great,
saying
guys.
is that, like, here's the double standard, right? We all hate double standards. Like, it's socially, you could say that shit in a classroom and be fine. BDE.
Yeah.
You could say in the high school classroom, be fine, no problems. But if I was in high school and I was like throwing out loose pussy energy, people would be losing their fucking minds. If I was in social studies, and,
now they're gonna start
like,
saying this in our comments. You just gave them
everybody
more
go to
fuel.
their comments and say
Actually, yes.
loose pussy energy,
Do it.
Actually, I have a suggestion. You should start
cavernous vag energy. Go ahead.
You should start big labia energy for like
I
girls
have
that
that
you
shit.
like.
Big labia, yeah, big labia.
Ivan Jr. donated $69. This episode is full of lying larping 304s. Don't know what a labia is. Giving kids dating advice with no experience but 304ism. I'd rather have Lady in Pink sit on my face than these hoop hustlers.
Oh,
Thank you, Ivan Jr. That was beautiful.
I love how they're sending $69 with their
I
distance.
know.
They're like, fuck these 304s, but think about
That's his
69ing. Oh.
I'm just saying,
Yeah, I was gonna say.
loose pussy energy. Loose pussy energy. It's people. You get in trouble if you say that shit in school.
But would you notice that there are men with smaller ones that act like it? They're more angry because they're not happy with their situation. It's one thing to be
short man
confident.
syndrome.
Yeah. Like sometimes they're just so angry.
I don't like it. I don't even like short man. I don't like short man syndrome.
But it's a real thing. Sometimes they'll just be really small and really full of hate.
Solidarity with the short kings. This isn't even my fight. I'm 6'1", okay? But bro, short. I don't like the hate that short men get, and some short chicks get some hate too.
I know a lot of cool short men, but
Yeah, me
I
too.
also know some angry ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's angry tall people.
Yeah,
for sure.
Shit, there's angry all kinds of people.
Just big and mad.
Can I ask a question? Don't you think it'd be older women? This is two videos back, but don't you think it'd be older women who would make you want to think that you're
value doesn't stop at like 30, which I'm 36, I'm not saying that value stops at 30, but that's kind of a narrative that older women would push on younger women, because then you guys can kind of live the life like they did, and then you guys are in the position that they're in. So they have a more, what would the word be? Like, I guess, even playing field for them. It's actually kind of, does anyone know what I'm saying?
Yo, thank you, Andrew, by the way, Andrew, thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you, bro. Welcome the Crucible crew. Good to see you guys in the chat. If you guys just came over from the Crucible, I want you guys to put a juice box emoji in the chat. Okay. Next clip. I disavow the BDE. I think we got to get rid of that. I think we got to get rid of it. Unless we normalize loose pussy, cavernous vag energy. If it's okay to say big dick energy, it's got to be okay, or small dick energy, it's got to be okay to say cavernous vag energy.
Okay. Well,
CVE.
cool.
Say it after me. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
CVE.
No,
CVE.
say the actual. Say it.
Cavernous vag energy.
Look at the enthusiasm there. You guys did great. Thank you, AB Check, for the gifted 20. You're a legend. Next clip. Oh my God.
I'm someone, if I have sex, I can't have sex without feelings. I get very invested. So I just close myself off to the idea completely. I'm just like, I'm just not going to date or talk to people because I know they just want to have sex with me. You see me as a fucking pocket pussy, and I'm not going to let you play with my heart because, I have something safe to do. I'm not the fucking one. I'm someone, if I
don't even know why I saved half of these fucking clips. But I know there's one that's a good one coming up. How many more left, Nick? Just blast it. Okay, just blast. Blast. Boom.
honor of Valentine's Day, I just want to say Valentine's Day is not every day. It is February 14th to be exact. So if your man doesn't do anything for you, let this be the last year. Let this be the last year.
Ben George donated $69. You're still live, thinking you're making a difference? Have any of you made difference tonight?
What the
Your
fuck?
kids
Damn,
will
Ben
be so
George.
proud.
Damn,
Am I
Ben.
right?
Shit. Thank you, Ben George, for the TTS. So Valentine's Day, right? So I've had girlfriend. Oh my God. I'm going to get in trouble for, this is like that, remember that porn star chick that laid into me because I never took my 5-year girlfriend to, were you there, Maddie?
I don't remember.
You weren't there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Remember?
I remember.
Nick remembers. What was that chick's name?
Wait, what was
I don't know.
what was she pressing you about?
She
I
was the
don't
one
think-
that said that your girlfriend must be fat and ugly because you
Oh,
never
because
took
I
her out.
never took her out to like dinner and shit.
Oh, yeah, I was there.
Lala or Rah or whatever the fuck. Lala. Yeah.
Rah, yeah.
Have
You never took your
I don't know
girlfriend
if
out?
I've ever done like Valentine's for a girl.
Have you ever had a girl?
This
Yeah,
is your
I-
sign
I've-
to try something
I've had
different.
multiple girlfriends during Valentine's Day. I don't
That's
think
horrible.
I've ever done like a proper Valentine's.
That's horrible.
I think I got her
what's,
like
the best
somebody
you've
gave
done?
me chocolate and then I gave her the chocolate. Like a friend gave me chocolate, like a male friend. Because
Did you tell her that it was from the other male?
I don't
friend?
remember.
You probably didn't. that means you didn't.
Well,
don't
maybe
remember.
this will inspire you to do different this
I think
upcoming
girls should do
Valentine's.
something nice for the boys, for the lads on Valentine's
They
Day. What do you
do.
guys
It's a
think?
Different
They
day.
do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
What
they
day?
do.
There's steak and BJ day. Steak and
like-
BJ day.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
I wasn't
every
thinking
day.
about that,
Come on.
But
I just want to say too, you have like the best nose and highlight. Like,
Wow.
what is going on? I
Thank
keep
you.
staring at it. I'm like, I feel
I've been getting
bad.
compliments
You
on
wanna-
my nose lately.
I
Hit?
keep
You trying to
staring.
hit?
I keep staring
That's
at
so
her
cute.
Oh,
nose,
damn.
and I'm like, what the
Thank you.
heck? It's so cute.
Oh.
Uh,
No, but Valentine's Day is like a reciprocated thing.
Yeah, girls do
Like,
stuff for
girls
guys all the
are so-
time.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
why wouldn't you?
It's a day
it's
of
a
love.
gendered holiday, and it's
You
a
make it a gendered
sexist.
holiday.
Valentine's Day is a sexist holiday, and as the only feminist here at this table, I just want to say I think we need to just get rid of Valentine's Day.
No, it's
Also
my favorite holiday.
because
Absolutely not.
it's a corporate holiday that has been brainwashed into you, so you can be a good little consumer. You're going to be a good consumer. You're going to buy this overpriced bullshit, nasty ass chocolate. You're going to buy this bullshit fucking card. You're going to buy these overpriced flowers. These fucking, I don't know, what do you buy, roses and shit? Fucking roses.
Couldn't
Whatever.
you say that for all holidays?
That's true.
Not that many people like
I fuck
chocolate.
with Halloween, though.
You can make a card at home.
Then why are you
Trader
buying a
Joe's sells
costume?
I fuck with
$6.99
I've
bouquets of
gotten
flowers.
crazy flowers for Valentine's. I've gotten crazy
Go
stuff for
pick some
Valentine's Day.
flowers.
It's
Yeah.
my favorite holiday.
It's a holiday for love. Stop trying to cancel it. We need more love in this world.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
If you don't want to do the consumer something, then do something
It's a
nice.
bullshit
Make something.
holiday. It's a bullshit fucking holiday. We need to get rid of it. If I ever do a coup d'état and if I take control of the government, I am fucking banning all these bullshit ass holidays.
All of them?
Valentine's Day gone.
Who hurt you?
Good question. Valentine's Day, that shit's banned. Done. Steak and BJ Day, that can come in. Okay, next clip. I'm fine with that. That's a federal holiday. We're gonna
Don't
make that
let him
federal.
get in the government house. Whatever.
Yas, queen.
I don't mind being the villain on this podcast.
Uh-oh.
I have my bachelor's in sociology, but I have my PhD in pissing men the fuck off. So I don't mind being the villain on this podcast. I have my
Wait, quick,
bachelor's in sociology.
Ask a question. Oh, and you have your PhD in what?
And pissing men the fuck off.
Damn, that's kind of fucked up.
How do you like piss men off?
I
What was
started
your-
a podcast.
Or what was your favorite way of pissing men off?
Well, I think just in general speaking, I think a lot of men don't care or want to hear what a woman says, but also is like simultaneously obsessed with what a woman has to think and say. So just having a podcast, period, I know they're like, what the fuck? But it's the same people consistently commenting, even if they're in my DMs writing like crazy hate comments and all that, they're still back every episode.
Would you say like your viewers are like mostly just men who are like hating on you? Or
I would say that's a lot, but I don't know if there's a lot of girls too.
Yeah.
But I would say, yeah, it's a lot of men.
They're there.
It's just like 3 or 4 comments. Another thing too, I was gonna bring up. I seen someone donate and they said on behalf of all 40-year-old men or whatever. I noticed men do that a lot. I just think a real man would note that he can never speak on the behalf of a bunch of men. Because
As a 34-year-old man, I just want to say,
Shut the fuck up, okay? Shut the fuck
I'm
up.
kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry. Alicia, press that.
Is that Bill Burr?
Larry David.
Oh, okay.
Good talk. Next.
Any man that their number one requirement for a woman is for a woman to be his piece, you just know you're dealing with a true fucking menace to the dating pool. Because what the fuck do you mean you need me to be your piece? If you gotta ask for peace, you're a piece of shit. Honestly. I think any man.
Wait, it's like a red flag. Like it's red flag if a
Yes.
guy wants peace.
No, it's not. Oh, you want peace, but that's just a given thing when you're not being a fucking piece of shit. Like I'm gonna naturally give you peace and be good to you, but if you're like, oh, you need to be my peace, you need to be my peace. You're basically saying you need to not voice your opinions. You need to not call me out when I do some bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what because any man that's a normal man wouldn't.
You ever dated a woman?
No.
You ever dated a woman?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. So, not all women. There's a lot of great women out there, but there's enough women. Oh, great! This is like I'm almost framing it like a feminist. Nagging tends to be a complaint that you hear men making about women. Typically not.
Lol Paladins donated $69. It was an effing joke. It's an internet meme not claiming this woman. Thank you for proving that all women have no sense of humor.
That's not true. Lizzie has a sense of humor.
For sure.
And Alicia. And Maddie.
I guess just not the girls in the green.
Yeah, not the girls in the
tracksuits.
green, and that's okay.
Yeah.
That was my point about feminism.
Did you guys have these before the podcast, or did you buy them for to?
What? Our green?
Huh?
Our green?
Yeah.
No, we either get sent stuff to match or we shop.
Can you get me a Bimbo City shirt? I want to wear it sometime.
We'll send you one.
Okay. Maddie wants one too, right, Maddie?
A what?
Huh?
It's a it's
that
Bimbosity.
red. It was the red.
It's like
it's our clothing
it's our
line.
university.
Yeah. It's our merch.
Word. Next.
Like on a story means absolutely nothing to me. Hard eyes and a fire emoji means absolutely nothing to me. You need to start a conversation. Be a little witty. Be yourself. Be a little funny. I like guys who are funny. A lot of you are very, very boring.
Oh, whoops. Sorry. Did I end that too soon?
It was just funny because
story means absolutely nothing to me.
Okay.
Hard eyes.
Right.
That was it.
It's just funny because I'm like, be yourself, be a little witty, be a little funny. So.
Wait, why is it funny?
Because if someone's being themselves, granted they might not be witty or funny, so I'm like telling them to be themselves and be witty and funny. So it just.
And
makes
she's
me
just
laugh.
like Pooh Bear. You know, it's just funny. She's really serious when she talks, but.
Just laugh later. Yeah.
So now that Andrew's gone, I got to provide a little more pushback than I normally would. But like, isn't it easy as a woman to say, well, just do X, Y, Z and do this and do that and be funny and be charismatic and be interesting when the roles are reversed? If you're sliding into a DM or you're messaging a guy on a dating app, women like have zero riz. Like it's just like on Bumble, the app that they actually had to change it because it used to be on Bumble. The girl had to make the first move. She had to send the first message. But even when the women did make this token amount or took this token amount of initiative, they would just send, hi, hey, how's it going? All the shit that like women hate on all the other dating apps or on Instagram. Oh, come up with something more creative. But when you finally give women the power to take initiative, which it's funny. Well, they just do the same shit that they complain about guys doing. And then it's always very token initiative. Like when women do take initiative, it's like, hey, hi, whatever. Or even if you have a good opener, and then they immediately just push the conversational burden right back on the dude. You're still going to expect, like you can send the DM, but you're still going to probably want the guy to close. So the guy's going to have to be like, let's meet up, let's do this, let's do logistics, figure out the date, plan the date.
Yeah.
Most girls are not going to move it along.
Yeah, I just feel like if you're just sending hearts on my story and reacting to emojis, there's nothing I could really say to that. So I'm just going to leave it at that, like it back. But if you try to have a conversation with me and I want to have a conversation with you. But I will say I personally would not ideally like to meet someone on social media in the first place. So I'm just even more unimpressed when it's just an emoji because it's like it's one little.
Where do you want to meet a guy? At AA? No, that's a good place to meet a guy. Alcoholics Anonymous. It's very good. How far along are you on your
I'm sober. She's not. She drinks.
What's your coin or whatever?
Oh, I never went to one of those.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is it NAR? Like, what is it? NA? You go to NA?
I would say I would like to meet someone. One of my favorite guys I ever met. I met him in Sprouts, and I think that was cute.
Yeah. In the vegan section or like the?
We actually ran into each other.
Warlord 69 you donated $69. Maddie, Brian, would you let your daughter watch the content these Grinches produce?
Please don't disrespect the Grinch.
I would let
you
them
could be
watch
honest.
the good stuff that they say.
No, God! No, God, please, no!
I do want sons, though.
No, it's okay. Next clip. Oh my goodness, boys.
If you broke, if you don't got anywhere to stay, if your car fucked up, like, why are you worried about going on a date? You can't even get there. You can't even take her back to the crib. Don't be worried about that. Take yourself down to the unemployment office. Don't do that. I can't be later broke. No, that's so unattractive. It's giving desert. Like if you broke.
Shit. Okay.
Wait, how is this one in here though? She can't sit here and defend
can't defend herself.
I don't know why.
I don't feel like that one's fair.
I was just like,
You just like that one?
Should broke people not date?
Well, that's kind of what I was saying before. Is kind of like, when you asked how much we would prefer our partners to make, and we went around on the table, I was like, we said man with a plan.
Yeah, man with a
plan.
plan.
But I said I would like a man to be able to take care of his responsibilities and then have a little sum also, because if you don't and you're just scraping by, then I feel like you don't have the means to date, and that's kind of what she's saying.
Yeah, beautiful. Next.
Stop telling me you're looking for a husband when you're going for the rappers, trappers, scammers. That's not where the husbands are, okay? Get a man with a decent job and go be happy with him. Stop trying to entertain these men that have a bunch of women at their fingertips and expect greatness out of him. Ladies, stop telling me you're looking for a husband.
You said you would date Drake. Yeah. You said Drake was your type.
Drake is one of the biggest womanizers ever currently.
That's just my man.
Brooklyn, what's up?
That's my man.
I'm getting conflicting stories.
You know the Paramore song is like, you are the only exception.
But I'm just saying, in reality, like, I know.
I'm gonna pretend like you didn't just make my dick go soft.
What the Nick? Why are you? Sorry.
No, I'm just. My stance was like, if you really want commitment, like a monogamous situation, why would you date, a pro athlete? Why would you date? That's all I'm saying. Like,
that's fair. Next clip.
Mistress to the king if you wanted to.
That's true. You did. Yeah.
Because there was no promised happiness. I want to be a boss who's with a boss. And I don't think you need to be a boss to be with a boss. But personally, for me, that's what I want, because it makes me feel good. It makes me feel good to have my own money. It makes me feel good to have my emotion. It makes me feel good to wake up every day and I have this, and that to do and I get it done. That's what makes me feel sexy. That's what makes me feel like confidence.
Sure.
I want to get rich, man. Not a gift.
Wait, I'm confused because you said in the previous clip, you're like, date like a normal dude or whatever. But then you said, I want to date a boss.
Well, yeah, I think
a boss.
I think you could be a boss and not be. Yeah. You don't have to be a rapper, trapper, scammer to be a boss.
The manager at the Red Lobster is a boss. Well, I mean, he's the manager.
There's bosses in many forms.
Dude, the managers at Red Lobsters get so much pussy. It's crazy.
Really?
I'm telling you, bro.
I believe it.
So much. It's crazy.
They're going to get crabs.
Holy shit. Okay.
That was funny.
If you are a young woman with no kids, you don't really have any business dating a man with kids. You definitely don't have any business dating a man with a young child, because at the end of the day, he needs to work that out. He needs to take care of his responsibilities. How does he have time to take care of his child if he's spending all his time with you? Do the math. Because if you are a young...
Wait, does this go both ways, though?
Yeah.
Like a guy who doesn't have kids not dating a single mom?
Well, I think if you don't have kids, I just can't really wrap my head around the idea, and just because I haven't lived it, but I just don't think if you're either a young man or a young woman, why date someone with multiple kids?
Next clip.
And I feel like it's self-explanatory.
I'd be lying. I'd be like saying there ain't shit men everywhere, but honestly, there's a lot of good men I came across, but I just wasn't giving them their shine because I felt hurt or whatever the case is. But in reality, there's a lot of great men out there, and the more you work on yourself, the more they'll come align with your energy. I'd be lying. I'd be like...
Sorry, I wasn't even listening to that. No, it's okay. How many more clips? Oh my God. That's it? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't know this was gonna happen.
Tweet.
We didn't
Do the
know.
tweet. Do the tweet.
Everyone want to get mad at us, but...
Go ahead.
They're going to be mad either way.
Ulysses the Pagan donated $69. First girl in the green, you said you want a man that can provide. Simp for you branding himself with your likeness. What would you give? It sounds like you're all about me.
Yeah. Thank you, Ulysses the Pagan.
I am. I feel like I want to be shown things before.
I can show
what can I say?
love.
Just how some men feel like they want pussy before they even take a girl on a date.
Huh?
There's some men that they feel like, oh, I better get pussy if I take her out to eat. So.
Okay.
Why is it fair for them and then when I'm...
Word.
Well,
This is from Destiny. I like my man to think I'm annoying. Yes, babe, come shut me up then.
Oh my god.
That's your Twitter right now.
That was
Into
a
the mic, into the mic.
Silent retweet.
Into the mic.
Close to the microphone.
Oh, that was a retweet.
No, that was like literally your tweet.
Yeah,
Or you
but
just
like,
copy and paste it?
yeah, what I do, like, I do that between Facebook and Twitter. Like, if I find something on Facebook that is, like, relatable, I'm gonna copy and paste that onto Twitter, vice versa.
Can we hear a freestyle one more time?
Mm-mm. Why?
Alicia, you said hot take.
Nickelodeon donated $69. Drake's your type. I thought teeny boppers grossed you out.
What?
I guess he sleeps with keywords.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. What?
Oh yeah.
What real proof is there behind that?
I don't know. I don't know what the.
Like, yes, Kendrick said it in a song. Yes.
I don't know
like,
what the allegations are.
I
don't know.
just.
It could be fake news.
Yeah, exactly,
It
be
could be
fake news. If there's a surviving Drake, how there was a surviving R. Kelly, then I'll start raising an eyebrow. But when it's just some rap beef, and you know how to.
You're right. Believe all men.
Loose Pussy Energy donated $69. These ghetto one-up Squid Game hood rat 304. Stop the damn cap with that bullshit. Y'all give the dumbest advice. Just shut the fuck up. Abdul wants to you. Hashtag get the fucking rocks. Hashtag free Nick number 8 at 18.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Damn.
Well, unfortunately for you, we're gonna continue living our own lives. So
They're gonna continue slaying.
I suggest you do the same.
Word.
You see how he pissed men off?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys did a good job. Let's see. We have a video? Oh, yeah, that's a funny one. Quickly, yeah. Then I got Alicia, then we're going to rap. Yeah, I'm ready. Oh my God, my ears.
Is that Megan
Lower
good?
that shit to like, wait, hold on.
Lol Paladins donated
willing to shut you up.
$69. I'd be willing to shut you up. First delete your social media accounts. Bet you won't.
It is your ex.
It's really gotta be.
That's got to be your ex. Law Paladins, I
Babe,
didn't know
I
you were
love
into...
you. You're my everything.
Okay, let's lower the vol. Thank you, Paladins. Lower that shit to 30. And then let's... You might still have to lower it. Wait, start from the beginning? Start from...
It's open. It's open.
I don't go out on dates with guys who don't open the door for me.
Really?
Really?
Seriously?
Yes.
Oh, man.
What do you guys think? I think that's valid, right?
Well,
No, I seen that movie though, and he came back.
He came back.
He came
Oh,
back.
he came back?
Yeah, he came back. He
Okay,
did
I
it
haven't
right
s-
the next time.
I
He was
haven't
just being
seen
funny.
I haven't seen the movie, so okay.
He was just being
That's
He
fine.
set her standard and he met it.
That's
yeah,
funny.
exactly.
I feel like that's something I would do.
Yeah. I could see you being a little jokester like that.
No, but I wouldn't come back.
Yes, you would.
I wouldn't come back.
See, I want to believe you, but you seem really sweet in the eyes, so
believe him.
Now that she said it, I have to believe it.
Okay, cool. So, Alicia, you said hot take. I'll let you read it. Go ahead.
Oh, modern women are a sinking ship. The smartest women will jump ship and aid. Oh, sorry. Modern women are a sinking ship. The smartest women will jump ship and aid in the establishing of patriarchy.
Anybody thoughts on that? Any thoughts?
Word.
Okay. That's it?
You're all at a death cult.
Wait, I'll take the rugby ball back.
Thank you.
But you hold up the thing. Yeah, that thing. Okay, any final thoughts from anybody on the panel? Anything you got? I know you guys want to disagree with me on one last thing, and then we'll try to wrap up the show here in a minute or two.
Yay. Sorry, not like that, but
No, I know.
I'm
It's
just
been,
like,
it's been a
oh,
long
my
show.
God.
It's been a long show. Any final thoughts from anybody? Final thoughts.
We got
Hot
our
takes.
shine, so anyone else?
Yeah,
Hot
we're
takes.
good on.
Yeah, we got enough.
Private chat? What? Oh, hold on. What's up, man? We got something. Count? Body count? Go around the tape. Somebody in the chat wants to know body count? Okay. Lizzie, starting with you.
100 to 120.
100 to 120? Okay.
7.
It's over 9,000!
No.
2.
Oh, wow.
7.
Okay.
Do I have to share this information?
You have
What?
to. You have
Can I
to.
do
Okay, you know what? If everyone says
Meh.
it, I'll say mine. After.
You could give like a
Meh.
range.
Meh?
You
I
could
thought
say
you said meh.
I'll go
single
range.
digit. Yeah, or like under
0 to 100.
Say it. Come on. Look at all the other girls said it.
I don't know the exact. It's not that high, but I just
So like 50?
no. It's under double digits. I'll say that.
so single digit.
That's good.
Yeah.
Do you guys want
Oh, no.
Okay.
to? 0?
20.
20?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
For everybody,
Right.
not just, I wasn't just.
Okay. Yeah, that wasn't directly
It wasn't
at me
directed
at
at you,
all.
it was for everybody.
Right.
Even the people who didn't answer that shit. Okay, let me just see if there's any final things here that we need to go over before I wrap the show. Let's see, we think we're all good.
Yay.
Boom. How
He was
long-
all asking me to say it earlier. I'm like, no. And then when the girlies told, I'm like, all right.
Damn, I don't know if we can.
I fold a little bit when it comes to the girls.
Lord. What are we? I feel like we're forgetting something, Nick. What are we forgetting?
We just didn't do Bumble.
Bumble segment? Nah, we're not going to do.
I wanted to pull up the Instagrams earlier, but I don't know if you're going to do that.
Nah, it's okay. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You know, don't be like going on Twitter. Oh my God. Just if you want to talk shit, do it now. Go ahead. You want to talk shit? What do you got? Go ahead. What you got for us? I know you got something. What you got?
I think I just wanted to say that I think the patriarchy is alive and well.
Is dope. You're a
and
fan?
I think that's why we're having the problems that we're having today.
Because of the patriarchy?
Yes, because it's
Whoa.
It's a very small. It only benefits
Wow.
a small minority of people, and to everybody else, you're just
Who does
lumped
it?
in the
Who
bottom.
does it
It's not
benefit?
a small minority of men and women, probably, but mostly men.
What does patriarchy mean to you?
A society that is ran by men.
So it's actually more specific to like ruled by a father. So in our society that devalues fatherhood, you really think we have a patriarchal system?
I guess not under that definition.
Gotcha, bitch!
She pressed it, not me. Alicia pressed it.
With my old ass phone.
Sure, but I don't think that we'll get to that point because I think patriarchy is about the most powerful people in charge. It's like who has the I guess you would say
change the split.
The dominant supply, the monopoly on power, and that's always going to be those at the top.
Well, men will most likely always hold power because they give power to women because we can't enforce power on our own, right?
Yeah, we can.
Women could collectively take power from men?
No.
Real close to the mic.
No.
Wait a second. So you think there's a patriarchy?
Yes.
I think it's a conspiracy. I think it's a feminist conspiracy theory. Okay, it's QAnon for feminists. There's patriarchy.
Why?
Patriarchy.
Why
really?
don't you think that there's this like hierarchy where there's men at the top, predominantly men at the top, they are wielding most of the power?
Because men ruling doesn't mean patriarchy.
And the majority of the people at the bottom are men as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like a standard in a hierarchical society that you're just gonna. It's not like men. It's not like one lump of men at the top and then a lump of women at the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Who has more rights in the U.S. right now, men or
More
women?
rights?
Yeah.
Probably the same.
No, women have more rights.
Boom roasted.
Wait, but aren't men still paid more than women?
No, that's no. That was
Fake news.
Yeah.
Oh.
Fake
I wasn't
news.
aware of that
All
news.
these OF girls making all this money.
You could say that masculine jobs are valued more in society, and therefore that's why
Yeah, they
they're
are.
paid more.
But
Like
aren't they
firefighters.
valued more because they actually add to the
Yeah, aren't they
infrastructure
more
of our
valuable?
society?
It adds to the economy. I would say that like teaching is an incredibly valuable job,
But a
it's
man
like-
could do that.
But-
A woman
Sure, but
couldn't
they don't tend
a
to
woman
do
couldn't
that.
build infrastructure. A woman couldn't do anything really that has not in a climate
I mean,
controlled
yeah,
setting.
you're gonna naturally like tend towards the things that you're biologically able to do. It's like men can't have children
Right, so we
either.
value men because they do all the work that allows for all people, men, women, and children, to survive comfortably, right?
They don't do all the work.
They do all the work that builds the infrastructure for people to live comfortably in a modern society. Women do not build that.
They may not do the physical labor, but you can't do the physical labor without.
They don't build technology. They don't create technology. They
Most
don't
men
create
don't
roads.
do that either. It's
Yes,
like
they do.
the
Go
major-
down a road and you'll never see a woman working on the side of a road doing any sort of construction.
It's definitely not the majority of it, but I'm talking about not just the laborers, but the people that set those rules in place on what you're going to build, how you're going to build it, and how it's going to be efficient and actually structurally sound.
And men predominantly
What
do all those
proportion of
things.
like civil engineers? Or wait, aren't you a civil engineer?
Yeah.
Is it predominantly men in that field?
It is predominantly men.
Right.
I think what I'm trying to get at is that it's a very small proportion of men that are creating like these huge advancements in technology. It's not all men.
But the point is, most inventions, most philosophy, most things that we value as our society come from men.
Yeah, and I would say that women really haven't had the opportunity to do those things in the past. But also I would say that based on IQ standards, the most intelligent people in society tend to be men. And so naturally it makes sense that they would be the ones that are making all of these great discoveries.
Right. So if they're more intelligent, isn't that kind of defeats your point?
How?
Well, because you're saying that women didn't have the opportunity. We didn't all of a sudden just get like lower IQs.
Sure. Okay, I see your point. We probably would not have come up with those same.
Lol Paladins donated $69. Similar question, different girl. I'd love make you submit to my patriarchal desires. Bet you won't. So to ask again, what patriarchy are you working for? You are being controlled already.
Damn, that's deep.
Is that your ex?
Thank you, Lol
Is
Paladins.
that the same dude? Yeah, it's
That's
the
your
same
boyfriend?
dude. Can't be.
Is that your boyfriend?
'Cause now he's
Lol
doing too
Paladins,
much.
did you hit or what? Okay. Question for you.
Sure.
So, you assert that the patriarchy exists.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. So you assert that patriarchy exists.
Mm-hmm.
So, if this mythical patriarchy existed, feminism, wouldn't you agree that feminism would not be allowed to persist?
I don't see necessarily why it wouldn't.
Well, I mean, if would you agree that feminism is the fight to overthrow, smash the patriarchy, get rid of the patriarchy, destroy the patriarchy?
I guess I think a lot of women would view feminism as just having a place to promote rights that you want.
But wouldn't, if we genuinely lived in a patriarchy and feminism was counter to patriarchy, wouldn't the patriarchy suppress feminism?
Mm-hmm.
But the simple existence and hegemony of feminism, I would say over public discourse for so long, would just simply disprove patriarchy theory.
I don't think that feminism is any threat to the patriarchy.
That's
The core thing-
That's the whole core.
That's the core
What
thing.
they want to do is destroy,
destroy the
Like, do you actually think that feminism is going to overtake the patriarchy? It doesn't matter if that's what they want. Do you think that's actually something that's
They already
going to
did.
happen?
There is no
Feminism
patriarchy.
has
So yes, it
destroyed
succeeded.
patriarchal structures.
Okay, if we define patriarchy as by the father, I suppose I could agree, but the way that I understand it, it is the fact that it's a small minority of men that are running the country.
Is it because they're men?
Is it because they're
What
men?
if they just have, what if it's more about class or power?
Yeah, I think it does have to do with class and power.
Anonymous donated $69. Even if it was true that men get paid more than women, men don't have the right to get paid more. It's just the fact that most jobs that men have pay better than the jobs women typically have.
I would expect an engineer in your position to get paid more than me as a receptionist, and that goes for you and any male engineer. It's not about gender for me.
Yeah, sure.
Anyways, guys, it's getting late. We have to wrap the show. Bow? You want to do the bow stuff? Yeah, women should bow. Like my girl should, like not women in general. But if I was dating a girl, she should just play. Okay, fucking play the clip, Nick. Play it. Hey, Nick. You got it, Nick.
Boom!
Boom. A little premature, Nick, but good. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Boom. Look. Oh my God.
Augmented Autist donated $69.
Video.
If you, woman, were placed in total authority, how would you delegate responsibilities? Tasked to maintain society? Men. Why shouldn't we be allowed to manage our own societal contributions?
That's for you. What do you got for us?
How would I delegate responsibilities?
How
Tasked
would
to
you
maintain a society?
How would you delegate it?
I would want.
Tell us your structure.
I have not put very much thought into how I would change the government.
Ivan Jr. donated $69. How did you get your clothes? Do you live in the woods or in a house? It took men who run oil rigs for you to have every single thing you have. Your feminist ideology is why more women will work till 70.
Based? Is it based? I'm not sure if it's based. Thank you. That's a good point. Actually, there's one video related to this that I want to try to pull up. Hold on, Nick. I'm going to try to send this to you in the private chat. Hold on. Where is it? Okay. Hold on, Nick. You ready? You ready for the shit, Nick? You ready? Private chat that shit. Boom. I'm just saying, I saw this clip the other day. Check this shit out, bro. Pay gap. Get a pay gap. Come on. That's crazy. Where's our girl, Brooklyn? Yo, Brookie. Where you at? Pull that shit up. You got it, Nick?
Yeah, it's gonna came up.
She's what? She's taking a poop? What?
She's on the way.
Why you gotta throw her under? Why are you throwing your girl under the bus like that? I'm gonna tell her when she comes back that you.
Do you want audio?
Yes, please. Or wait. Maybe, but possibly mute it. Play that shit.
Oh my goodness.
Look at this. Men at work. What? Wait. Oh my God, bro! You guys are
Lol
killing me.
Paladins donated $69. Women wasting their lives working for billionaire CEOs while wasting their life on Instagram is contributing to the real patriarchy. I offer you an alternative, but Zuckerberg already alpha widowed you.
Boom, roasted.
I thought it was so cool, but I was driving the other day and they were like doing construction. I should have taken a picture, but it had a sign and it said men working. Like you don't see signs that say women working.
Men at work.
That's true.
No, it was like a legit construction sign.
We heard that, Liz.
Well,
What?
Yep, totally heard that. Absolutely did.
Can we finish it? Let's play the video. Play the video. Look at that. Look at these men at work. Look, they got no safety harnesses. How high up are they?
Bro.
Holy shit.
My anxiety.
Damn, that's crazy. No safety harnesses. Damn, this guy's carrying pipes. They're piping. They're doing some. The only piping women do. Okay. I don't know. All right. All right, let's wrap this up. All right, guys, it's really late. Okay. Are we forgetting anything, Nick? Can we at least get a concession from you that you think the patriarchy is awesome, but it also doesn't exist, but you love it, but it's not real? Say those words back to me, God.
Can you repeat that 3 more times?
I'm sorry, I can't. I already forgot. Is that a no?
No, I can't repeat it back to you.
Because you agree, you just forgot.
No, I disagree. With whatever you said, I disagree with it.
Okay, good talk. Good talk. Okay, guys. So we are we're gonna be live Tuesday. Oh, we gotta do Twitch raid. Okay, Twitch raid. Nick, pull up Twitch. Who do we got? One sec, ladies and gents. I gotta do a Twitch raid just to be nice to all the people. And guys, be sure to follow all my channels. Just because you're already following. But let's see. Hold on. Sorry, guys. We're gonna raid. Do we raid? Damn. I don't know. We've been doing a lot of Whoa Grandma. I think we're gonna do Bobka. He's playing World of Warcraft, BOBKA. We're gonna raid. Damn, he's been raiding for 12 hours. He puts us to shame. Fuck it. We're gonna give him a little raid. Whoa. Tell him. Wait, is he even playing? I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna raid him. So he's playing World of Warcraft Classic. He's leveling up. He's killing some slimes. Pull it up, Nick. Oh, wait, Twitch really quick. Twitch first. Nick, Twitch tab. Get that shit. Get it. Get it, Nick. Get that shit. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Guys, it's been 16 minutes since we last got a Prime. I think it's bugged. If you guys can so kindly drop us a Prime sub and also drop us a follow, boys. If you're new here, we're going to be doing some IRL streams. It's going to be insane. We're going to do IRL streams with Madison and then Brooke and my homegirl Lizette. I mean, Lena.
How am I a Lizzo now?
I don't know. It's really, I'm tired.
You're
she's
like
gonna be
with Lizzie,
doing streams with Madison.
Yeah.
There's Lizzie. There's
Just say you hate me.
Oh. Yes.
Jeez.
I hate her. No, I'm kidding. Hot dog, raw dog. Thank you for the tier 1. Guys, it's been 17 minutes since we had a Prime. I think it's bugged. Can you guys just like check? I think I got to call like Twitch support because I think it's bugged, boys. I don't know what's going on. It's crazy. Drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you guys have one. Nick, pull up Bobka. He's playing World of Warcraft. Actually, wait, before that, hold on. Oh my God, one second, guys. Pull up the Spotify and the Apple Music thing. Guys, we got review bombed by some feminist haters. Review bombed. Scroll up, make it bigger. This is Apple Podcasts. If you can go open up your Apple Music, I don't know what it's called. We got fucking review bombed, bro. So drop us a 5-star and a positive review if you guys can. And then also over there on Spotify, we also got review bombed by some haters / feminists / anti-patriarchy people. Probably Kelsey bought like a bunch of phones to do this. So drop us a 5-star over there on Spotify. So, you know, it evens things out a little bit. And then, so GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM
Lol Paladins donated
Paladins
$69.
on Instagram.
Closing comment. It's hilarious that body positivity is a thing, but calling her Lizzo is a big insult.
Oh, I was just talking more about the musical skills. Okay, thank you, Law Paladins. Appreciate it. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. Nick, we'll go back to Twitch. We'll hit the raid.
Shall we see?
Lower the volume a little bit. Oh, what the fuck?
Legions that are They have a couple legions that are sticking.
Hold on. Wait. Sorry, guys. We just had a
the
tech
thing is, like,
difficulty.
right now, I'm onto a quest that, I mean, a part
Lower the volume a
that's
little bit,
super
please.
exciting. I think
Lower
that,
the
like,
volume.
what I'm doing is, I'm trying to convince
Bring
some
back
PvP,
OPS,
but
please.
This zone is kind of boring.
Sorry, guys. We had a little tech difficulty. Okay, guys. I'm going to raid Bobka over here on Twitch. Tell him to... where does this guy live? He's got an accent. I'm trying to remember. It's like Swedish or some shit.
Shall see.
Ask him where when you go over there, ask him what country he lives in. And then, yeah, I don't know. Okay, I'm starting the raid, guys, in 10 seconds. Thank you guys who watch on Twitch. Really appreciate the support. And we will see you guys soon again on Twitch. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. And I'm raiding now. Good night, guys.
Most interesting podcast on Twitch.
And then...
From my honest opinion, not bias. That was before he was hosting me. I watched Tate go there once, and
leave it there for a sec. Hold on.
They're always on like my feeds. Chat. I mean, I talking about him. I was just talking about him. Guys, hey, what change of content, chat? You guys went from an interesting podcast to now some classic WoW. You guys went from some interesting content. Now you get like you guys get the most insane classic WoW. What are the most difficult game in the world to play? No, but thank you
look
very
at that. He's got Thunder Fury.
Brian,
Would you girls date a guy who has Thunder Fury?
Every time that he owes me, I say that. Do you know that the host of the podcast you just watched, he is a classic one.
Oh, what the hell? It's happening again. Okay, don't worry. Don't change anything there. All right, X out of that. X out of that.
But,
all right, guys. Thank you over there on YouTube for tuning in. Appreciate it. Long stream. Oh, we're freezing. Oh, no, okay, it's fine. All right, 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a good night. Big thanks again to the wonderful panel. We went late once again, but good night, guys. Hope you guys have a good night, and we'll see you Tuesday.
Bye. Thanks for all the love.